Greetings, everybody, and welcome to the Hearthstone Major featured at PAX East, day number 2. We're going to go through all the winners round 3 today and find out who's going to go to the top 8 for tomorrow, getting themselves a lot of Hearthstone Championship Tour points, as well as a $10,000 prize pool. My name is Frodan. I am, for some reason, unable to set up my camera this morning. Skype's not cooperating, so I apologize about that, but hope you enjoy a nice picture of my pink suit. And equally snazzy, equally jazzy is my partner in crime right now. It's Firebat from Cloud9, former world champion. How you doing, Firebat?
Doing good. Happy to be here.
It's good. Well, day 2 promises to be a lot more entertaining if you're into more of Hearthstone gameplay. Yesterday seemed to be more of the fun side of things. You got to see the first round of players. It's always cool to see if any of the Joes with their crazy Mimi decks can take out the pros who brought the very efficient lineups.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I want to see if today's going to be any different.
Yeah, it should be a lot different because also like day 1, you'll see people complaining about like, why don't they like only cast 2 pros versus each other? Well, the tournament bracket is seeded. So you have like the people that are considered the most likely to win the tournament up against the people that are against the least likely to win the tournament. So when those two clash, you get some mixed results there and some Mimi decks versus some serious decks sort of action, like you said. So now it's kind of like, the middle tier seeds up against the top seeds. So now you're going to have most likely for the rest of the tournament just strict competitive decks for the whole way through, unless some of the unsung heroes with the Mimi decks made it through round 1. I know we had a few Mimi decks make it through from actually like pro players even. Disguised Toast brought some Mimi decks, so it'll be interesting to see how far his Mimi lineup makes it through. But for right now, with the classes displayed, what do you think is going to break down here?
All right, well, taking a look at how Lead Paint and Innovation are going to do, we have Warrior, Priest, Rogue, and Shaman up against Rogue, Shaman, Warlock, Warrior. So the Warlock versus the Priest is the difference maker. Mm-hmm. Very standard. This is probably going to be beginning of a long day of Warrior bans, because that's how everyone's pretty much constructed their lineup, especially if you bring Rogue. A couple people chose not to bring Warrior yesterday, but none from the top level players. Mm-hmm. I actually don't know too much about Innovation. I do. We obviously know that Lead Paint comes in here as the winner of the previous PAX at PAX South just 2 months ago. So, what do you know about Innovation, if any at all?
Well, I know there's a StarCraft player named Innovation, and I know that this Innovation has TCG at the beginning of his Twitter handle, which stands for Trading Card Game. So he's not messing about, but that's about all I know about him. Innovation's a pretty broad term for when you're Googling to try and figure out things about people. So I didn't figure out too much, but he's brought some of the top tier classes in the current metagame. Like if we look at the Tempo Storm meta snapshot, which you probably agree with. I don't know, you support, right? So those classes are up there. Those
I started that thing with Magic Amy back in the day. Yeah. Well, with who we thought was Magic Amy. These days, it's all mystery still. It's one of those things that needs to have like a documentary on Netflix about in 5 years to figure out who really is Magic Amy. I'm not sure though. Innovation, which by the way, not only is, you mentioned the StarCraft player who Innovation is a really legendary Terran player from StarCraft 2. He actually spells his name the exact same way, with capital letters and everything. Like he capitalized the I-N and the V, which is exactly how StarCraft player does it too. So it looks like he's an homage to the StarCraft player. Researching, he's actually playing a lot of Tavern Hero tournaments. He's been entering a lot of Open Cups. He actually practiced a lot with Dr. Jinkaninki, who qualified for the Bahamas Championship by winning the entire Americas playoffs. So, he's not new to the scene at all. He's definitely familiar with at least the high-level play. And I want to see if he can take down Lead Paint, because this is kind of what the purpose of PAX Opens are. The whole point is to take on these bigger players and give you an opportunity to climb the ladder and get points that way.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So the real question here, though, is what do you think is really going to be innovative about his lineup?
Oh, actually, that's a good point.
He's got to have something.
I'm on his Twitter. and I'm looking at his deck lists, and generally there's not that much innovation at all.
His deck lists are on his Twitter. Isn't that like giving him a bit of a disadvantage, or is all the deck lists?
No. It's more of like, hey, this is like what my lineup was for this tournament, or this was my lineup for this Open Cup.
So previous lineups, not the exact one currently. Oh, sure.
I don't see any unique cards at all.
Well, right off the bat, he's got a Flame Wreath Faceless and a Flame Tongue in his Shaman opening hand, which these are cards that you can see in Jade Shaman, but more typically see in the Aggro Shaman. And with an Earth Shock drawn, it's leaning towards more the ERA Aggro Shaman variant that is not too popular, but is a deck that's been kind of floating around some of the high-tier ranks and, the Tavern Brawls and whatnot. So I expect to see this be Aggro Shaman with Argent Squires and the like.
Is that how you say his name? ERA? I thought it was just Era. Maybe mistake.
I don't know. Era, ERA, one of the two. But either way, this deck, Lightning Bolt pretty much confirms it there. This is going to be the Aggro Shaman variant coming out for him. Sometimes it runs like, I know the last list I saw of this had a Storm in it as well as the one Earth Shock. Those were the two tech cards. But that's like a tech card slots, right? So that bounces around. Typically, you're going to see double Lava Burst, double Argent Horse Rider, that sort of stuff. Finley is oftentimes in it, pushes a lot of damage. Tries to kill your opponent quickly. It's Aggro Shaman. You've seen it before. It's back. Didn't go away.
Yeah, Era's list has Argent Squire and a Lightning Storm in it too, which is a little unusual for an aggro deck. And instead has cut, a few other cards that you normally come to expect in the Aggro Shaman. So it's definitely like something that if you're not like completely in tune with, it might catch you off guard if Lead Paint's not paying attention. But I'm sure he knows what he's doing. So
yeah.
Oh, all right. So Flaming Face has come out here. Lead Paint's got the Hex prepared for it. But the Flame Tongue survives. Oh, sorry, he's going to kill it off. And then with Weapon Swing. Is my game lag for some reason? It shows that Lead Paint's on 1 mana right now.
Yeah, there seems to be some lagging with the hand. Yeah. But so those are the cards in his hand. It's just hasn't updated yet. So the Hex that he's just used is gone now. But he still has Azure Drake and these cards now. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So typically speaking, the way this matchup goes, Aggro Shaman's a deck that tries to get on board and then leverage its early game board control to get in a bunch of chip damage and then finish you off with burn. I'm sure we've all experienced it before. They get on board, you're like, oh crap, these minions are really sticky. That's a totem golem, it's got 4 health. And then all of a sudden you take 12 damage, and then all of a sudden lava bursts are coming in and you're dead. Well, mid-range Shaman's actually quite well tuned to deal with this. It has Hex for the Flame Wreath Faceless, if it's able to find that answer. It has AoE for the spammy board minions, so it's got the Storms to help clean up, and it's got spot removal with Jade Lightning, and it's even got taunts with Thing from Below, and sometimes heal with Jinyu Water Speaker. So I would say it's a slightly mid-range Shaman favorite. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's been the case for a while where mid-range Shaman was the counter to Shaman, which a lot of people kind of loathed back then because they say the best counter to Shaman is Shaman, and it was one of those funny things where people didn't necessarily want to have to use Shaman to answer. Check out this Devolve, by the way, really impactful to make sure Aya doesn't build up the Jade counts, and the Storm should be able to finish off everything here. Guess even the 3 damage on the Lightning Storm. So Lead Paint in firm control here. There is another follow-up Flaming Faceless. There's an Argent Squire we mentioned, but it's not going to be very impactful. Then again, Lead Paint doesn't have a direct removal for this anymore. He used Hex and Devolve. He only has Jade Lightning at the moment. He's going to need a little bit something extra. So maybe this Flaming Faceless can get a lot of stuff done.
Yeah, Innovation seems to be leveraging a lot on that, right? So he's Lightning Bolting the 2/3 to protect it further. He knows that 1 Hex is already gone, so he's just trying to make sure that no combination of removal and chip damage can deal the 7 points of damage necessary to kill it. So I imagine he's going to spend most of the rest of the game just trying to protect the 7/7 and just leverage its firepower.
Yeah, I'm protected indeed. He's got the Jade Lightning right on the top, and this kind of pressure is exactly what he needed the entire time. Mm-hmm. Took a little while, took 8 turns, but he's getting there.
Yeah, it might be too little too late. Yeah. It's not too bad. Kill a 7/7, play a 7/7. That's a pretty good swing.
Yeah, costs him a little bit extra. Now, I think if you're Innovation, you have to start debating if you even want to care about the board anymore. It doesn't look like you're going to get it back.
Mm-hmm. Well, you need to get it back, though, right? Like, so if we count the damage, he's got 7 in hand. He's got 4 on board. That's not adding up to 21 anytime soon. So the way I see it is if he doesn't have board, he can't get enough damage through. Like, you can't top deck 10 extra burns to go on top of that.
Yeah, I guess, but Jade Lightning is not exactly just burn to the face and then it's gone. It summons a 4/4. So if you pushed, 7 this turn to the face with the 4R, so it's 11. So you put your opponent down to, well, whatever it was. I think it was at 21. So you put him down to 10, and then you have a 4/4, a 2/1, a 2/2, and a 1/1. It's like that's pretty reasonable that you can try to push damage if your opponent doesn't get taunts or heals.
Sure. Yeah.
You even have Earthshock to get past the taunt. So I don't know. I don't think it's unreasonable.
Mm-hmm. It gives your opponent's Flame Tongue potential value, and the AoE's more value. So there's the risk, and then the reward is, sometimes they don't have AoE, sometimes they don't have Flame Tongue. They just play a taunt, you Earthshock it and kill them. So it's definitely reasonable. But Innovation wants to control the board. He takes the board-focused line. He feels like as long as he can control the board, he can get in through enough chip damage over time to win the game. And seeing all of this come out.
Yeah. Well, he's got the Earthshock. And it's going to deal 2 damage to the thing from below. I still don't know if it's if he right now wants to continue to trade, but his opponent is out of cards. That's kind of the important thing. And with Jade Claw something at 5/5, I think Ken start playing again more for that board because he should be able to dominate it once these Flame Tongues go down.
Yeah. Should be able to just take out both of the Flame Tongues and then kill the thing from below. Oh, ignoring the Flame Tongues. I was thinking maybe even Earthshock one of the Flame Tongues on this turn.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good possibility as well.
Yeah, it allows your trades to be a little bit cleaner. But he's going to ignore both Flame Tongue Totem. No, now he's going to... If he trades now, he's taking some extra damage, and that just looks silly,
he doesn't want to acknowledge the mistake. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what you got to do sometimes. When you make a mistake, sometimes players will be like, I can't admit that it was a mistake. I got to stay true to my guns. And then they'll continue to compound misplays on top of it. But Innovation just admits that he's made a mistake, and he's corrected it now.
And Lead Paint draws Tunnel Shock. That's not what he needs at all.
No, not a high-impact card for this time of the game. And
wow. That's really nice. Feral Spirits allows Innovation just to kind of push for damage here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can completely get behind a board control tactic here because, primarily you're just trying to do the most damage possible and make sure your opponent can't come back onto it.
Hmm. Well.
Huh.
Yeah. So, Lead Paint can come back. Just needs to rip Storm off the top. Maelstrom Portal gets pretty close if he's roll spell power, so taking out the spell powers is good. I like that. Looking for AoE, looking for maybe a Jinyu, because he's got Bran out, so double Battle Cry on the Jinyu could be something wicked. And the Jade Chieftain getting double taunt might be good enough to make it through. Healing Totem taken down. He's afraid of that spell power Maelstrom.
Yeah, I mean, double Flame Tongue is already used, so you know that's not really a likely candidate to answer your board. Some of those trades in general just felt like a little wonky. I mean, can't be too safe, I guess.
You can though. You can be too safe. You definitely can.
Position?
They can always be too safe. I think he was too aggressive in the beginning, and now he's toning it back too much and being too safe, honestly. But, I probably over-criticize and overthink everything. So, I mean, this is our job, right? We're casting.
Yeah. Well, Innovation needed 1 damage, and he didn't get it. He got one of the few cards that's not damage in his deck.
I mean, yeah, but he's missed over 1 damage just last turn.
Yeah. When he overtraded with the 4 attack minion. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, does that give his opponent the out? He didn't get Healing Totem. So if Lead Paint gets Lightning Storm now, maybe that into a Jinyu Water Speaker, or maybe just straight up Jinyu is enough. No, it's not enough. You can't deal with the 5/4.
Well, heals for 12, remember? So he goes up to 15 with
Oh,
the chain.
right.
Yeah. But
Well, Jade Claws. Oh, he traded with this. So he has a little bit extra life for the Jade Claws. No Taunt Totem, though. No Taunt Totem, I think, means death.
well,
Man, that was a crazy comeback here from Innovation, because I thought Lead Paint had it.
yeah, it's just one AoE, one taunt, one heal away. Wasn't able to find it. You know, you got your thing from below in there. You got Feral Spirits in there, double Jinyu, Water Speaker, one Storm, Spell Power for the Maelstrom. It was just all one link away from stopping the aggro. And that's why aggro is so powerful, right? Aggro decks put the onus on you to be able to draw the necessary tools to stop them. They just have to draw their deck, and you have to draw your anti-aggro card. So who's going to draw which more often, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's definitely a rough start for Lead Paint here as he comes in as the higher seed. Innovation brought an aggro shaman and was able to take a win in an unfavorable matchup, or at least based off what we assume. I mean, maybe we haven't played enough of the new version of aggro shaman to determine anything specifically in terms of the matchup numbers.
Yeah. That's true. I have not been rocking too much aggro shaman. I was happy that it was out of the meta for a little while. I was like, all right, I don't have to play it anymore. I don't have to worry about it. This is great. No aggro shaman in the meta. Spirit Claws got nerfed. And first tournament rolls around post-patch, and it's back in the meta. So short-lived vacation from aggro shaman. Everybody, it's back. Be afraid.
It's good to see it in this form, which is more of a rarity. It's a surprise than an actual expectation.
It's the same deck. They just took Spirit Claws out and then put in 2 tech cards. It's going to be a rarity for today, and then it's probably going to be super popular tomorrow. And then until the next expansion, all we're going to see is aggro shaman, Frodan.
You think so?
I'm dying inside already. I'm not optimistic about it at all. All of my insides hurt. I don't think it's going to be fun, and I think my ladder experience is going to be ruined.
Maybe. I mean, I personally believe that surprise aggro decks only have a niche in tournaments because they're surprise. You know, it's a lot of them. I'm not saying all of them, but I think part of the impact of why aggro shaman is really good is because people built an entire lineup assuming mid-range Jade shaman is going to be the vast majority, if not all of it. Mm-hmm. And having that surprise factor because people are just trying to ban Pirate Warrior and not account for other aggro decks can really punish them.
I mean, I agree with that sentiment in most situations, but in this specific situation, you know, the aggro shaman's doing well in non-tournament format as well. You know, it's placing high on ladder. It's placing well in Tavern Brawl, or Heroic Tavern Brawl. Goes with the Twilight Drake, wants to avoid Shadow Word Death instead of the Giant.
Yeah, this is the best tool against all kinds of priests. The only way they can fight back is through silence, and not a lot of priests play silence at all. The Cabal Song Stealer saw a little bit of play. Ooh, Lead Paint finds a Twisting Nether. It's a nice reset button in case you fall too far behind. If your opponent has a Faceless Shambler or a Faceless Manipulator, both eligible candidates here.
Yeah, it's interesting though, right? Like, oftentimes you'd think if you're twisting as a Dragon Priest, you already lost, right? Because Dragon Priest wants to have the board. So I'm curious why he snap-picked it so fast. He seemed to really want it. Maybe he's got some extra value in the deck and he feels like he can reset the board and then actually come back onto it and outvalue a Reno Lock. But outvaluing Reno Lock's not easy. They have a life tap. That's definitely a way to generate plenty of value.
The other options didn't seem particularly that good either, though. He had, I think, Imp Gang Boss and a Dark Peddler, and I think both those are just kind of weak.
No, I think it was Doomsayer, but Doomsayer is like trash, but Imp Gang Boss is not great, but I mean, it's something. It's play on the board, pressure, rather than something that you may never, ever play, but as you said, I guess a reset button. I guess he's got the same decision yet again, but Earthen Ring slightly more appealing, works with the Cleric, allows you to take value trades. But at this point, maybe you just double up on Twisting and say, you know what, I'm going to kill all your threats. If you don't run Jiraxis in your deck, you lose.
Yeah, maybe that's the way he works, having be able to clear it, and then you can save a big threat to follow up with it if his opponent can't develop much behind it.
Mm-hmm.
But
combo
the problem
builds?
will be that he has too much reactive cards, I think. If he has 2 Twistings, the Shadow Word Death, Shadow Word Pain.
Oh yeah, that's the idea of kill every threat. Is every card's reactive. No matter what they play, you just kill it, nuke the board. And then if they're not running Draxus and they have combo stuck in their hand, they have 20 damage, and you don't care because you never let a minion stick the whole game. Right? Like, that game plan could have worked, but at the same time, if they just run Draxus, then they just play that on 9 and you're screwed. So it's a tough line to walk. A lot of Reno locks nowadays play Draxus. Some of them even Draxus and combo. We see combo present in Innovation's hand, which lowers the percent chance that there's a Draxus in the deck, but it's still quite high that there's a Draxus.
Yeah, I imagine that there is. Draxus is one of the most important cards these days in the meta because, a lot of decks don't necessarily carry a lot of that burst. They carry so much board control. Jade Shaman has really largely only like Jade Lightnings. Not everyone runs Bloodlust, and Dragon Priest doesn't really have it. Jade Druid doesn't really have it. It's all just like little bits and pieces. So I feel like Draxus is super important these days in the metagame.
Oh, yeah. And it's just going up in value after the Hall of Fame rotations where they're taking out a lot of the burst cards. Power Overwhelming is losing out, and so is Ice Lance. Draxus is just going to get better and better. So definitely a card to look out for in upcoming metagames. Takes it down. Wants to kill the minion. Avoid,
finally. It's like, and this Twilight Drake's still alive from turn 4, just pounding on stuff.
Yeah. Priest does not like Twilight Drake.
Innovation has actually been kind of hesitant to, to try and like have his Twilight Drake bump into stuff. I think he just wants it to be problematic. And because the Jack and Knight Operative hit the board pretty early with, another one to follow up, it actually hasn't been able to secure the board firmly for Innovation. So Priest has actually been the one still able to control a little bit of the board here. And if Leadpaint can pick up another really powerful card to go with Bran, like the Cabal Talon Priest, or maybe his other operative, or I think he played both Nether Spites, Leadpaint might be able to drag this out late game as well. Because normally Priest feels like they're on a clock, they feel like they have to punish and kill the Reno Lock before they're in trouble.
Yeah, usually Priest has to kill them before Draxus. They have to have board control going into turn 9 is the biggest fear. And no board control right now, just trying to figure out some way to get back on board. Shadowward Death allows for the tempo swing to do it, but that's going to make the Giant really problematic with Brand Corruptor in hand, though. Got a decent way to try and combat that.
Yeah, the Mountain Giant seems really powerful. I wonder if Innovation feels like he wants to even drop Emperor this turn because he has, most of the combo pieces together as well. And his opponent just used Death.
Yeah, I can get behind it. It's a lot weaker of a position on board, but with the AoE picked up, I think it's fair now. So, like, let's say Brand Corruptor comes down. You have a panic button now, so you're not just screwed if the big swing turn comes out because you have either Shadow Flame or Twisting now. And we're going to see that swing come out.
Certainly. He's going to be able to play... Well, actually, he can't do both, I think. He can't Twisting Nether and then Mountain Giant. The order doesn't work in the way you want it to.
You could get the Mountain Giant Twisting Nethered.
You can Dirty Rat Twisting Nether still. Pull out some of that threat that you might be worried about. One of the operatives was created by Nether Spite Historian, so... crunching, swatting down that last operative would be pretty big. Hitting an Azure Drake would be pretty big. Anything that just prevents your opponent from being able to keep up the pressure and keep gassing you.
Yeah, and Dirty Rat's value has gone down a lot. You haven't seen any Bookworms. You haven't seen any Shadowward Pains yet. Over half the deck is drawn. It's extremely likely that there's either a Shadowward Pain or a Bookworm in Leadpaint's hand. So the 2/6 body is super irrelevant at this point, as it's one of your Shadowward Pain targets.
And King Boss wasn't going to do much anyways, but getting pulled into the Twisting Nether is not what Leadpaint wants to see. At least it didn't pull his Azure Drake, though. Azure Drake would have been pretty devastating.
Yeah, that would have been backbreaking.
Is someone injured?
Ooh, looks like he got the Cabal Talon Priest.
Yeah, it's just able to try and put out as much pressure as possible. He doesn't want to allow Innovation to get an easy Draxus off. He wants it to be painful if he tries to play Draxus, so that's as much power as he could possibly play out on the board this turn, and he goes for it.
How much damage does an Innovation have? He's got Leroy, Faceless, Soulfire. That's 16.
Mm-hmm. So if he were to go for Kazakis 1-mana potion, for example, and get the deal 3 damage one, he could set up a sneaky lethal. But the issue with that is your sneaky lethal gets countered by hero power.
Yeah. Well, this is just as good, if not better, to set up a big board. Mountain Giant and Reno Jackson. And the opponent already has used a death. Doesn't look like he's going to do much. But we have a Twisting Nether available to Lead Paint if he needs to nuke the board, which looks like he might need to soon.
He kills all of his own minions, though. It's a pretty big downside.
Yeah, Nova's pretty decent here as well. Still can't remove the Mountain Giant, though.
Yeah. So that's just going to be GG then?
Yeah. Lead Paint just hopes that his opponent doesn't have any kind of burst, but he is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Innovation has Leroy Jenkins and Face Manipulator.
And the Soulfire.
And a Soulfire.
Or the Hellfire.
Even can coil for that power of a wall.
You could. Try and find it. Max BM him. But, yeah, that's kind of how that matchup goes. That's one of the more one-sided matchups in Hearthstone, especially with how greedy the Warlock deck is. It's got combo in there. Combo's pretty good against Priest. They have a hard time dealing with it. And had Shambler, Faceless. You know, those cards are great. When you get one of those opening hands with Twilight Drake and the Priest doesn't have Silence, which they usually don't, and you can land a Shambler on it, it's tough to lose from that position. It's just a powerful opening.
Yeah, I think the general consensus is that as long as you know how to play the value game and make sure that you don't get too far behind on the board, you should be able to just, win the Dragon Priest matchup as the game gets longer and longer, because they run out of ways to kill you and the way that pressure you. And you have pretty much the right answers for everything. So we go into game 3. We have Shaman versus Rogue. This is what looks like to be a Miracle Rogue, just standard. Nothing really stands out to me. It makes it aggro. Yeah, we'll see, man. Rogues are often, good rogue play is often the mark of a very seasoned veteran in Hearthstone. So I want to see if Innovation's got the chops, because you don't really, if you're new to tournaments, Rogue's not the first class I would recommend you to bring. It's something that, especially when a lot of pressure and stakes are on the line, can definitely be a deck that confuses you because there's so many lines that you can take, both aggressive and value oriented. Yeah, not rushing out anything here. It feels like if he puts too much stock into things like Van Cleef or Shaka right now, it's not worth it.
Yeah, he can wait for. He could go for the 6/6 Van Cleef right now. He could make an 8/8 right now, or even with the extra coin, that's like a 10/10, right? So he could make a 10/10 Van Cleef right now and Cold Blood Face. So I like that. It fits your curve nicely too. You just slam Fire Guard Destroyer after it. I think it's an appropriate time to go all in. You're not really saving this for anything. But he's going to take it a little bit slower, save the extra coin, maybe wait for gadgets in down the road.
I'm inclined to think that the 6/6, the 6/1. I guess because if he put the Cold Blood onto the South Sea, he would have left up the spell damage totem, because you would go face in that position. Probably didn't feel comfortable with that.
Your opponent cannot hex your minion and deal with the South Sea deckhand, so it double dips the Cold Blood. So I think it's worth it. It's like you're spending a coin to double dip the Cold Blood, so you get extra 6, so your opponent takes 12. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. Just trying to think about what he might be considering at that point. Oh, he wants to use Eviscerate here.
He's trying to play around Storm now. It looks like he's spreading out the health of the minions. It takes a trade. He would have 2/3 health minions. Spell Power Storm comes out on turn 5. You get something like that happening, I guess. But walks right into Hex, which he thought his opponent didn't have, and he was correct on that assumption because he played the Genie Water Speaker instead of hexing on the previous turn.
Would you Cold Blood the Frog or the Shaku?
I would cold blood the Shaku, I think. The frog is a little bit vulnerable to
Portal.
any, portal, lightning storm, any weapon. So I guess you're not too unhappy if it gets weaponed, but it's just a little bit more vulnerable to things and stuff.
Well, the aggression can continue for innovation. He's got
Ooh, no questing.
Adventurer. No questing, huh?
Just thinking about just launching the backstab. I mean, at this point, you have to be all in. Your resources are so thin. Really like playing the questing out here and just going for it.
Yeah, Lead Paint's in pretty big trouble right now. Still is not really guaranteed to deal with these big threats. And he's already used a couple of his remove pieces. This is looking bad.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all for the previous champion here. It's just the Shaman deck has not been doing him any favors. It's a little bit too slow for all these aggro decks, it seems. Like everyone says mid-range Jade Shaman's a really good counter towards aggro. And everyone's been expecting control and been teching their mid-range Jade Shamans and their mid-range decks in general for more control-oriented metagames. And Innovation is not presenting him with a control-oriented metagame right now.
Well, I mean, he brought his Reno Warlock, and Lead Paint got unfortunate with the Dragon Priest lining up into it.
Mm-hmm.
So, excuse me. Innovation just keeps putting on the pressure here, and Lead Paint's best play is pretty much Jade Chieftain. Actually, Azure Drake allows him to trade the 5/5, but
yeah, I like getting rid of the questing.
You never know if you get like a Void Walker or something off the portal as well.
Mm-hmm.
Holy Squire. It's perfect for the Gadget Sand. Oh, man.
2 damage required.
A lot of lethal opportunities here. Another Cold Blood, another Eviscerate. Interesting that he backstabbed the Drake.
Yeah, it looks like he's planning on just clubbing the Drake with his weapon.
Wow.
Second prep. Whoa. Look at him go.
Alright, draw stop, but the Pain does not. Lead Paint on his most likely last turn once he's able to pick up something really nice here.
Jackson.
Jackson, it needs, well, I'm saying another Jade Lightning could allow him to play Thing from Below with it, but I think he's just going to have to put up 2 taunts. Hope his opponent has no spells, which is the case.
Mm-hmm.
No spells available.
I think you start with that.
You don't want to toss a questing in there? Because if you draw Eviscerate, it's still the same.
Sure.
I guess it changes if you have Leroy.
Mm-hmm.
I think Leroy would do lethal if you just concealed.
I don't think you throw the Tomb Pillager in there. I think you want to conceal first and have your opportunities to win the game instantly, but I guess this is only bad against like some sort of crazy devolve combo that you know your opponent doesn't have, so I think it's a fine enough line.
Ooh. Wow.
Job's done.
That's going to be tough to beat with the cards in Lead Paint's hand. Okay.
Yeah, Lead Paint needs to hit Devolve right now. Devolve is his only ability to potentially win. Doesn't look like it. 3-0 for Innovation. And Lead Paint doesn't know what to do, but this is why Double Elimination exists. He's going to eventually go through the lower bracket and see if he can pick up his luck somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And outside of that first game where it felt like there was a little bit of sloppy play, I think Innovation did games 2 and 3 pretty well. Nothing really stands out as like, that was a bad thing. Seems like he's got his ducks in a row.
Yeah, it seemed like he definitely knew what he was doing, played pretty well. The first game a little bit shaky, but that makes sense. You know, you're on stage, you're at a LAN, maybe you're not too experienced with the LAN setting, and it's early in the morning, your first game of the day. makes sense to be a little shaky. So no harm, no foul. Yeah, maybe some different decisions on the rogue lines, but that's more like personal preference of how hard you want to all in. So yeah, I think he played well.
Yeah, definitely a decent start for the day for innovation. Meanwhile, Lead Paint is going to have to pick up the scraps in the lower bracket. You have to win a lot of games in order to continue to pick up where he left off. I think he has to win 3 or 4 rounds extra now in order to make up that deficit. But he's still not eliminated. We'll see what happens in the lower bracket. Check out the standings all at smash.gg. The chat link is in there as well if you guys want to click it. For now, we're going to go to a 5-minute break because that game was really fast. We need to set up another match for you guys and let you guys know more what's happening here at the Hearthstone Major presented by Geico.
Presented by Geico.
Yo, Trump and Odd One here, and we're on the way to the big event. Unfortunately, we're never lucky. This is why you get emergency roadside assistance with Geico.
Change the plan, dudes. Double piggyback. Reach at the sidewalk. Woo!
Greetings, everybody. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Major presented by Geico. My name is Frodan, and I apologize again for my webcam. Still haven't found a way to figure it out, but we'll eventually get there. In the meantime, hope you guys have been enjoying the PAX Major so far. Really appreciate everything that One Nation Gamers has been putting out there, considering that we don't get too many lands in North America prior to, well, this year. And all of a sudden this year decided to have like a dozen lands in NA, which is huge. I think people just want to go out there and compete, see their friends, have fun, win some money, get some ACT points, and of course get mocked by Frodan and Firebat once in a while for some silly plays and silly decks. We have Cydonia up against Steffi. Cydonia has recently signed with TSM, Team Solomon, so he's coming out here swinging, really hoping to impress his sponsors. So I'm looking for him to make some waves here. I pick him as one of my top 8 candidates because I think he's extra motivated, Firebat.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense to me, and Jason Zhao's not in this tournament, so there's nobody to shut him down. So as far as I'm concerned, if you look at Cydonia's competitive record, he's played a lot of tournaments, and he's done insanely well, and every single time he loses to Jason Zhao, except once. Once he's defeated his rival. But the other, 7 tournaments that he lost to Jason Zhao. And Jason Zhao is in China somewhere, so he's not attending this event. So there's no one to stop Cydonia. He's going to run a rampage through this tournament.
Man, is that really true?
Yeah, it's something ridiculous.
I got to look. All right.
Yeah. He just... for some reason, he just lost to Jason Zhao over and over again. He upset him finally in the NA versus CN tournament in the second day. Cydonia all killed the entire Chinese team after defeating Jason Zhao. But every other time, Jason Zhao steps out and defeats Cydonia. But as soon as Jason Zhao loses to Cydonia, Cydonia all kills the entire team. So if there's not that guy standing in Cydonia's way, as far as I'm concerned, no one has stopped him yet in tournament play except Jason Zhao.
Yeah,
it's hilarious.
Looks like you're kind of onto something there. I'm looking at some of his match history, but outside, of course, the America playoffs where he couldn't play Jason Zhao, that would have been kind of fishy if Jason Zhao appeared.
Just shows up and smashes him, and then just leaves.
Yeah, he just forfeits after going 1-0. Just Take a look at the lineups. Cydonia has Druid, Priest, Warrior, and Shaman. Now, Stevie has the same thing, he has Warlock instead of the Priest. Apologies. But he chose not to bring Shaman. And then Stevie also has banned Shaman away from Cydonia. That's pretty interesting to me. And I wonder if it's because he might know what Cydonia is bringing. It makes sense if he's bringing aggro Shaman. But if he's bringing mid-range Shaman, it feels like banning the Warrior is definitely warranted if you have Rogue. That is, unless Stevie's targeting the Warrior.
Yeah. If he's targeting the Warrior with the more tempo-oriented Rogue rather than Miracle Rogue, then he could see this make a lot of sense. So you have to see exactly what the specific archetypes are. But yeah, Shaman's starting to strike fear into people. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Cydonia bringing the more aggressive build of Shaman. It's been gaining a lot of traction among the top pros. We saw it last game just perform. It just took an unfavorable matchup. The opponent had the Hex for the Flame Wreath Faceless and just kept trucking and still won the game. So aggro Shaman didn't go anywhere, guys. It's a force to be reckoned with. So Steffi might have been watching the last game and been like, I do not want to deal with that, and just banned it out of the way. And yeah, that's totally fair.
Yeah, certainly. So we'll see. We'll see if it ends up becoming something that helps them or hurts them. Not really sure exactly yet. In the meantime, guys, if you want to follow along with the bracket, go to smash.gg and click on the link in the chat, or just go ahead and click on the ONOG Major Circuit for PAX East. We're already starting to get some results in for Winners Round 3. As you saw, Innovation upsetting Lead Paint in Winners Round 3, moving on to play most likely Zalay, but that's, of course, just bracket projections. And then a couple of the players managed to finish up their rounds too. It's Flo won his series. Pseudo Cow beat Toaster, so he ruined the dream of Toaster versus Toast. Feels bad, man. Kind of wanted to see that happen.
Yeah, that would have been a sick one to have.
There's actually a couple of these really odd pairings based off usernames. You have Toaster and Disguised Toast. And then you have Phenomino up against Phenom, which Both a little bit of confusing there. All possible within the brackets, but we'll see what happens. And then, of course, we're going to finish out the rest of the round three stuff. There's a few cool heavyweight, back-to-back matches going on. We have Tarzan Phone Tap, for example, or we have Dr. Hippie versus Stan Sifka, Mitsuhide up against Toast. Some pretty well-known people going head-to-head this early into the bracket. But it's unavoidable. You have another big one is BB Gun versus Hot Meow, two players who went to BlizzCon for Americas. So, you got a lot of well-known players hitting each other early in the bracket, but that's kind of unavoidable because you have so many good players attending. A lot of the players were tweeting yesterday saying, like, did I make a mistake coming to this event? Because it's super stacked, and I don't know if I can actually guarantee even a top 16 finish. Some of these people are going to be really disappointed coming to the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely a lot of really exciting ones. Killing All Day versus Chalky, too.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. AK Wonder versus Trump. So, these guys are going to, one of these guys are going to finish pretty disappointingly. They said 30 influencers came to the event, and top 16 is where the payoff really starts coming in. So, you don't really want to come here empty-handed, especially if you traveled overseas.
Oh, that's the worst
sometimes
feeling.
for you to say or decide.
When you go, when you fly to Europe, or if you're European, fly to America, and you go to a tournament, and then you just 0-2. Oh, man. You do a lot of drinking for the rest of the event.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty happy that ONOG decided to do double elimination, although it has added a ton more games, and I think the bracket progression's been a little bit slow because they still keep best of 5. They're really trying to preserve the competitive integrity, but man, they got a lot of games to churn through today.
Yeah, I mean, it's great for the players, right? The players really want to go there. They want to play a bunch of games. You don't want to fly X amount of miles to then play 3 or 4 games of Hearthstone. You want to fly X amount of miles to compete, get on the grindstone, show off what you got. But it's really hurtful for the broadcast, right? Because it causes a lot more strain on the entire team. So yeah, I appreciate them. Admins. Yeah. The ONOG's putting a lot of work on the admins, and they're doing extra work to try and preserve competitive integrity. Even though it doesn't help out the broadcast that much, it preserves competitive integrity of the event, which I think is beautiful. So they're not focused on money, man. They're focused on Dream, the tournament, the scene. It's beautiful.
All right, we have okay. So I wasn't sure if it was Steffi or Stevie, but usually if it's Stevie is with a V, so I kind of wasn't exactly sure. But it turns out what it looks like to be is Steffi is a female, and that's awesome. I love to see more females competing in Hearthstone. I get a lot of feedback from females saying that they want to compete, but they're just kind of nervous because they feel like they wouldn't be good. But the more we see him, the more it's cool. But she's got quite the opponent. She's got Sidonia, America's Spring Champion, starting off really fast here with Southsea Deckhand and Upgrade. Is this worth using an ooze on, in your opinion, or do you think it's better to coin out this Imp Gang boss for the war?
I use the ooze on the first weapon available every time. So I would just jam the ooze, save the coin for, a larger swing turn later. I understand trying to save it, but if your opponent's using Upgrade on turn 2, you understand a bit of information here. They do not have Fiery War Axe. So this was the best weapon they have available. They don't have N'Zoth's First Mate. They would have played that. Removing a weapon from Pirate Warrior disables Southsea Deckhand from having charge. It disables the buff on the Raider. It disables the discount on the Corsair. So it does a whole lot of harm to remove the weapon, and this is clearly Sidonia's best weapon because he had mana to play the other weapons available until Arcanite Reaper rolls around, and that's going to be a really long time in the future. So I really appreciate the ooze coming down here for those reasons.
Yeah, it just felt so tempting to drop Imp Gang boss and curve into Farseer, save the ooze for bigger fish, Arcanite Reaper, an upgraded Fiery War Axe. But I think that's really good discipline because you even see that the ooze takes a pretty bad trade on board. The 2/1 usually trades into it. But I already like what we're seeing here out of Steffi to start things off. Imp Gang boss, one of the better anti-aggro cards as well. Really forces your opponent for inefficient trades. It does kind of lead to an awkward turn because your opponent has Core Chron leads this turn, or potentially Frothing Berserkers to really buff it up huge.
Yeah, I don't really like the Imp Gang boss that much just because of the threat of Core Crown Elite or just being ignored and not being able to remove the captain the turn after. You don't have AoE to clean up the captain. If you have AoE to clean up the captain on the following turn, I get that, but no answer for this captain now. It's going to go unhindered and allow Sidonia to continue buffing his pirates in the future.
So, yeah, so I was thinking corn refreshment vendor originally, but now it's just going to be like, what is this Imp Gang boss going to do? Oh, well, that changes a few things.
Ignores the Imp Gang boss, just goes off face because his read in his mind is if Steffi had Hellfire, then she would coin Hellfire, not play Imp Gang boss. So she probably doesn't have Hellfire, so just ignore the minion, go off face.
Yeah. Freshman Vendor going to stall, and at 17, doesn't look like she's going to die before Reno Jackson hits the board. And, usually when Reno Jackson, that's kind of the sign that the game's about to end in favor of the Warlock. But, I mean, Sidonia's got a lot more firepower if Sir Finley's able to hit Life Tap. And it's also he has also got a pretty decent board too if he's able to use it to control the board with Arcanite Reaper and get weapon charges on it.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. You can just hope you top deck a pirate, Reaper the 3/5, and go face with the minions. Try and set up lethal that way. You set up lethal with Heroic Strike and Finley into any ping hero power. So 3 or 4 of the hero powers are sufficient.
What now?
All right, looks like he's got it. Got the line set here.
Oh, he's going face with the Reaper. I'm not sure I like this as much because of the fear of the coin Reno, but I guess you're saying, you know what, I'm not beating Reno anyway with my current hand. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but now you're definitely not beating Reno with your hand because now she can clear the entire board and heal to 30, and that's going to make it tough to beat Reno.
Yeah, and not to mention that Reno himself has good board presence to fight against pretty much every minion from your opponent. So Sidonia says it's pretty unlikely that she has Reno, but in this case she does. And Reno Jackson comes down and saves the day. And that should be a commanding position for Steffi. It doesn't really seem like Sidonia's got too much going on. Doesn't have the immediate Bloodsail Cultist synergy. But Sir Finley can do some stuff. Life Tap would be massive. Even Hunter Hero Power would be really good here. Anything that gets really the clock going again.
Yeah, I was really hoping for a pirate. That would have got the clock going really fast. But time's going pretty slow for him right now. So, and Steffi's got additional healing in hand still. Brand plus Earthen Rings, another 6 healing coming in. Oh, wow. Okay, the ping hero power is suboptimal, but you take what you can get.
Yeah, it's a lot better than Lesser Heal and Dagger Mastery. Well, Dagger Mastery might have a case if you had so many upgrades and stuff, and Arcanite Reaper wasn't in your hand already. But it doesn't seem like there's much going on here. I think the Mage Hero power is just better.
Yeah, he's going to hold on to his Reaper charge, hold on to the Cultist, try and find a pirate. The game plan here is you build the Reaper of Doom. You upgrade it twice, gets up to 8 with 3 charges. That's 24 right there. And then you basically got all the damage you need. Ooze has been used, so you got all the time in the world-ish to hold on to this Reaper, try and connect it with some upgrades, and start chucking it at the face.
Yep. Meanwhile, Steffi, she's got value trades straight up on the board. She even feels comfortable enough to life tap. Picks up Defender of Argus.
With Brand Bronzebeard, too. Oh. Yeah.
I don't hate it. I think anything that helps build the board for her is fine.
Just put pressure out.
Yeah.
Kill Sidonia before he can start upgrading that Reaper. Get the taunts out immediately so the Reaper can't connect to the face if it does get upgraded. It's going to be tough work for him to connect that thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of damage, but, Steffi's in firm control. And maybe this is why she felt so comfortable, with Warrior being up. She knows his weaknesses. She felt like maybe her deck's even teched a little bit towards that. Hard to say, though, because looks like she's got Leroy and Faces Manipulator. But some people even if they have Leroy and Faceless, are still teching towards anti-aggro. Hoy comes to mind, for example. He doesn't actually even run the full combo. Sometimes, he doesn't sometimes have Faces Manipulator, but he still has Leroy Jenkins, Power Overwhelming, Soulfire, and puts a lot of anti-aggro tools in his deck. Because I was still curious why Steffi didn't ban the Pirate Warrior, but it seems like she's really comfortable with it. If she has Reno Jackson and some of these other tools in her deck.
Yeah. Reno Jackson's a pretty good one against the Pirate Warrior. Usually win when you try that one. Not always, but it's a pretty good one to have for sure.
She picked this Shifter Xeris. Nice. Yeah. Well, she went past the Shield Bearer twice. I think Shield Bearer is actually pretty nuts, especially if she got 2.
Well, yeah, but she's just trying to kill him now. It doesn't help with that objective, and I don't know.
Maybe Shifter Xeris does?
Hell yeah, you get a stat minion that you play on the board, and it punches him in the face, right? That's the goal. On average, it does more damage than Shield Bearer. Shield Bearer does 0.
I guess.
But yeah, she's not really fearing at all Sidonia's damage, which makes sense. He's at 26, and she just got smiling as he domes him for 11. So,
let's see, 6 on the board, 6 with Leroy.
Yeah, Sidonia with Mortal Strike. Leroy, if he gets put in range that Mortal Strike is active, can do 15 damage.
Wow.
So it is possible for him to try and get a lethal going on here, but not after the healing. The healing's going to shut that down. Now there is no combination of cards that'll give Sidonia lethal. There's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage on the board, and plus Leroy Jenkins is going to be lethal. So there's no way that Steffi can die, and she's put enough pressure to set up lethal. Just comfortably closed out the game.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, I want to see what that Shifter Xeris is going to produce the last turn here for Troll Effect. Corrupted Seer was pretty bad, obviously, given there's no board for her opponent. But yeah, she's got this game in the bag. Sidonia, kind of gotta wonder if you should be playing around Reno Jackson or not. But I think he was just playing the percentages, saying it's pretty unlikely that she has it.
Yeah, for sure.
It looks like he come out on the wrong side of the coin.
Happens. Definitely happens. That's one of the most frustrating matchups to queue into 6 times in a row on ladder, because it just feels like a lot of times in that matchup when they have Reno as the Pirate Warrior, none of your decisions mattered. So, but you just try and mitigate it when you can. Sometimes you get those post Reno wins though, and that feels like the most satisfying thing ever when they have Reno and you still win anyway. Right. You set up around it. But he didn't really have too much ability to do that this game.
Yeah, I one time played Reno at 6, and the opponent had 29 damage right back at me. Put me down to 1 health. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess I still lose anyways.
And then you cleared the board, and they didn't have the damage, and then you healed his Vendor and Earthen Ring, clenched it out to Jiraxis, and won anyway?
No, then I cleared the board, and he got Sir Finley, and he got Mage Hero Power. And I Classic. Yeah. I was like, I'm safe. Nope.
Rip.
So Pirate Warrior still up here for Sidonia. Now, to be honest, with Priest in the lineup and Reno Warlock up for Steffi, it felt like Reno Warlock would at least guarantee a win if she kept queuing it this for this series. So not really the biggest of deals here, but Sidonia is definitely looking to get a win here. An upset for the Druid would be massive. A massive blow to his chance to win the series if he's not able to get this favorable under his belt.
Yeah, we saw Naturalize in the deck for the Druid player, so a little bit of an interesting tech card choice. Might be some sort of Mill Jade Druid with like Cold Lights or something. Cold Light Naturalize combo. Is it not generally a card choice you want against aggro? If it's going to be a card in your deck against a specific aggro deck, I guess you'd want it to be against Pirate Warrior. Pirate Warrior doesn't have an easy time distributing a lot of cards because for them, if they draw additional cards, sometimes it's a weapon, and they oftentimes already have a weapon up, and then that card draw isn't really useful. So they can have the most clunky hands of any deck, especially namely the most clunky hands of any aggro deck, because they can't use a lot of their burn at the same time.
Yeah, really good point. So I think the same thing will apply here as most of the Druids, even if she is kind of mill or she's got some weird removal stuff. It's going to come down really to whether or not the Pirate Warrior can come up to a lead where the Druid can't answer. And with this hand, it seems like, excuse me, that Sidonia does have a couple of huge power swings because the Dread Corsair and the Fiery War Axe and the Bloodsail Cultist all work so well together.
Yeah, and you put a Frothing Berserker on top of all that, and that's looking like a turn 6 lethal. Those are one of those kind of Pirate Warrior hands when they just get such great board control so early. Those Frothings get out of control so quickly, and when you can protect it from Feral Rage or the Hero Power plus Wrath combo with the Dread Corsair, it's pretty scary.
It's no laughing matter, Firebat, that's for sure. It's a very serious threat.
Mm-hmm.
Druid does have a couple of removal tools, though. Would you... I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to play Living Roots just on the board here. I don't know if the 1 armor, 1 damage really makes a big difference for Druid, but board presence can. It'll freeze you up to maybe use Feral Rage and board to clear up minions if your opponent goes for a big swing. Why would your opponent coin Fiery War Axe if they didn't have an opportunity to really hit hard with, upgrades, for example, on Dread Corsairs?
Mm-hmm. It makes sense that a Dread Corsair is coming out, in my mind, or Bloodsail Raider. Those are the two things that kind of like jump to your mind, and Sidonia has both available to him right now. So I think holding back in the Living Roots means that she wants to kind of cycle the Wrath. So she wants to Living Roots for 2 on the 3 health minion that's likely to come out, and then Wrath for 1.
Yep, don't hate that either. Well, Bloodsail Raider getting picked up is a pretty good alternative to the line that Sidonia seemed to be taking here. Goes face at the 1/1. Oh, no, sorry. He actually weapons into the 1/1. Protects the patches, so that way the more pirates can survive until the Bloodsail Cultist. I like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. He's trying to make it so that next turn he can go Cultist Dread Corsair, because that's such a powerful turn. He gets to play, a 0 mana 3/3 alongside a 3 mana 3/4 and get an additional 4 damage weapon swing. So that is like the ultimate tempo turn next turn if this patches lives. So he assumes that Steffi's going to have an answer to the Bloodsail Raider, and expending the War Axe charge here to preserve patches to try and make sure that can happen. And when you see your opponent do that, you get a little suspicious, and good read here by her, understanding, this is what he's trying to do. He's trying to set up this cultist swing. So remove all the pirates, make sure that can't happen, slow him down as much as possible.
Yeah, but this it's not exactly a bad play when your opponent just spends 2 removal cards, 1 on the patches that was free, and you get to just play Frothing Berserker on the board. Next turn, Sidonia is going to be able to upgrade his weapon and play really a big board, and then be able to start swinging to the face. Swipe, a pretty important draw here for Steffi. Still has a choice of using Feral Rage instead, but is it worth keeping Feral Rage for the armor, you think, Firebat, or would you rather use that so you can get Jade Idol out onto the board and start fighting back or absorbing a weapon hit?
I think you're going to need to use Feral Rage for removing creatures either way, so you might as well do it on this 2-attack creature, because you already know your opponent has a Bloodsail Cultist by the way that they set up for it. You assume that there could be a Dread Corsair because they top-decked the Bloodsail Raider instead of playing the card that was in their hand. So assuming all of these things, it's very likely their hand has a lot of minions in it, and you definitely need to be able to remove these minions. So before you heal, that's the number 1 priority, right? Like if you heal and they still have minions, you're still gonna die. They're just gonna punch you again with the minions on board. Healing is only effective after all the minions have been removed, so that should be number 1 priority. So I like utilizing the removal spell for removal instead of heal.
Gotcha. Well, Swipe was saved for a moment like this. I think preserving the health, like you said, is pretty important, but then you're playing off curve. So a little bit awkward moment here for the Druid. Is there a case that you can make that you'd rather just be playing some things that draw you cards at this point, or is it too much damage? I think this is a lot of pressure coming from the Pirate Warrior.
Yeah, if you play Azure Drake, then you're taking 8 damage from the board, and your opponent can just weapon down the Drake. So you're drawing a card and, removing their weapon and not really affecting the board state at all. So I think at this point, you kind of just have to swipe and hope they don't reload any more minions, because I'd say on average, at the end of Sidonia's next turn, he's going to have less than 8 power on the board, which means if he uses removal to kill your minion, he's going to be pushing less damage.
Well, it doesn't seem like your opponent has weapon removal, so equipping the Arcanite Reaper seems more than justified, so you can upgrade the most damage here. And Steffi picks up Feral Rage number 2. I mean, it's nice, but it's not exactly what she needs. If the Azure Drake was able to pick up maybe the second Living Roots, that would be it. But that's a very low odd that would happen.
I think it's the odds you got to take. The Naturalize, okay.
Forgot about that card.
Do you let it rip?
Your opponent already. I mean, you're giving your opponent ways to spend mana when they have no cards. Oh man, I don't know. That is hard. This is one of the reasons why you would probably just not put it in your deck in general.
Yeah, it's a sketchy card for sure, but if it's in your deck, might as well use it, right? And you hope that Sidonia picks up War X, Arcanite Reaper, N'Zoth's first mate.
I mean, I wonder how good that card is in like the Mirror, for example, because Druid can't really deal with the other Jays really efficiently, and it's all about tempo in that kind of matchup as the game develops. So.
Yeah, one of the better uses of the card in the Druid Mirror is whenever they innervate something big out. If they innervate out Ancient War, for example, and you naturalize it and develop something, then they don't have the innervates to spend the mana that you've given them. So a lot of times the usage of Naturalize in the Mirror and why it can be an effective tech card is because you use it to respond to their innervate turn, and then they no longer have innervate to be able to utilize the fact that they have so many cards. And Druid cards without innervate are some of the clunkiest cards in Hearthstone.
Right.
But if you do it pre their innervate, then usually bad stuff happens.
Yeah, for sure. This is looking pretty over. Steffi's going up to 14, and there's just 14 exactly for Sidonia guaranteed next turn. So game 2 goes to the Pirate Warrior, and this is kind of what we expected to a certain degree. Nothing really shaken up stuff.
Yeah, typically speaking, Pirate Warrior will beat Druid unless Druid's teched for it. And the way Druid techs for it is, they just include a bunch of taunt minions. You get double Druid the Claw, double Ancient of War, that sort of stuff in there. And you can kind of exhaust the Pirate Warrior before they kill you if you have just enough taunt health. They just run out of damage before they can get through everything. But Steffi's running a more traditional Jade Druid build with then Teched and Naturalize. So not really teching for that matchup. Going to be interested to see what she's really teching for. Maybe Priest? Might be a counter Priest lineup.
Counter Priest lineup? That's so interesting.
Yeah,
I mean, Dragon Priest is pretty popular these days, both in win rate and in popularity in terms of its rate, the play rate. So maybe that's something you can justify. It's definitely not a strategy that I thought of, though, targeting Priest.
It's a unique one for sure. Naturalize is very effective against Priest because they oftentimes, buff one big minion with a bunch of health against Druid and what have you, and they're a very tempo-oriented deck. And once they're behind on board, they really struggle at coming back on board because they have things like Holy Nova as their AoE, which only deals 2. So they have like really crummy AoE. A lot of their minions are really slow. So if they're just behind, they lose, even if they have cards in their hand. And, obviously, Reno Lock destroys Priest, and then Rogue is traditionally known for destroying Priest. And if you tech it to do so, I imagine it will continue to do so. So.
All right, well, let's see if it ends up being a Priest killer here, or will Sidonia be able to keep it up and have the momentum on his side, because right now Sidonia is representing TSM, really wants to do really well in his first official tournament there. And there tends to be some, weird juju in Hearthstone where, if you are on a fresh team, and a lot of players tend to do well in their first tournament. So, yeah. Firebat joined Archon, won the World Championship.
Seems good.
So,
I mean, everybody was joining teams back then, though, right before the tournament. So someone had to win that just joined a team.
Yeah, just saying. Just tends to be the trend. You join a team, you tend to do well immediately. Mm-hmm. And then, no guarantees after that.
Yeah, we all know what happened. We don't have to tell everybody.
Sidonia's got a pretty good start. Picking up that Azure Drake was huge for things like the Twilight Whelp and the Blackwing Technician.
Mm-hmm. Getting in that chip damage, I love it. I love it. I am a very aggressive priest player. You see me play priest, and my dragons go face. So I'm down with what Sidonia is putting out there. You're the beatdown. You got to be aggressive, man.
Yeah, Sidonia's got some really good understanding, I think, of the trade versus face dynamic. Last game with the way he used his weapon to remove 1/1s, some that, like, at first I was like, what? And then I thought about it, I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. To like, protect his pirates so he can get better synergies off it. He really understands what's like the key cards for the matchup and like what really, drives the tempo in his favor.
Yeah. And that's important. That's what Hearthstone is. Hearthstone is the gamble of the face. Whenever you can go face and not get punished, you do it. And then sometimes you have X% chance to get punished. You identify when that's in your favor. And when the risk is worth it, get that damage in there and you kill him. Every deck can be played like a face deck.
Twilight Drake. Do you like that card in Dragon Priest in general?
If you try to play aggressively in Dragon Priest with the Blackwing Technicians, a lot of times you want to bump the dragon count up to 9, 10, or 11 instead of the traditional 8. And so you start running into problems with what dragon do you run that doesn't suck. And Twilight Drake kind of sucks the least, so that's why that's in there. It's just so that you can get the Technician off as consistently as possible.
All right.
So yeah, I like it. I think it's a reasonable addition. We saw G2 run it in the past in the Trinity series a lot when they were trying to tech out their Dragon Priest to have a chance against the traditional counters to it. So you expect people to try and target your Dragon Priest with Reno Lock, so you add in the extra consistency of early game threats to add pressure. Usually that means there's an Argus in the build as well, so that sort of stuff. More pressure focused. I like it. I think it's good.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see Dragon Priest change a lot of the formula, shake it up a little bit. Have Draconid Crusher, have Twilight Drake, the occasional offbeat Cabal Song Stealer if you're really expecting a lot of silence uses. It's been pretty cool. Sidonia has 2 Blackwing Corruptors and a Holy Nova, but I don't really know if either of those feel like really good plays because it does feel like you get set up for big swing turns from the Druid, which is primarily looking at swipe as a candidate that can really mess you up. So it looks like he just goes wider onto the board, hoping to soften up his opponent's minions so that Holy Nova can have a bigger impact.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense given that Holy Nova is generally not very good against Jade Druid because how big the Jades get. But while they're still young in its infancy, Terminator style, go after them before they become a threat.
Exactly. Get them out of the way.
Yeah.
Well, they're gonna keep growing though. Like we already see them. They got 1, 2, 3 out there, about to be 4 and 5. They grow up so fast, Frodan.
They grow up so fast. Where has the time gone, Firebet?
I don't know. It felt like just yesterday. They were wee little jades.
Yeah, and they change art too. Which have you ever seen what's the biggest jade that's ever been played against you? Have you seen like a 2020 jade before?
I saw on Twitter 30-30s today.
On board?
On board, yeah.
Like not as like a practice game, but like in a ladder scenario or heroic tower?
Oh, I don't know. I was just skimming through. I wasn't paying that much attention. It may have just been a practice scenario. Interesting. Doesn't trade into the 3/3 there. It's just going to open up a lot of potential Holy Nova punish by even the hero power there is kind of a little bit of a punish. She's being really aggressive here. And I think that has to do with the current situation of the Druid player's hand. You look at, she's got 9 mana, which is fantastic, but she can only spend 2 of it next turn. So she's trying to be extra aggressive with her board to try and close out this game before the Dragon Priest outvalues the Druid, which isn't typically how the matchup goes, right? Typically, the Priest is the one that's trying to kill the Druid before the Priest runs out of value because the Jades go infinite, and a little bit of role reversal.
Yeah, Steffi didn't even play the Jade Idol last turn because she probably wants to bank off of Auctioneer if she has it in her deck or something else. So she didn't fully commit to the board with aggression, which makes me, kind of a little bit worried that she was trying to go a little bit too halfway, and as a result got neither. Mm-hmm. Having a 5/5 on the board would have been really nice.
Yeah, is the Fear of Dragonfire potion, right? Like she tried to play around everything there, I think.
Right.
Like she's playing around Dragonfire potion, she's hedging her bets against AoE and hedging her bets against Blackwing Corruptor. And sometimes when you play around everything, you end up playing around nothing, and that's not great. It's the fancy play syndrome.
Yeah, exactly. You give your opponent a little too much respect, and then they don't have to have any of it, and you just play it something else.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know what
You gotta follow my favorite principle, the KISS principle. Keep it simple.
Stupid.
Stupid, yeah. I mean, you don't have to add the stupid. It still makes sense without that, but typically KISS is spelled with 2 S's.
Well, Sidonia's got, Blackwing Corruptor ran next turn. But he's got pretty much a full hand of value, and Steffi's pretty much got living roots in a dream.
Mm-hmm.
Not really going on much here, so Sidonia can really just take his time, really just build up a big board, and Steffi needs to hit Auctioneer or something big. Nourish would be huge.
Yeah, no card draw. And yeah, it's going to happen with Jade Druid when you don't hit either of the Ezra Drakes, either of the Nourishes, or any of the gadgets. You have to imagine she's running a Gadgets and Auctioneer build as well, because she has the Naturalize in there, which is just a fantastic card with gadgets, and it trades, tempo for card draw there. It's just such an efficient way to remove with a gadget on the field. So a little unfortunate not hitting any of that draw, and that's one of the issues with gadget-related decks, right? So the Gadgets and Auctioneer deck, in order to make it work and the Gadgets and cycle to be strong, you have to put in a lot of cheap spells. Well, the problem with cheap spells is if you don't draw the gadgets in and you draw all the cheap spells, then you run out of cards, and like this, and you just have a bunch of cheap spells that do nothing. The rogue scenario, right, where you just have backstabs and preps and coins, and you just like, I can't do anything, where's my gadget? Yeah, that can happen in Druid too when you build any gadgets in deck. Any class can have that symptom.
Yeah, precisely. And, this is definitely a thing that a lot of people are looking for when they want to see the weaknesses of Jade Druid, which is the fact that they just sometimes don't have the appropriate card draw. You got to balance your deck appropriately. That's why some people, maybe they even take out Brand Bronzebeard. They're just feeling like they need a little bit more efficiency with how often they dig through their deck. Because, yeah, the Jades are great to build up in one turn, but you need to have that resource, because she just passed on 10 mana. Nothing really else going on there.
I think she has hung more mana this game than she's utilized. Like, that's it's very unfortunate, right? It's the high rolly nature of some of the Jade Druid builds. I've been leaning a lot more towards the just mid-range Jade Druid lately, where you just jam in a bunch of creatures and just keep on mid-range pressure. Just consistent, mediocre power level. Because I get so tilted when I get these kind of draws and I just can't do anything. So it's just better for me as a player just to not get those kind of draws ever.
I mean, it's not as uncommon as you think. Steffi had what? Coin Wild Growth into Jade Blossom to the Jade Blossom. Mm-hmm. That's really awesome if you have Nourish, but if you don't, you pretty much gas out quickly because you just played 3 cards of kind of nothing, just wispy air. Yeah. You see how she's had 10 mana crystals long before her opponent, but it doesn't really matter if she can't spend it. Yikes.
And the struggle continues. Just grasping for life. So if she doesn't kill Blackwing Corruptor,
she's dead.
She's dead.
So swipe the Blackwing Corruptor. Emote, nature will rise against you.
Draw Yogg. You make the 1/1s, right?
Guess so. Kind of act like mini taunts in a way. If your opponent, like, bait your opponent to attacking into it.
Set up for the Yogg. She must not be running Yogg. Oh, she's not running Yogg, I don't think. I think if you're running Yogg, you make the 1/1s every time. But I don't think she's running Yogg. So now she's just saving it for Gadgets and Auctioneer. And now she's hoping, to get that Gadgets and Auctioneer Innervate Miracle going on, because 2 Innervates remaining in the deck, right? So, Gadgets and Auctioneer could clear the board, come back from, 2 health.
Just such a terrible feeling. Well, Sidonia is going to be able to pick up the pace here immediately, drawing a couple cards. It's got Ragnaros in his priest deck, as if he needed any additional help. But definitely a really good tech for some of those control decks, especially Reno Mage. Oh, swing and a miss.
Yeah.
There's 4 brutal draws here from Steffi back to back. It's like Brand's not going to do anything. And that means that Sidonia only has to win one more game in this best of 5 to continue to winners round 4. We're currently in round 3 right now, guys. The round of 64 of the winners bracket. With a winner, I think guarantees top 64. I think the way it works in winners, every round you advance is one round previously that you're guaranteed in a finish. So they win this round 3, then they go to the top 48. And then one more round after that guarantees top 32.
Seems good.
So, yeah. So, Jade Druid is remaining for Sidonia. Steffi's got the Rogue. I want to see if she's got the Miracle Rogue, but because we haven't seen any Finja Rogue yet, right? Am I mistaken?
We've seen a few Finja Rogues throughout the tournament on day 1. I'd say it's been pretty split between the two. Lately, we've seen more Miracle, though.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, we saw some of the Water Rogues a little bit earlier on. A lot of them playing more the old school Water Rogues rather than the new school with the Conceal minions. But Rogue, traditionally, very strong on either form against Jade Druid. And then Jade Druid with Naturalize, you have to feel is slightly favored against Jade Druid without Naturalize, because it's just a pretty good card at, taking some big tempo swings. Mulch is one of the better cards in the matchup, so you have to imagine Naturalize is pretty good.
Certainly.
Jade Rogue. Or Mally. It might be Malagos Rogue. Malagos Rogue would fit into the target pre-strategy that I was kind of assuming from the decks.
That would be really cool.
We'll
see.
It's a very innovative lineup. We haven't seen it throughout the course of the entire tournament yet. No one's targeted Priest. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, if it works out, then we'll see if it ends up paying off. But for now, Sidonia already won with the Priest, so that's kind of an unfortunate thing. Well, we just got notification, by the way, that Zalay versus Frostbitten 1-3-0. So Zalay's been knocked down to the lower bracket, and he'll have to play a lot more games to make it up. But he is the top seed of the tournament, I believe, so he's projected to still do very well. You can check it out at smash.gg as we go into game number 4 here. I think Zero does kind of point towards the
Malagos
Rogue. This Rogue was recently popularized by Wire and Casey and Stan Udachi. Those European Rogue players love playing Rogue in general, and specifically Mally Rogue for, God knows why, but probably because Mally Rogue is just awesome. You just get to burst
so much fun.
Like 25, 27 damage out of nowhere.
Loot Hoarder. So this is maybe some sort of Death Rattle Rogue, actually, because Loot Hoarder is not typically a card you'll find in the Malagos Rogue builds. Usually, in the 2 slot, it's like double Jade Shuriken, double Shiv, double Eviscerate Thalnos. So, or maybe just, a different flavor on it. But Malagos Rogue typically very, very strong against Jade Druid, because Jade Druid just takes so long to kill the opponent. You're able to build up a sick Malagos combo. And even if you're not able to kill them with Malagos, oftentimes you get like Malagos Prep Fan, which clears the board, and you just tempo out from there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly a possibility. Man, Jade Shuriken. I really thought this card would have been super good because Ixar from Blizzard, he kept saying like, dude, Jade Rogue is so strong. Jade Rogue is so strong. Because I asked him, very early into the sneak peeks, I'm like, how come only Rogue gets 2 Jade cards versus every other class got 3 in the tri-class, like Shaman and Druid got 3. It's like, no, dude, Jade Rogue is so strong. And so I thought like Jade Shuriken would have been pretty nuts. I kind of take his word for it because Ixar's it's a pretty good player. And it turns out like Jade Rogue's not really a thing yet. Why do you think that is? And the other 2 classes are able to play Jade. Is it the healing?
Yeah, there's no healing, there's no taunts, and Jade's are slow, right? Like Rogue has literally 0 class healing, 0 class taunts, and Jade's are crazy slow. So, pirates exist. This is Hearthstone. You're going to die before turn 6 if you try that game plan.
Yeah. Well, for now. There's always next expansion, right, Firebet? Maybe they'll put some AoE. Maybe they'll put some taunts, some heals for Rogue. Kappa. Well, Sidonius doesn't really got much going on. He decided to swipe just to remove the board because Jade Behemoth is pretty weak to play into. But, you know, Steffi's got a lot of pretty good options here to continue to develop. The Tomb Pillager, very strong. Zero Poison Mine gives her options for the following turns as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, fantastic development, being able to get a Tomb Pillager now. And having that Sap's got to feel good. Sap's so strong against Druid, and Ancient War, not the greatest card against Sap. Spend your entire turn to do nothing. Oh, wow. This is a full Death Rattle Rogue.
Hey, you said Rogue didn't have healing, right?
I guess. Now it does. Mixtures and mixtures. It's one of the better healing cards in the game.
It has to have Jade cards in it. It certainly does, because it has to have Aya and Jade Swarmer, because those are Death Rattle cards as well. One thing that's actually kind of slightly concerning is that I think Steffi might have too many Death Rattles in the deck. One of the things about it is that since you play Jade Swarmers and 2 Pillagers and Aya, you don't really have much else. So Zoth summons 6 random Death Rattles, and you don't want to necessarily keep summoning loot orders late game. You want to be summoning the guaranteed Jades.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, could run into a bit of trouble for sure.
We'll see though. I'm excited to see the rest of her deck. If she even runs like the Gadget Sand package, for example. We've seen some Jades top out at just Aya, not necessarily have much more, because they felt like they needed to play faster. She didn't even ban Pirate Warrior. That's how brave she is.
Well, I think
Mulch on a Tomb Pillager here. Oh man.
What? Tinnitus in Rogue.
What? Oh my goodness.
With a
She's trying not to laugh, man. She's trying. How good's your poker face,
smokes. I would have lost it.
Oh my goodness.
That's crazy. Of all the cards you could get off Mulch, you know, you can't really name... Maybe you can name one card that's better, but you can't name 2 cards that's better than Archmage Antonidas.
Yeah, like if it was like Black Knight or something right now, I think that'd be like the only thing nuttier. Jeez. Yeah, I don't mind using Eviscerate. I'm going to get like 3 fireballs later.
Mm-hmm. And this way she can save the big tempo swing for Archmage Antonidas Coined Sap, which is
or maybe
ridiculous.
2 toxins, depending on how things go.
Yeah, sure. Oh my.
Doesn't even want to play the Mistress because she might be on a burn plan to win the game.
Yeah, she can make 3 fireballs. Yeah, it's going to be... Oh, man, this Sap is going to be brutal. And the worst part about Sidonia's predicament here is he utilized Mulch already, which is the card you want to use to answer Archmage Antonidas. So it's kind of like... what are you going to do? Use the answer, and it's caused the problem.
Yeah, well, turns out the Zoth Death Rattle Jade Rogue, it turned into a freeze rogue, I guess, or I don't know, I guess that isn't exactly a freeze, but just getting the fireballs going. But I don't even know. I wouldn't have been too mad at throwing it and backstab there just to get a 3rd fireball.
Screw it.
Why not, right? Your opponent has to have Swipe and Wrath.
Yeah.
Yo, Sidonia's kind of dead.
Oh, yeah, he's... Archmage Antonidas is very good against Druid and just ridiculous in Rogue. If that was a Rogue card, a lot more people would play Rogue.
Antonidas, backstab, prep, fireball.
Yeah,
prep,
like...
Fireball.
Like, that wouldn't be a fair Rogue card. There's a reason that's in Mage and not Rogue, so...
Yeah. I imagine that when they were dividing up classes for tri-class cards, and they're like, Cabal Courier discovers the frickin' Antonidas, and you're like, oh god. Maybe we should separate Rogue and Mage.
Yeah. Causes some problems. It's just too good of a Rogue card.
Yeah, doesn't look like the Drake picked up anything useful here. And Sidonia knows that she already has Fireball trained, so looks like that's going to be all she wrote. Oh, actually, hold on. He doesn't have lethal just yet. 7 plus
only 19 damage.
19.
20 with the dagger. 1 damage off of lethal. But, you could set it up and be relatively safe. You don't expect a lot of burst out of Jade Druid. You haven't seen any Raven Idols yet, so you're not expecting weird Savage Roar stuff. Usually, if you play around 8, there's no way you can die. So you kill the Ezra Drake, go face with the Antonidas. Maybe launch a couple fireballs, and it should be good.
Yeah, there's not really too many wrong ways to do it as long as you do kind of exactly what you're saying. Clear part of the board, go face so you set up 2-turn lethal.
Yeah, going face with the Antonidas helps play around the Feral Rage, right? Okay, she's being very defensive here, clearing a lot of the board. Looks like going for a value game, not trying to set up a 2-turn kill. That'll play around double Feral Rage, which I guess, when you're this far ahead, why not?
Yeah, I don't really think it matters too much. Trying to make sure there's no possible way she can lose.
Taking out the 1/1, play around the top deck Raven Idol into Savage Roar sort of scenarios.
Well, hey, we found a way to kill Antonidas, just a turn too late.
Yeah, you can kill it, but now can you heal for 18? Where's the Reno Jackson?
All right. Well, I'm trying to see if there's a card that can bail him out. Maybe Feral Rage, buys him a turn. Maybe
And
a
then
second Feral Rage after that. Ooh.
Looks like he's playing the taunt build, which doesn't generally run Mr. Yogg Saron or anything wacky.
Oh man, yeah, I would have been crazy if it was able to pull Sidonia out of this. Cycling the Wild Growth, try to see if he can pick up that Feral Rage. Just needs that card. Oh, he gets it. Hey, look, if he gets the second Feral Rage, you can play Ancient War Feral Rage number 2. And then Steffi's out of burn.
Yeah.
And she has to fight with minions, and she's got Mistress of Mixtures. Okay, Sidonia still has a chance here. A chance.
I don't think she should launch Burn this turn. She should just try and establish board. So I'd start with the King's Blood Toxin, and maybe try and get Infested Torn out there with Unearthed Raptor, and just, poke face with the dagger. Just try and set up the board to get through as much chip damage as possible. Maybe launch 1 fireball. Just to try and threaten lethal. But,
I'm kind of wondering what she's saving the King's Blood Toxins for. She hasn't actually been drawing cards, even though she had the chance to a couple turns. She's got 14 cards remaining in her deck, so it's not like she's worried about fatigue of some kind. Oh, and now you have to deal with the fact that you drew second. Yeah, if you drew first, maybe Journey Below picks up an 8-mana Death Rattle. Ooh, that's
more King's Blood Toxins.
More King's Blood Toxins. Or maybe just Fire Bloom Toxins. Still not drawing with the other King's Blood. She has to have like an Auctioneer or something. The deck.
And here comes the taunts and the hero power every turn. Try and stay alive. Can you afford to kind of... You can't just play Jade Behemoth, right? If you play Jade Behemoth, it gets fireballed. You play Druid of the Clock, it's fireballed. So it has to be Ancient War. Process of elimination.
Yeah, if he can pick up Innervate, I think he can get out his hand a little bit more aggressively. He might be able to win, but for now he's only playing 1 threat per turn, and that gives Rogues plenty of room to operate here. Another Infested Tauren. This is a very unusual build, even for N'Zoth Rogue standards.
Yeah, I played some N'Zoth Rogue because Tides of Time submits it for the Trinity series, and yeah, this is definitely a strange archetype of it for sure.
Yeah, the reason why is because I guess Infested Tauren does make sense if you want to be like a defensive thing, because part of the limitation of N'Zoth in general as a card is that you can play N'Zoth and then your opponent just kills you. You summon a huge board, but you have all these death rattles and your opponent ignores it and just rushes past. So that's why you see some control shaman with N'Zoth play Chill Maul, for example, and White Eye so that they can have a couple taunts. Rogue doesn't have access to some of those things, and they play Chillmaw. They're limiting themselves severely because they only have Azure Drakes in the build. So they play Infested Taurens, but 3 health taunts aren't exactly that hard to get past. So it's sometimes the Nzogros just trade that off in favor for more swingy tempo cards instead.
Wow, this Jade Druid has been having to be so defensive that it's not even gotten the Jades off the ground very far. 3/3s only available for Cydonia.
Oh, Cydonia thinks that she has double Fireball still. So he hero powered instead of played Brand Jade Behemoth.
Yeah, a little bit of a misread there, huh?
Yeah.
Or he's just afraid. He might just be afraid of, Leroy Jenkins or Eviscerate, because the way that she aggressively played those double fireballs to push damage signals that there's maybe a Leroy Jenkins or something there. He's definitely giving her a lot of respect.
Yeah, and I don't know if it would have made the big difference maker, because if he had a 4/4 on board, he'd still be in danger of dying. But it would have made a difference for sure. So, is Nourish able to pick up anything here, do you think, Firebat? Anything we've seen that can bail out Cydonia?
Well, we can't double innervate Yogg, so it's going to be tough. Fandral combos can sometimes do work. Swipe's kind of okay, but the problem is 3 of the 4 minions come back to life afterwards. You're not even making any progress.
Just more death rattles. Oh my goodness.
She's like entrenched in this board, not going anywhere.
Looking like Karen Bloodhoof. There's so many death rattles in this deck.
The stickiest minion of all time.
The deck list, for people wondering, is type death rattle into your search filter and just click everything.
Yeah. You play N'Zoth, you don't even know what you're getting back.
Yeah. That's going to wrap up this game. Briarthorn Toxin, more than enough to able to kill it off. So we're going to game 5, and it's Druid Mirror, which it seems like Steffi has tech towards, having that naturalized to help win back the board tempo if your opponent can't spend all their mana, which is something that Druid struggles with. Just look at Sidonia's hand. It was 2 6-drops, 7-drop, and a 5-drop. You're not going to be able to play 2 of those threats per turn without Innervate. So maybe you even can say Steffi is favored going to game 5.
It's all about, if you're going to use Naturalize effectively, it's about the timing. You need to use it after your opponent uses Innervate. If you use it before they use Innervate, they're going to Innervate out 2 things. It's going to be a nightmare. But if they Innervate out something and then you Naturalize it, then they're going to be stuck with a bunch of clunky cards in their hand. So it's all about the appropriate timing with the card. So I don't think you want to keep it off the mulligan. You want it a little bit later, unless you expect your opponent to, have an Innervate start, which you can potentially expect. It is live. You can look in their eyes and read their soul, or you can count the flashes during their mulligan to see how many cards they keep, make reads off those things.
Ooh, that's not a good start, though, for Steffi. She's got really clunky hand all the way to coin Nourish, if she's got that. Cydonia has the Jade Blossom and the Jade Idol, so double ramp coming into his hand here.
Druid of the Claw, Ancient Award, these kind of cards are great in the mirror because they're just nice piles of stats for playing for tempo. They'd come out faster than the Jades ramp up most of the time, so they're more efficient than, the Jade Golems will be at that time. And that's the most important part, is just being ahead on board in any sort of Druid mirror, because Druid's removal is garbage.
Still has 1 turn to draw a Wild Growth, though.
Doesn't get it.
That is painful.
Needs to find a play. Yeah.
Jade Blossom would be good as well. Ideal.
Mm-hmm. That's a good crit. Guard. Pointing that out. Can oftentimes be difficult for Druid to deal with this early on in the game.
Yeah, but with Jade Blossom, not exactly that hard to deal with. You got Druid the Claw to charge it down. And if your opponent doesn't do anything, you still got a 4/6.
Mm-hmm.
Still play.
I mean, I would take the gamble on it. At worst case, you deny their 5-drop turn. If they're charging a Druid of the Claw into it, then they're leaving up only a 4/1 on the board, which is a positive outcome for you, all things considered. Because if you do nothing and they play a 4/6 taunt, well, that's going to be a tough board to fight back from.
Yeah,
Just hoping Azure Drake comes out. if Azure Drake comes out, which is the other 5-drop option, so it's 50-50 if it's either a Druid of the Claw or an Azure Drake, right? If there's a 5-drop, you swipe it and it dies, and the 2/1 dies as well. But that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, you know that the Druid really thrives off of 5 mana and above. That's kind of everything that they're going for. Even if they just nourished in cards, then you just gave up everything. That the only way you can really punish nourish primarily is that they give up tempo. And the fact that now you have Fandral, it just means that you have to use Fandral plus combo cards. And she didn't really have that Wrath prior to this turn, so she didn't even have that guarantee. And she's even using the Wrath now to cycle immediately. So she's really hoping that this Nourish ramp will get her some advantage. But Sidonia's going to climb really far ahead on board here.
And he has Fandral Wrath to follow this up a little bit later on down the line. So he's going to have the tools to cut through this Ancient of War when it comes out, which is, at this point, hopefully you're saving grace when you throw that down. A lot of Jade cards accumulated, though. There might be some other lines here.
Yeah, so Ancient of War, you just get blown out by mulch, right? So is that too unreliable?
You're pretty desperate right now. When you're down 3 minions in a Druid Mirror, that's when you put your hope in the tree.
Doesn't exactly have the same ring as the Tyrion voiceover, but feels like that's the only choice that she's got. Sidonia got his own Ancient of War. But like we mentioned, the Fandral Wrath, kind of hard to pass up that value, especially when you got some good follow-up trades. Another swipe, so a lot more ways to push damage here for Sidonia, and getting that damage to Drew the Claw is huge. Ooh, here's the potential swing we're talking about, though. Naturalized could be exactly what Steffi's looking for.
Yeah.
But it's so late in the game, your opponent will be able to spend their mana. And, I mean, Sidonia actually kind of wants some card draw at this point.
Yeah,
his hand's looking pretty feeble otherwise.
He's looking to try and find just the burn to finish the game, and I don't think Naturalize is good enough here. You can't really pair it efficiently with a bunch of other cards, but it looks like she's might be going for it with the Hero Power and the Azure Drake. But yeah. The only reason this play isn't very appealing to me is just because you break up Azure Drake's Swipe, which is a powerful combo to lose, and you set up an Azure Drake just to die on board very, very cleanly.
I mean, what does Druid really have traditionally that kind of plays into Azure Drake Swipe? A lot of their stuff is just out of range.
Yeah, that's true a lot of the times. I think, though, you set up like Aya there, and then you get a bunch of little Jade tokens, which can then set things in Azure Drake Swipe range. It's kind of the logic. But the fear obviously is just dying out of nowhere, and then the second fear is leaving Fandral up. So, but I mean these are the positions where you got to take risks, right? When you're ahead, you don't have to take risks. You do whatever's the optimal play. You're happy with it. When you're behind, you got to take some sort of risk to claw back onto the board. Otherwise, if you just give your opponent good trades, they're going to take good trades, play minion, and you're just going to keep staying behind. Never create that opening for yourself. They're not going to give you the opening. You got to make it happen.
Can you ignore Azure Drake from your opponent? Because she already used 2 Wraths.
You can, but why would you?
I mean, because you have Druid of the Claw and Swipe in your hand, so you can go face for 8 next turn. Maybe. Yeah, your opponent already used 1 Ancient of War. I don't know. I'm just tossing it out there.
Yeah, but while trading, you still have lethal set up. So, to me, if you can set up lethal while trading, you pretty much always just trade. And, I'm the guy that'll tell you, go face, go face, go face all the time. But, that's overkill.
All right, touche. Swipe on the Azure Drake. Doesn't really trust it. I don't either. Allowing her to play 2 Jades, Jade Blossom and Jade Idol. Is that...
She's crawling back into it.
Is that enough, though?
They're really small right now, but it's the beginning.
That's their first Jade Idol of the game.
Yeah. It's the start. They're still young.
Chugga. 13 damage. Available for Sidonia this turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, just Brand Jade Spirit's pretty big right now, and your opponent's not really threatening lethal, so it's just a real strong play.
Yeah, even hero powering down the 1/1 disincentivizing your opponent from having good trades. Seems also pretty strong. You have double swipe to kind of punch through stuff. Swipe counts kind of as 5 damage if your opponent plays taunt because it swipes through the one health on the taunt and 4 to the face. So this is a really powerful position, and I don't know what Steffi can do unless she's gonna whip up a magical Deathwing from her deck.
Yeah, magical Deathwing. The second copy of Naturalize.
She runs 2.
Double Naturalize. I wonder if she runs double Mulch too. Just got all the situational
removal.
Yeah. I mean, the cards are great in this matchup. When you get a Naturalize or a Mulch on an Ancient of War, oftentimes you win the game. Like that tempo swing is usually enough to get you there. It's just, one player had, the ramp early on and a curve to go with it, and the other player didn't do anything until turn 5. And guess which one came out on top?
Yeah. Looks like it's the end of the road for Steffi's Druid Mirror game, and losing this would mean that she falls to a lower bracket. Sidonia moves on in the winners. Jade Behemoth kind of just doesn't do enough, and it's the fact that I think she's got started a little bit too late, compared to her opponent. Sidonia had some early Jade ramp. She had nothing, and then she spent her turn nourishing, but wasn't able to ever get back the board. Not to mention the fact that Naturalize kind of keeps Sidonia going with the card draws.
Yeah, he has got all the fuel in the world. He's pumping diesel over there.
Yeah, and she hopes Sidonia has no damage in the hand, but he's got plenty, so swipes here. Sidonia, no BM, just very methodical, all business. None of that eye for an eye shenanigans. GG, well played. Nice series here from Sidonia. Even though it was 3-2 and it was pretty close, it felt like it was pretty rock solid from Sidonia. Not too much. Outside of that one, whoops, she doesn't have 2 more fireballs play. Feels like he's pretty on point here.
Yeah, definitely kept his composure, able to take the series. Really close series. That could have went either way there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, not a bad showing at all for Steffi. I mean, Sidonia comes in here as, in my opinion, one of the players with a lot on his shoulder because he just recently joined TSM. I know a lot of new viewers came in during that series. Sidonia has recently joined Team Solo Mid, and this is his first tournament, thus so. Really needs to kind of do a lot to impress his sponsors and also just to show the entire community that he's a player worth sponsoring. You have that extra motivation. So I'm looking at him to make waves here, break the top 16 barrier. In the meantime, that does it for another round of 64 match, winners round 3. If you want to check out the bracket, smash.gg, you can follow along with us. We have a couple updates. We mentioned Frostbitten beat Zalay in an upset 3-0. A few other players, though, have continued to finish out. It's Flo, Powder, WTY Bill, Ray C. All of them have won their series and moved on. Orange also as well. Again, smash.gg to follow the bracket. For now, we're going to take a break, about 3 minutes. When we come back, another winners round 3 match here at the Hearthstone Major at PAX East, sponsored by Geico.
Biofrost here, letting everyone know that Geico has an award-winning app that makes it easy to manage your insurance. Russell, shower your own house. You live next door.
The water pressure's way better here.
Welcome back, everybody, to the One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone Major at PAX East, presented by Geico. My name is Frodan. I am joined by Firebat, and we have Amnesiac back on stream up against DG3.
Sweet. DG3.
Cool.
Bringing the Priest, Shaman, Warlock, Warrior. Pretty standard class selection that we've seen from a lot of the players here in the tournament. The Warlock's been kind of in and out. Like some players, just have a affiliation with Warlock and seem to bring it every tournament, but it's been kind of on the edge of the current metagame. And no Rogue from DG3. We've seen a lot of the established pros bringing Rogue this tournament, so kind of interesting to see him choose to bring in Priest instead. But that's kind of been the switch, right? There's the Rogue players and the Priest players in this tournament, huh?
Yeah, there's the Rogue players, there's the Priest players, and then there's also the Druid kind of mixed in there, and then we have a few Mage as well, which could be the undoing. It could be the undoing of a few people. One of the decks that I am kind of have a question mark over my head is Reno Mage. Reno Mage rose to popularity a large part due to the fact of how good Small Time Buccaneer and Spirit Claws was, and now that has fallen off considerably, Reno Mage seems to be in flux of whether or not it's actually viable as a tier 1 deck. Mm-hmm. Just a month ago, Firebat, Reno Mage was the most represented deck in a tournament, next to Pirate Warrior. I think it was just barely behind it. And nowadays, you kind of rarely see it, and people aren't even bringing Mage anymore. And then when I look at guys like Zalay, who's bringing Reno Mage, and I kind of wonder if it's going to work out. It might not, So it's pretty interesting to see that even just a month this deep into a content cycle, we're starting to see new decks, and some of the decks that we thought were tier 1, which were really powerful and impressive, they're not really around anymore.
Yeah, it just takes one little nerf. That's all it took was Small Time Buccaneer and Spirit Claws kind of fall by the wayside, and then
Mage didn't even get nerfed itself, and for some reason it feels like it's weaker.
Well, yeah, because all the Jade decks are a lot more popular now. You got Jade Druid, you got Jade Midrange Shaman. These decks do well against Reno Mage, and as they're becoming more and more popular, Reno Mage decreasing in popularity. Amnesiac's got the Worgen Infiltrator in there instead of, I guess, Buccaneer.
Yeah, I guess. Why not, right? Just have some kind of 1-drop to fill its hole. In the meantime, speaking of 1-drops, DG3 picks up the Argent Squire, which, by the way, kind of confirms to us that he's playing an aggressive variant.
Maybe not. He's picked up Thing from Below.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
Not in the aggressive variant.
Wait. I take that back. I was like,
both players are filling the void of Small Time Buccaneer in different ways.
That's right. It's the rebound, Nothing will quite be like the Small Time Buccaneer, the first love. We just kind of search for whatever that can fill the void. But nothing ever will, Firebat.
Yeah.
Nothing ever will.
Gets close.
It's like a nice pie. All you can serve is just the remaining pieces. The first chunk always hurts the most, man. But alas, we must move on. Firebat looks like Amnesiacs pick up the Fiery War Axe with the upgrades for the ability to go for a full tempo swing on the Dread Corsair, but then he sabotages the rest of his curve. So maybe he takes it a little bit slow.
Who needs a curve when you dome them for 12? That's a powerful weapon that you want to start getting, swinging at things because you're going to run out of steam if you don't otherwise. And he's going to play around Flame Tongue Totem here, it looks like, and clean up the board fully, utilizing 5 damage to kill off this Argent Squire. I believe Amnesiac is afraid of the potential of DG3 of playing Aggro Shaman here, and he's trying to keep the board clean and limit the trades here. The Argent Squire is a card that is staple in the aggro builds. As you mentioned earlier on, when it first hit the table, you were like, this is probably Aggro Shaman, and I think Amnesiac's got the same exact thought running through his mind. You don't typically see it in the mid-range deck, and that's kind of one of those cool things that you can do in Hearthstone when you're deck building is look at the current archetypes of decks, and then throw in whatever card triggers people to assume it's the wrong archetype. We've seen that done with, Pirate Warriors sometimes throw in Blood to Ichor because that was only run in Dragon Warrior and not run in Pirate Warrior. So you play Blood to Ichor turn 1, they immediately assume you're Dragon Warrior, take a different line, and then you pull out Pirates and kill them.
Yeah, precisely. And people might look at that weapon swing and say, did Amnesiac just waste 4 damage by not going to the face and trying to pressure their opponent? But if you think about it, if he can protect his Dread Corsair for 2 turns, he already made up that damage more than that. He already gets 6 in, and he's worried about losing that Dread Corsair. Not to mention that losing the Dread Corsair means his Worgen Infiltrator is more exposed. So it's all a snowball effect here. Amnesiac, of course, he knows exactly what he's going to do. He's just trying to, he's shown respect to DG3. He's just trying to take some time to make it seem like he doesn't have much better plays. Trying to feed some false information, and to an inexperienced player, they might read too much into that. But, obviously if Amnesiac had a 3-mana minion, he'd play that. He'd play anything, even if it was a 2-mana minion. Heroic Strike was definitely the only option there for Amnesiac.
Yeah, I think he's just more still trying to figure out if the deck's aggro, if the deck's control, if the deck's mid-range. What does Argent Squire mean? What does it mean? It's I know that's what I'd be thinking about. I'd be stressing out. Like, what is going on? Why is there an Argent Squire? It's not even... He passed after playing the Argent Squire. Is this really aggro? Do I have to deal with a Flame Wreath Faceless? Do I need to hold this Heroic Strike for that? And then he ends up concluding he doesn't need to hold it for a Flame Wreath Faceless. Flame Wreath Faceless plays. Probably just goes face anyway. But yeah. That's always fun trying to figure out what your opponent's playing. That's why I hate the revealed deck list formats. I think those are silly. Because the biggest skill in the game, I think, is trying to figure out what's going on when you're playing against people and playing decks that conceal information. It adds another layer to deck building.
Yeah, I think it's, multifaceted for what you just said. It tests deck building, text preparation. It tests ability to read the field. Mm-hmm. I do kind of wonder what would happen if Hearthstone tournaments weren't broadcasted so often, because part of the reason why they revealed deck lists is because they're trying to keep a fair competitive field. Yeah, revealed deck list isn't exactly fair for the people going stream, but then I wouldn't be having a job, so I guess I should be happy for that. All things considering, centering back into this game here, Amnesiac once again trading with the weapons. So there's a lot of weapon damage that didn't go face, but he's recognizing the value of Dread Corsair, living for a few turns here, getting that damage back in. And DG3, he's got some tools here, but he's trying to stop the damage from coming in. He's just really trying to get this big swing from things from below over the course of a couple turns. Is it enough to stop the damage from Pirate Warrior? It might be, because he's going to be able to Thing from Below and Jade Lightning next turn. And Amnesiac doesn't have a follow-up weapon. I mean, this might be the opportunity for DG3 to swing it back, even though he's just been toteming.
Yeah,
to return straight.
When you hope and pray there's no Arcanite Reaper at the end of this. Because if that hits the table, you're screwed. So you're just really hoping they don't Arcanite Reaper down your Thing from Below. And as long as that doesn't happen, the trades on board are pretty awkward for Amnesiac. Might even fall in a situation where he's got to either take really bad trades or launch a Leroy into this thing.
Well, Leroy seems to be the best option here because you get 7 damage aggressively. You kind of concede that you're going to lose the board. But then the second thing from below drops, and, everything is going to go wrong for Amnesiac. I still don't even know what kind of shaman this is. I'm still kind of leaning towards the mid-range, but it could also still just be aggro if he just whips up a fire, a lava burst. I was going to call it fire burst.
Yeah, that's like the difference, right? Between aggro shaman and mid-range shaman. There's really just aggro shaman runs lava burst, mid-range shaman runs Thunderbluff Valiant. And other than that, it's the same cards.
Yeah, pretty much. If it's not Thunderbluff, it's like Jay Chieftain.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Flame Tongue comes out. Amnesiac is a little salty, probably. J-Claws, thing from below, and a taunt totem that can come out as well. This is all looking pretty dicey for Amnesiac. Ooh, the taunt totem. Brutal.
Yeah, that one hurts.
I mean, he wasn't really getting past the thing from below anyways.
Oh, yeah. Well, not yet. But he could still... what DG3 needs to try and do is set up a 2-turn lethal so he can't get double Mortal Striked. And so he wants to put out as much power as possible, which he's doing here. So that's good. Swing, of course, with the weapon. He's got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 damage with the Jade Lightning. So 19. But no Mortal Strike for Amnesiac, so he can't runner it. I think he's
piece up Arcanine Reaper just a little bit too late.
Well, it might be just in time. But
no,
he dies if he plays it. That's the issue, right?
The problem is that the damage slides over, so it adds even more. Actually, the problem is he's just dead.
Yeah, the problem is he's dead. If he wasn't dead, it might be just enough because he gets through the taunt, and then he's got the South Sea for the taunt totem. But what is the way that you string together out of this?
Well, I think if Amnesiac attacked the weapon into the 7/5,
he's still alive.
Well, on board.
He's dead to any overload card, right? So that totem golem kills him.
Right.
But it's the only way you can set up lethal for the following turn, right? The only way you can set up a top deck for lethal. So you got to do it, and you just hope they don't have 1 damage. You roll the dice on it, and
gotcha. Ooh,
I like
around
that for the last hope.
Fire bet before he gets the satisfaction of the last hit. No gold for you today, my friend.
Wait, do you actually not get gold if you concede before they kill you?
No, it's just a reference. You last hit, you get gold.
Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, so I played. Okay.
You play Heroes of the Storm. You just walk around collecting gold like it's nobody's business.
No, I did. I only play cards.
And blaming your teammates, because that's pretty much the way you win or lose. It's just how good your teammates are. You clearly have not played much Heroes then.
No, not at all. I've not played any, so no idea what you're talking about. I'm more of a card game kind of guy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll show it to you someday, Firebat. Don't worry, and then you'll be in the know, and people will stop laughing at you. We have DG3 going with Reno Warlock. Oh wait, hold on. Either this is the worst Reno Lock deck I've ever seen, or he's playing Handlock. Oh yeah,
Handlock.
Talk to him, DG3. You got Handlock, man. It's classic double mountain giant Handlock.
It's going to be a lot more difficult to win this matchup without Reno or Kazakis. I think those are the best cards in every matchup except Druid, maybe.
Okay.
And Priest to some extent. So I wonder what he's really targeting with it, right? Because on paper, Reno Lock is a better deck than Handlock. But in a specific targeting scenario, Handlock can overshadow Reno Lock. So there has to be some sort of targeting strategy. Otherwise, you are just simply bringing a suboptimal deck.
Well, how good is it in the mirror against like other Reno Warlocks or against Reno Mage? Is it worse?
We tested this for Trinity series, and we assumed it would be better. And our findings were that it was just worse in the mirror than Reno Lock. Kazakis is really good in the mirror. And people were already teching pretty greedy in the Mirror for Trinity series. So, like Blast Crystal Potion just always has a hit and whatnot. So your first giant of Drake's never sticking anyway. So I found that Reno Lock was better than Handlock in the Mirror. But Handlock's a lot better against Druid and Jade-related decks. It's probably a lot better against Jade Shaman. So that makes sense to me.
Is it better versus Rogue because you have so many big things to play on 4?
Nah, you're usually dead. I mean, you don't have Healbot anymore, right? Like, Handlock was the thing because Healbot was so good. But without that heal, like, saving you, there are very little heals in the game besides Reno Jackson. Like, the heal cards suck in Hearthstone, except for Reno Jackson. And that's really why Handlock falls short a lot of the time. All this damage is forever, man.
Oh, you clearly do not believe in the greater healing potion, my friend, off the Cabal Chemist. That for some reason that Reno Mage is playing. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's just the the fact that you don't have. It's not even just the lack of healing, but it's like the lack of Molten Giant too. Because sometimes you just win even without the healing. The Molten Giant just race them so fast, and you punish your opponent for extending into the board. Brings up the good memories, man. The good old memories. And well, Amnesiac kind of skipped on the Hunter Hero power. If he's going to get met by a wave of taunts, then... Well, actually, never mind. Game's just over.
It's just done.
All right. Well, that was cute.
Definitely not the matchup he's targeting with the Handlock. It's more...
Yeah.
It's an anti-control deck, not an anti-aggro deck. The Reno Lock variants are more anti-aggro than the Handlock variants. So... You got to imagine he might be targeting Priest. He might be targeting Jade Shaman, those sort of things with this lineup that he's got going on here.
Right. That's why you don't take Handlock onto the streets of Ladder, kids. Just you need that heal. You need the ability to not die. And, well...
I think he's going to run into trouble here looking at these lineups. He banned Shaman, so I guess he's not very confident with the Handlock versus the Jade Shaman. So he's probably targeting either Priest or Druid, something of that nature. And Amnesiac doesn't have Priest or Druid. Amnesiac's got Rogue and his own Reno Lock, which I assume are going to be very successful in this matchup.
Wouldn't Handlock be okay against mid-range Shaman? Because they play 2 copies of AoEs of certain some sort. And if you're like trying to make sure you're better against that kind of strategy of Jade, you can also even have like a big AoE card, like Twisting Another.
Yeah, I really like Handlock up against the mid-range Jade Shamans. But was Amnesiac playing aggro Shaman when we casted him earlier, or was the Shaman banned then?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think Shaman's banned, actually. But maybe I'm mistaken. I'll have to go back and circle with it.
So DG3 might have done some scouting, ask around, be like, yo, what's the young Savage playing today, dog? And then, they'll hit him up with the aggro Shaman, and that's not a matchup you want to play with no healing in your deck.
Yep. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, I love this play from Amnesiac, just getting out the YOLO questing. I think the play goes down in value when your opponent has 2 copies of the AoEs and 2 copies of Shadow Bolt, but you still do it so they can't get out one of their 2 copies of Twilight Drake right here.
True that. Or if they do, they're accepting the risks of sap and punishing them.
So Shadow Bolt comes down, and this opens the avenue for Amnesiac to get down Barnes very safely. And then the 1/1 is a threat a lot of the time.
Yeah, Barnes is interesting because we saw that go into Rogue for a while and then rotate out. What is Amnesiac trying to accomplish in the tournament lineup by putting Barnes back in?
Barnes is a card that's really great when you don't have to worry about the Spirit Claws. Like Spirit Claws and Pirate Warrior with N'Zoth's First Mate and Upgrade, just being able to ping off the 1/1 for free was really limiting the potential of Barnes, because it didn't matter what you rolled, it just always died for free to their free weapon that they got while just developing their board naturally. So it became pretty crummy when everyone was playing Aggro Shaman and everyone was playing Pirate Warrior. But with Spirit Claws gone, you don't have to worry about that. And then if you're banning Pirate Warrior, you don't have to worry about the N'Zoth's First Mate weapon. And suddenly, most of the classes in the current metagame don't have easy pings on the 1/1, especially since Mage has lost popularity. So it makes sense that Barnes is rotating back in now.
Yeah, I can definitely see that too. Maybe Amnesiac's just trying to do some of that cutting edge tech. Now, DG3 has an opportunity to play second Mistress of Mixtures. I think he's worried about playing too much into Fan and losing the value on the heal, because heal is too rare to come by for the hand lock, and you definitely need to savor it when you can. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, if his opponent doesn't have Fan, he's losing the ability to answer the board. But it's not like the second Mistress of Mixtures adds much to the board, because it feels like it trades too easily to stuff.
Yeah, like it's not going to clear the barns anyway. Like the goal would be to try and remove the barns with the two 2/2s, but your opponent can just trade in Thalanos and a dagger into one and a 3/4 into the other. So I like holding it back. Makes sense.
Usually I pick a Fan. This is an opportunity to develop the Azure Drake, pick up a better Gadget Stand Auctioneer hand. Probably wants to hold on to Backstab because he's got 4 damage Backstab right now presented onto the board. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you already have one. You can keep Thanos onto the board. Backstab Fan is just like so much damage with like Auctioneer.
Yeah,
it's
that's
ridiculous.
Pretty crazy.
7 damage across both of those spells. And, DG3 is just picking up a ton of support cards. He's got Defender, Sun Fury, Face of Shambler. All of them are supposed to respond to the initial threat, but he doesn't have it. He can coin Sylvanas, but he's extremely vulnerable to Sap at this point.
Well, you hope they don't run Sap, right? I think it's the YOLO moment. You're behind. You need to do something desperate. You coin Sylvanas, hope they don't have Sap is what I do. A lot of players have been cutting one Sap or even both Saps from Rogue, as there's not a lot of great Sap targets in the current metagame. Against a lot of the Jade decks, sapping a Jade token, not usually the greatest, or sapping something that causes or creates Jades, not great either. And against all the aggro decks, sapping Pirates never feels wonderful. So Sap is a card that a lot of players have been cutting lately. But I'm going to go with the little safer route. So if this gets sapped, you get the healing back.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I mean, this is part of the reason why... Well, actually, hold on. Does Amnesiac even know that his opponent's playing Handlock? Maybe he thinks he's just like a really unlucky Reno Lock.
That's probably what he thinks at this point. He hasn't seen any duplicates yet.
Yeah.
He saw the 1-drop, the Mixtures of Mixtures get picked up and put down a lot, so he assumes there's a 1-drop there. It would be pretty hard-pressed to say that based off that information, he's assuming that it's a second Mixtures of Mixtures. He just knows it's a card that costs 1. He's playing around mind control tech there quite beautifully. I like that.
Well, he doesn't have any answer to this.
Yeah.
If he had Power Woman, he could actually Shadow Flame the Mistress of Mixtures. That's another case of maybe holding on to the 1-drop, but he doesn't have anything else.
He can play Doomsayer Shambler. Try and get the meat wall out there. It doesn't solve the problem, but it slows it down for a turn. But yeah, he's hoping to top deck to answer this in the following turn. You hope you get Twisting Nether, I guess, and just coin that bad boy out there.
Yeah, it's definitely not the ideal scenario whatsoever. You do put up 14 points of health,
but 0 points of attack.
Which, 2 points of attack. We in there.
Okay. And using the coin here makes it so Twisting Nether is not an out, so...
See Amnesiac's face? He's like, wait, what? A second Mistress of Mixtures?
Yeah.
Wow, he is going to go off this turn. He's got so much going on for him right now.
Mm-hmm. He knows there's no Twisting available, so the only out for DG3 is going to be 2-drop Power Overwhelming Shadow Flame.
Right.
So Amnesiac most likely is not going to play around that 3-card combo. Just go all in.
I mean,
he's holding back the questing thus far. Oh, he's got the Edwin.
The big Van Cleef, though, right? So that still plays around the Shadow Flame.
Yeah, that'll play around the Shadow Flame. And DG3 should have like no outs after that. Because if you answer the big Edwin, you're dead.
Ooh, Sap. Dude, this Edwin's going to be huge.
Double Sap in the build from Amnesiac. Very anti-control focused. He's Pretty sweet. And
Oh my
concede.
goodness. 14-14 Van Cleef.
G.
Man alive. Oh man. Yeah, I think DG3 is toasty toast. I think he's got nothing going on. He's gonna play Doomsayer and taunt it. Nope, never mind. He's gonna play Doomsayer and concede. That is the correct line of play here, sir. He is down 1-2. Ishiak just has to win one more with the Warlock. Now, this is kind of where I think his best chance lays into the series, up until the fact that he's playing Priest. Even if he can get over this hump of Reno Warlock versus Handlock, can his Priest take the unfavorable win here?
It's going to be tough for sure, but with the right text, Dragon Priest can actually be pretty close to favorable against Reno Warlock. With you get a Ragnaros in there for that extra reach at the end. You get things like Argus in there. Double Argus is sick because oftentimes the Reno Warlock ignores the board early, so you can play 2 minions, coin out Argus, and have overwhelming pressure that's a little resilient to AoE. So, but first he's got to get through this puzzle, and I tend to believe that this is favored for the Reno lock after a bunch of testing because Kazakis is just so busted. There's nothing like a Kazakis tempo swing, and it really just flips the entire game on its head for the player that played the Kazakis.
Yeah, I agree. I think Kazakis offers too much utility, especially because it's a slower matchup. You don't necessarily have to even play Kazakis immediately. You can save it for Brand Bronzebeard. Get the double potions.
It's pretty funny. The guy playing 1 Mountain Giant's going to have it on the field before the guy playing 2. So it's especially favored for the Reno lock player when you're able to actually have the Mountain Giant. The Mountain Giant's the most key card in the early game in this matchup, as it oftentimes can just gobble up the Drake.
Side effects? No.
All right, so DG3's Drake will pretty much have to go up against the Mountain Giant, like you said, and he doesn't have the ability to remove it directly without having to use Shadow Bolt. So it seems like if Mountain Giant gets played, well, actually, will it get played? Maybe Amnesiac is considering something else.
He could Sun Fury Doomsayer this turn, like Sun Fury first to taunt it up, then you walk into like Hellfire issues.
Yeah.
And there's double Hellfire in Handlock, so it's a little scary. This is way better against Faceless Shambler and Faceless, which you're assuming they run double Shambler. So he's playing around the Shambler instead of playing around the Hellfire with this line of play.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, if Hellfire comes out, it's not the end of the world for you. Your opponent doesn't develop anything, and then you're just like, all right, that gamble didn't pay out, so then I play the Giant afterwards, and my opponent's Drake is damaged, so the Shambler's not as impactful. So it's a very safe risk, right? Like, there's very minimal downside, and the upside is your opponent can't play Shambler, and if they don't have Hellfire, then you just get a clean Giant against nothing. So all the upside, none of the downside. It's a cute little line.
I like it a lot. I mean, it's also he gets to squeeze in a life tap next turn too, which is pretty huge. And every card that you can tap deeper into the deck really helps. It helps because it's not just like a board. Oh my god, Ancient Watcher! It's not really like a fight for the board. It's also a fight for resources a lot of times. And the more you can life tap in this matchup without overextending and killing yourself, the better you are. Man. Ancient Watcher, that takes me way back, dude. I can't believe this card's in this deck still. I thought we cut that a long time ago. But it makes sense if you have so many taunt activators. There's so many things. There were so many like support cards in DG3's hand last game that he didn't really have anything to really pair it with. Ancient Watcher makes sense.
Siphon Soul could come out here. Sylvanas is also a very powerful option to deal with this board. I like Sylvanas more than I like Siphon Soul because if you go with the Siphon Soul, it does open yourself up to your opponent just being able to play their 6-drop out there and you have nothing but reactionary tools in your hand.
Yeah,
so.
if they play Emperor, at least you can steal the mountain. Like you threaten to steal the Mountain Giant, or they have to trade the 8/8 first. So it complicates their turn a lot more that way.
Yeah, exactly. You just give them way too much freedom if you go with Siphon Soul. They literally have unlimited mana to develop into the board and maintain the tempo. You're not really fixing the problem. You're just prolonging it. So Sylvanas offers the chance to catch up.
So really uncomfortable position Sylvanas introduces with the Mountain Giant. A lot of board tension. Amnesiac have to deviate, like play any like smaller stuff and preemptively trade, because I feel like leaving Sylvanas up for your opponent to decide how they want to trade is also a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, he's forgoing the Shambler here. It's one of the
Okay.
interesting things, and he's just opting to go with the Emperor, which gives the tempo back to DG3. This is kind of what he wanted. Now the Giant can trade into the Emperor, and he has the freedom to develop whatever he wants.
Yep, his own Emperor.
This is an interesting line there. Amnesiac had other options available, like some sort of Shambler, Peddler, just jam face kind of line. But what is he looking to try and accomplish with his Emperor discount? He has to have the ability to go for like a Kazakus 5-mana potion next turn and coin it out if he wants. He could even just coin Jiraxis next turn if DG3 doesn't develop a lot of things.
Right, because I think he's probably expecting Handlock not to have combo damage.
Yeah, typically they don't run combos since they have so many 2-ofs. They just want to jam in the good 2-ofs, like double Mountain Giant, double Drake, double Shambler, and then they start running out of abilities to fill in other things. So the Emperor gets removed, Giant can jam face, and then Amnesiac could respond.
Ancient Watcher can threaten Shadow Flame and taunts.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I don't think you could Jiraxis and then face tank 8, though. That's a little scary.
Yeah,
that would be some
definitely.
savagery. I mean, what, you did to like Soulfire, Hellfire, Soulfire, Abyssal? Maybe you do it. I don't have the balls to do that. And I'm casting the game. So.
Well, I mean, he does have a 2-1 lead, and Dragon Priest would be the final deck remaining, but I think you don't want to take unnecessary risk if you don't have to. Ooh, he's got Heart of Fire. So that allows him to do some damage onto the Giant. What was the other one he picked? Summon a 5/5?
I think so. Yeah, so he just kind of goes with the Kazakus coin 5-mana potion line. Nice little tempo sting. So he's able to navigate through the Sylvanas ahead in tempo in the end of the situation.
Wow. Mountain Giant, Defender of Argus. I mean, it is a turn on Twisting Nether, though. But then your opponent would be losing some minions of his own. So this could be one of those situations where you actually kind of want to create the board to raise the board tension a little bit for your opponent. Although, okay. Emperor with his hand seems to be an okay discount too. Shadow Flame for being cheaper is really nice with Mountain Giant. If you need to reset the board.
It's not bad. Potentially bluff some sort of combo damage, I guess. Strings together something like that. The way Amnesiac's kind of set up this sequence of turns, he took a suboptimal play the last 2 turns, basically, but he's set up for having discounted Jiraxis and discounted Power Overwhelming, essentially guaranteeing that he can get a Jiraxis out this turn while clearing his opponent's board. So that was a really cool sequence that he did the last 3 turns there to set up for this.
Huh. No life tap. Interesting. He really debated about Sun Fairy as well, and just realized that no matter how he lays it out, he's going to have an uncomfortable trade on the board. And that's going to allow Amnesiac to take initiative here with Jiraxis, which I like a lot. You know your opponent's playing Handlock at this point. Doesn't feel like he can threaten you. Your opponent's Ancient Watcher certainly isn't threatening either.
Even if you feel that it is threatening, you can remove that too. You use Power Overwhelming on the 3/3 to clear the Emperor if you don't want to take any damage, and then trade the 5/5 across.
That does make Shadow Flame worse, but you're safer, so I like it.
You got Infernals for Shadow Flame. You don't even need Power Overwhelming.
Yeah, but I guess that's true. But do you want to Shadow Flame the 6? I guess you're right. I'm saying you have Peddler Shadow Flame, and then you can push with the 6 instead of having to give up one. Well, this is a little awkward. You can
Mountain Giant,
you can
Abyssal.
Mountain Giant and Hellfire, right? And squeeze in the life tab. I think.
Yeah. You also have the Giant Abyssal, which is a little awkward against Inferno Shadow Flame, I guess. These are always weird situations because you want to pressure the person that transformed into Jiraxis as aggressively as possible. But if they've transformed into Jiraxis, most of the time they do so when they have resources able to, do it safely. So you expect them to have either Shadow Flame or Twisting Nether in their hand, and Amnesiac has both. So if DG3 tries to extend aggressively onto the board, Amnesiac's just going to wipe the board, make a 6/6, wipe the board, make a 6/6. Twice he can do that because he has the hero power Shambler, Shadow Flame, and the Twisting Nether plus the hero power. So it's going to be tough for DG3 to make something happen here against the hand of Amnesiac.
Yeah, unless he's got some direct damage that we're not anticipating, that could also be part of the thing that he's equating to getting some damage in now, so that way he can end the game later on. So Shadow Flame costs 6 mana this turn. That allows him to play a face of Shambler. That's pretty reasonable. Would you want to keep the Infernal versus the Shambler? The Shambler can get silenced. The 6/6 Inferno doesn't have taunt. Keep Leroy.
I've seen an Ancient Watcher already. So at this point, I'm assuming my opponent's running Spellbreaker. So I would rather keep the 6/6 Infernal than the taunt. I'm not really afraid of the Leroy power overwhelming Hellfire shenanigans. Chooses to go with the Twisting instead of the Shadow Flame.
I mean, it's a clunkier card, I think. So
True.
Yeah, he'd rather get it out of the way because then it impacts his board. He figures he's never going to be behind on board ever again from this point on, and Twisting Nether just gets it out of the way.
Definitely true.
Man, 14 cards remaining for Amnesiac. 13. So even if DG3 did have combo damage in his deck, he's still pretty far away from guaranteeing tapping into it.
Well, he can try and kill his opponent with the Jiraxis weapon. That's always a line. If you think your opponent doesn't have the burn, if you think because he doesn't have reload that's going to kill him, right? Like you're not going to refreshment vendor him to death. That's you can eat so many funnel cakes, but usually you don't explode from it. So I think this is a line that oftentimes just continues putting you in a losing position. So I think I would have liked to see maybe tap for more burst damage, and if he doesn't have burst damage in his deck, maybe just Jiraxis and start punching him in the face, try and kill him or something.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. This feels hopeless.
And he's not tapping either.
Yeah, I don't know what is with the.
He's afraid of the combo. He's afraid of Leroy Jenkins powerful.
Can you beat that though? Like you gotta have a range that you can beat, right? You gotta say these are cards that I can beat and these are cards that I cannot. Let's try and set up to beat something. If you assume your opponent always has everything, then you lose to a wider range of things because you're not playing around the cards that you can beat. You're just assuming you've already lost the game. And when you assume you've lost, generally you lose. You gotta have that. You gotta play to beat something.
Yeah, because even if that Doomsayer went off and you played Jiraxis, you're at 15 health, he has combo, he kills you. So it's kind of the same situation. I think the Doomsayer was a setup for a Jiraxis, but it feels like he kind of backs himself into a corner. Not to mention that Amnesiac had the proper response anyways.
Oh, yes. No matter what he did, he was dead. But I think there are lines he could have taken that would have beaten some array of cards that Amnesiac could have had, and the lines that he's been taking seem like he's just assuming Amnesiac has the nuts. And if you'd assume that, you're not going to beat anything.
Well, he can stall, and that's about it. Finally, you're going to life tap here. Oof.
A little late to the party.
But I think you guys are starting to see the impact of You know, he skipped out on a couple life taps. If he'd be a couple cards deeper, he could Mountain Giant Siphon Soul, you know, for example.
Or Mountain Giant Shadow Flame. You know, he could have eventually at one point, if he had a full hand right now, let's say he's tapped every turn and then he's got a 10-card hand right now, he could have gone Mountain Giant Faceless Shambler Shadow Flame and swung the board with an 8-8 on the field. And, you know, he would have a lot more powerful plays available to him.
All right, with Fellfire Potion being drawn, that's going to be the end of the series because it's Hellfire and Fellfire Potion. Amnesiac closes it out 3-1 and keeps his run to the winner's bracket alive. We have several updates, by the way, on the winner's bracket. Colento has taken a series and is going to play Race C in round 4.
Sweet.
Phone Tap has beaten Tars in that head-to-head. Phenomino has won a series. George C has beat Phenom. And Dr. Jinkaninki beat Astrogation. BB Gun Gun has defeated Hot Meowth. And VLPS has won his series. Oh, sorry, one more. Muzzy has also taken his series as well. A few others that we're still waiting on to wrap up round number 3. But there's a lot of storylines to follow. If you guys want to track the progress with us, go ahead and go to smash.gg. The link is in the chat as well. And go to onog.gg for all information about this Hearthstone Major, including future events in case you guys want to sign up. For now, we're going to take a 5-minute break and get ready for the next series. When we come back, more Hearthstone action here at the Major at PAX East. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hey TSM fans, I wanted to make you aware of the cool tech Geico offers. ID cards, emergency roadside service, and you can even submit a claim, all from your Geico mobile app. Russell, what are you doing?
You winged beast.
Oh, I got him, guys! I got him! Oh, no.
Hello, guys. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft Major at PAX East. We are bringing you the next game here. It is going to be Dr. Hippie up against Stan Sifka, two renowned pro players. Dr. Hippie, of course, being a major participant at BlizzCon last year, and Stan Sifka, a player that's been around since 2014. He's a Magic guy. He comes from that scene. A lot of success in that scene, and a lot of success in the Hearthstone scene. Able to put a bunch of tournaments under his belt. Recently joined a new team. What team was that, actually? I can't really remember. Misfits. Yeah, that's right. So definitely a guy to look out for. Something to prove. Is this his first team or his first tournament on the Misfits organization?
I don't think so. I think he attended a couple others.
Okay. Sure.
Prior to that, because he got picked up towards the end of last year, and then attended a couple of them. I can't remember. I want to say one of them was like Game Goon, for example, but I can't recall off the top of my head. But it's definitely still new. George C. Is also on that team, and you can definitely see that Misfits has a pretty decent roster for their EU lineup. Stan Sifka also said this is the first tournament he's traveled to the U.S. for Hearthstone, so it's kind of a landmark event for himself. And it's been a while since we were able to see Sifka go make a pretty deep run. He was on a hot streak in 2015, I believe, when he was qualifying for all these opens, went really far for the Hearthstone Championships. And now he's up against Dr. Hippie, who's kind of like the Rookie of the Year for 2016. Very, very, very good run, ending second place at BlizzCon itself. And we'll see if he's able to travel well again. Going to U.S. from Europe is never easy, Firebat, and vice versa.
Yeah. I've been there before, and I love watching Stan Sifka play because he brings wacky decks every time and always does well with it, man.
What is going on here?
He's got the zoo out there. It looks like some sort of demon zoo. I mean, I've been saying for a while that zoo's definitely underrated. My highest win rate deck for the last 2 seasons has been Reno Zoo. And I don't know why, but maybe it's just people aren't expecting it, and that really ramps it up. But going to hold back on the coin here, not try and develop 2 1-drops. Wants to try and save it to get that Crystal Weaver out on the following turn. So the curve from Stan is, 1-drop into double 1 into coin 4. Meanwhile, Tunnel Trog and the Totem Golem for Dr. Hippie. You can't be upset about that.
No, that is the ideal start. You do get overloaded slightly, but the big question is, how much value can things like Crystal Weaver get? It's not that often you get too many demons out into the board against the Shaman. Part of the reason why Zoo faded out is because of cards like Maelstrom Portal and how Zoo was really dependent on Forbidden Ritual back then. I wonder how much it's changed. Is there anything besides the Crystal Weaver that is also in the Zoo decks these days that are very modern?
A lot of the zoos have been playing Demon Fire in these kind of Demon Crystal Weaver zoos because the amount of 1/3 demons has dramatically increased with, Malkazar's Imp being available and whatnot. So oftentimes you'll be able to have a 1-drop demon, and then you can Demon Fire it, and it turns into a turn 2 3/5. So you got like a Sen'jin Shieldmaster out there sometimes, which is very powerful. But the second Totem Golem picked up for Dr. Hippie allows very clean trades to happen. A little smug grin about that. That's tough to beat. I don't think there's very many decks in Hearthstone that's going to stop this Shaman opening. And he's got follow-up for it, too.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky, for sure. And Sifka is kind of stuck with an awkward hand, too. That Crystal Weaver doesn't buff anything. And he's got a double Doomguard, so it's not exactly how you want to start things off.
At this point, I think one of your main concerns has to be, what is your odds of actually winning this game versus how much information can you conceal? Because he hasn't given away that he's Demon Zoo yet. He hasn't given away the Crystal Weaver. He hasn't given away if he's Reno Zoo or not or anything like this. So it might be valuable to concede.
Really?
I think that's got to be an honest thought going through your head right now is this game winnable? You got double Doomguard in your hand. Your hand's garbage. Your opponent's got the nuts on the board. Is there any 3 cards from your opponent that you can really beat reasonably? Is it ever worth it just to scoop? He's going to try and tap and go coin Doomguard into Doomguard, it looks like. And that's a very reasonable plan. If you don't pitch the other Doomguard, there you go.
Concede on turn 3. Wow. But then wouldn't your opponent know you're trying to conceal information if you concede on turn 3?
What information are you trying to conceal, though? That's the question, right?
Yeah, it gets them thinking.
Yeah, I mean, they're already thinking. Like, Dr. Hippie's not sitting there just pretending you're not playing Zoo. He's definitely trying to figure out what's in your deck.
But, like, he knows that you're even trying to conceal that much more information. I don't know. I guess you're right. It's interesting to think about for sure. But
like, Soulfire is a card you would want to conceal. That's not in every Zoo deck. Some decks play Power Overwhelming. Some decks play the Soulfire Silverware package. Some decks don't. Some decks play Crystal Weaver. Some decks don't. Yeah, Zoo's not a standard meta deck, so it's definitely got a lot of... Some of the strength of bringing Zoo to a tournament is the fact that it's kind of off the wall. People don't really know what's in it.
Well, Sefka really tuning in here to what he wants to do. The Doom Guard is not nearly as good anymore because it doesn't even kill off that much. It just charges into a Pharaoh Spirit Wolf taunt.
He's going to conceal the information here. He realizes, even if I coin Doomguard and it doesn't pitch the other Doomguard, I'm dead. So instead of giving the opponent the knowledge that there's Doomguard, that there's Soulfire, that there's all these discard mechanics, he's just going to scoop and try and hide he's hid the Demon synergy and he hid the discard synergy this way. He gave up the knowledge that there's no Reno package because he did play double Possessed Villager. But, you know, being able to maintain this amount of surprise factor in the deck, I think, is very important.
Man, that's really next level read fire bet. Really impressive. I think that you're able to identify that was exactly what Stan Sifka's mind. I think most people would just interpret that as like rage quit, like meh.
No, that's why he was roping last turn. He was thinking about what he could beat and how, if there's any way he can win the game. And then he came up with the tap Doomguard plan. But as soon as that was out the window, there was nothing.
All right, well, let's go into game number 2. Maybe after you're done reading all of Stan Sifka and all of his crazy strategies, you can help me fix his webcam. Still don't know what's going on, guys. Apologies about that. But we're going to game number 2, Druid versus the Rogue. Mm-hmm. Now, you kind of mentioned that Stan Sifka has wacky stuff. Do you think Zoo's the only thing that might be wacky, or can we expect more stuff?
Wacky things flock together, right? Like, you're either playing the standard lineup or you're playing a bunch of wacky decks that work together in some way to come together to be slightly better than the standard lineup. You're never doing what you believe is slightly better than the standard lineup. You're never doing like both. So if there's some wacky, there's a lot of wacky. When it rains, it pours.
Yeah, and Stan Sifka is one of the bravest. You know, I remember when he brought Cthulhu Priest to DreamHack. And he didn't actually do that well. He did like okay, but JJ, his practice partner, actually brought the same lineup and actually did well. So it was funny because it's like they, I guess you could say that effectively they both did well together because they were collaborating. So it's just funny how some of this ridiculous stuff that Sifka thinks of ends up working out sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I remember back in the day, 2015, I played DreamHack Bucharest against Stan Sifka, and we got to the finals. And in that format, you could change decks every single round. So every single round, you submitted a new lineup of decks, and you just kept playing new decks against every opponent. And not once throughout the tournament did Stan Sifka ever play the same deck twice. And it was like 12 rounds long. So I'm sitting there reviewing all the games, trying to figure out what I want to play against this guy. Literally never played the same deck twice the entire tournament.
So funny. Such Stan Sifka. You know, Dr. Hippie with a pretty interesting pass. He had double Innervate and Fandral. I think he's a little afraid of the sap really punishing him. So now he has the opportunity for Fandral double Raven Idol. Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. You know, you talk about the start last game. The start this game is pretty good, too. He's got a decent chance of finding an additional Raven Idol to coin out as well.
Oh, that'd be crazy. Wow.
Yikes, against Rogue.
That's so nuts.
The spell's a little suboptimal here. Unlucky.
Yeah. Because by the time you're able to probably use Pilfered Power, you have enough crystals anyways. I guess Healing Touch helps you keep Fandral alive in case he like tries to soften it up over 2 turns.
Okay, I get that. That seems reasonable. I'm going with Pilfered Power, though.
Reno Jackson! That's so troll. Hey, Jade Blossom.
Ramps him to the Ragnaros.
Yeah, on curve.
Sap
Wow.
not looking too great
Sap
anymore.
Yeah. It's too late, unfortunately. What a crazy start here from Dr. Hippie.
Yeah, he played 3 cards and ended up with more cards in his hand at the end of the day. Or played 5 cards. Got 4 back.
I wonder.
Yeah, so one less, but who's keeping count? He's got higher value, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a crazy amount of stuff happening for turn 2. Oh, man. Innervate. That's a card in this game.
Yeah, that's a card that definitely a lot of players have both loved and hated since the beginning of time.
Choose soon.
Yeah.
Sivka, what do you think he's roping here for?
He's thinking about coining the Cold Blood because he's got no way to combo it next turn.
Boy, he
I
can
don't know.
combo it by coining it out
Yeah.
next turn, I guess.
I guess. Maybe he's pretending he has a backstab? I don't know. I honestly have no idea what he's thinking about right there.
Yeah, probably just spending real estate or taking the time that he has to think about next turn and what possible plays he wants to do.
Sure.
It's
Spend the time
a common
thinking.
line that him and Life Coach take.
Yeah. You spend all the time thinking, and you have more time to eat the banana.
Yeah. Gotta maximize those calories, man.
Uh-huh.
Get those carbs, the brain food.
Resource management.
Wow, Sivka going face here to draw a card.
Yeah. Probably questing coin sap, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Keep 2 threats on the field, make it as awkward as possible for Dr. Hippie. This is actually not in a bad spot because Dr. Hippie's Raven Idols did not hit the highest value cards.
Yeah, not to mention that he doesn't really have that good of a play next turn. He's got Jade Spirit. Can't even remove the Questing Adventure or Shaku, so more value coming for the Rogue. And Rogue's now the one drawing a lot of extra cards.
Yeah, like
Okay.
Dr. Hippie did not hit any removal thus far this game. Both Raven Idols whiffed on the removal, so although his opening was really nuts, the most important thing against Rogue is the removal. You got to be able to kill their must-kill minions. They have very many of them. They have Shaku, they have Questing Adventure, they have Giant Edwin Van Cleave, Gadgets and Auctioneer, and even Azerdrake to some extent is a must-kill minion. So removal, just to kill these key minions, not let them stick and wreak havoc on your board, is the key in the matchup, and he's drawn none of it. So even though his hand's very powerful and he had the 2 Innervates, he was really hoping to get a return on his Innervate investment of removal and did not get there.
Man, looks like Dr. Hippie is stuck just trying to ramp here. Pilfered Power just does a 3-mana wild growth. God, it's got to feel so terrible.
He's setting up for the rag, and this kind of throws a lot of signals at Stan Sivka here that Dr. Hippie is trying to set up for some sort of 8-drop. So,
Well, you can attack with Shaku first, but then do you want to attach Cold Blood to the Shaku, kind of spread out your threats? So then you would Claxiambi Weaver and then Cold Blood. That way Druid can't remove everything very cleanly with just one spell, needs a few spells to do everything.
is there merit in going face and ignoring the 2/2 potentially even?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that was definitely something too you could have considered.
Like, anyway, if you assume your opponent's playing an 8-drop, the 2/2 holds less value, but you do open up more options if you leave the 2/2 on the field. So, maybe he's not thinking that he's playing an 8-drop. Maybe he's thinking, Dr. Hippie just had excess mana, so just decided to play Pilfered Power with the coin there. It's reasonable.
Yeah, especially the way Dr. Hippie hesitated. He's not anticipating Ragnaros too. That came off of Raven, I remember. So it's probably something that he's not too concerned about. Versus the guaranteed stuff like Swipe and Rats.
Yeah, for sure. Ragnaros has been sneaking its way into some Druid builds. I know Zixo's a really big fan of Ragnaros and Jade Druid, but a lot of players don't really run it. They just rely on the Jades, but some people, run more mid-rangey builds and like that extra burst in there. Auction
Well-
Master Beardo.
Yeah. Not much going on here.
Well, he's got
let's-
the Edwin this turn. You go Swashbuckler, and you play the Mark. You get a 6/7 on the field, and then you play a 6/6 if you want it.
Ooh. After he's ready to use mulch,
Yeah.
I like it.
Oh my.
Soul of the Forest. So troll. Yeah, this one's looking like Sivka's got so much momentum in his favor, and he's pushing lethal next turn. Doesn't seem like there's much really that Dr. Hippie can do. Ragnaros was great. That double innervate Fandral start was great, but kind of led to nothing.
Yeah, no removal for Questing Adventure.
Yeah,
Pack it up,
I did
take it home.
not see it panning out this way. Shocked. Usually when Druid gets to spend 6 mana on turn 2 and draw like 4 cards while having Fandral stick to the board, it usually means that they're in like a dominant position, but Stansifka wasn't afraid at all.
It begs the question if Innervate Fandral, Innervate Raven Idol is even good. Because a lot of the times the minions you can assume are subpar or useless, cards that you don't really want to play. So potentially saving the Innervates for, playing something like a Nourish if you draw it, or getting out some sort of bigger minion or whatnot, or being able to develop plus remove in the same turn might be more powerful. Just Raven Idling for spell instead of worrying about developing the Fandral could have been stronger, and then you can take higher cost spells that you can utilize with Innervate. So I think there's potential there that opening is just not optimal, which is kind of crazy, right? You think about how powerful Innervate Fandral, Innervate Double Raven Idol is, and the thought that just might not be mechanically the way you want to play against Rogue. Because it lines up against what Rogue wants to do very poorly.
It's true, and I mean, even Dr. Hippie had to hesitate in the very beginning because he was worried about sap, but that's all in the past. Stansevka played very well in that game, and looks like the Rogue is checked off. Now we have Zoo versus Druid, which is a matchup that has historically favored the Zoo player because of how slow Druid starts, but not when they start off with this kind of hand. I mean, Dr. Hippie has Living Roots and Wild Growth and Wrath, so he's got all kinds of answers to his opponent's plays here.
Yeah. Classically, this has been in favor of Zoo, but it's gotten a lot more 50-50-ish. It's got a lot closer to being even as Jades were introduced, because Druid has so many more little minions to take a bunch of trades. Previously, as a Druid player, you dropped one big minion at a time, and your opponent trades up with Power Overwhelming or Direwolf Alpha into it, or just Soul Fires it and trades one small minion in, and they utilize like a 1/1 to take down your 4/6 taunt, for example. But nowadays, when the Druid plays minions, it's distributed among 2 bodies because of the Jade mechanic, which makes it a lot less vulnerable to Power Overwhelming, a lot less vulnerable to Soul Fire, and allows them to have many more additional bodies on the field to contest the swarmy nature of Zoo, like a bunch of small, widespread minions, which has traditionally been a problem for Druid and why the matchup's been difficult. So I'd say it's still Zoo favored, but the new tools that Druid's gotten have made it a lot better at dealing with Zoo.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to think about how Druids definitely got more wide onto the board, and then of course, we all know Zoo's losing Power Overwhelming as time goes on because of rotation, so people are already writing off Zoo in the future. But maybe just for one last burst, Firebat, we can see Zoo live in its former glories, the prime years. So, kind of stuck in an awkward position here of how he wants to utilize the coin here, if at all. Your opponent has 1/1s that makes Imp-Gang Boss really powerful, but then how do you kind of distribute your mana for the following turns?
Mm-hmm.
I actually don't mind the Imp-Gang Boss in this position here. Okay. Oh, interesting. Darkshire Librarian pitches Imp-Gang Boss.
Gets the cycle immediately. Imp-Gang Boss is a lot weaker to swipe than this play is. So swipe allows you to cycle the additional card of the Librarian, which keeps things going, and your board has a 1/1 Imp left over at the end of it. Whereas if you play Imp-Gang Boss and swipe comes down, you have a 1/1 not Malkazar's Imp, just regular Imp.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it's slightly better against swipe and begins cycling immediately. So you can try and find the Silverware Golem to discard with your Doom Guard, right? You want to try and maximize your draw prior to turn 5 to get that.
Yeah, that's interesting because traditionally for a while I thought that you kind of want to conserve your hand resource because you don't want to discard too much bad stuff with Doomguard, but it seems like it's the opposite, right? You want to optimistically look for Silverware Golem so you get the synergies working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
That's definitely a cool outlook. But then if he doesn't have a one-mana minion, I guess he's gonna have to play Peddler for the efficiency of the thing, or you can just Dire Wolf if you want to maximize damage,
or you can gamble. There's always the gamble.
I mean, I don't mind searching for a one-mana thing with Dark Peddler because it could be something that's, if it's really trashy, could be held for a discard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Peddler makes sense, filling out the curve. Mm-hmm. I don't think you wanted to play Dire Wolf Alpha on this turn anyway. That's a card you want to save until your opponent plays into your board, just drops a taunt minion or whatever, and then you're able to take a bunch of efficient trades.
Right.
You never want to just extend that and open it up to removal because that's like one of your power cards in the deck. When they innervate Ancient War, that's when Dire Wolf Alpha shines.
Yeah, with this kind of a wide board, it makes a lot of sense too. So if they innervate Ancient War, Dire Wolf Alpha allows full trades.
Mm-hmm. But if you swipe here, your opponent still has 4 cards because they're drawing an additional one. So you assume that they'll be able to reload efficiently. You know, the Librarian gives them additional cards. So there's not really great ways that you can set up for a better Ancient War in the future. So Dr. Hippie just takes the opportunity to play it now, hopes it slows down Stan enough.
Darkshard Librarian's not a demon, right? So that would only be 9 damage if he played the Crystal Weaver.
Correct, yeah.
Dire Wolf Alpha then is the only card that lets you get past it, unless you want to just play Crystal Weaver and then pass. Because then if you play Crystal Weaver and then you lose your Malkazar, if you play Dire Wolf Alpha, lose your Malkazar Zimp, you don't get the Doomguard synergy with it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Crystal Weaver Pass could be strong because you get to lock in the Doomguard for next turn. Doomguard gets a little bit of a value trade, so it's not that bad. That's a tough choice. It's going to take the draw first.
Oh boy. Oh. It hurts.
Well.
Oh, and the Silverware Golem.
Yeah.
I cry every time, Firebit.
He cycled efficiently into the Silverware Golem, but he discarded the Doomguard to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely not likely because it was a 1 in 3, but still, we all know the rule. It's like the more you want it to not happen, the more it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh.
Ooh, Starfall.
White Mark of Nature. Well, Starfall's pretty effective against Zoo. They usually go wide onto the board.
No kidding.
They lost Doomguard, so it's like less pressure-oriented stuff where you need to either gain life and single target removal. So I like it.
Mm-hmm. And can combo with Swipe too later on down the road.
Well, Soulfire, again, all this coming a little bit awkwardly, but I still feel like Sivka is in the driver's seat primarily because Dr. Hippie doesn't have card draw or anything proactive. Everything is strictly reactive, and that's a losing position from Druid. So while things didn't go necessarily fortunately with the Doomguard, I'm still kind of feeling Sivka right now because he still hasn't even started really using Life Tap here. So he's got plenty of life to start digging deep and then not have to worry about what his opponent's going to do.
Mm-hmm. As well as he's got the draw on the field already. And it looks like he's thinking about the trade to tell play around Swipe. He's going really long-term with it. The hero power from Dr. Hippie did signal Swipe quite clearly, so recognizing that this game isn't really about rushing your opponent down. He's going for the full board control route, trying to take this game as long as possible. And that actually plays into Starfall now by playing around swipe, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, can't have it all, I guess. And it's unlikely, right? What's the chances of getting Starfall even if you're specifically looking for it? I think it's like 11%.
Yeah, a little bit less than that. But I think, because the new expansion changed those numbers a little bit.
Right.
I think Dr. Hippie was expecting something like this to happen. He's like, yeah, if I signal swipe, it's fine, because if he plays around swipe with the Defender of Argus, which is one of the only ways Zoo can play around swipe, then it sets up the perfect Starfall for me. So it's pretty cute how he could afford to perfectly signal swipe because he had the Starfall.
Of course, he doesn't get the dream Fandral Starfall. It's like, wow. Ooh, yeah. Wrathguard. I guess it makes sense because you have Crystal Weaver. It's a super powerful static card with a significant drawback, but you can even buff that to a 5/4. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's interesting. So he must be banning Pirate Warrior then, huh? Because you do not want that card in your deck against Pirate Warrior.
Are you sure though? Because isn't Zeus supposed to be effective against Pirate Warrior because of how good it is at dissecting, board?
Yeah, it really is. But when you throw Wrathguard in the equation, I mean, you start losing that effectiveness a little bit.
I guess so. Probably Berserker trading into it's like super scary, I guess.
Yeah, you got Wrathguard and Flame Imp in your deck, both as 2-ofs. It gets a little dicey.
Yeah, you could be right about that. It could be just a 1-of too.
Sure. It's not a bad 1-of. It's definitely pretty sweet here. 2-mana 5/4. Can't beat that.
That's insane. I think that's the biggest stats out of a 2-drop you could possibly have.
Mm-hmm. It's like a Zoo Edwin Van Cleef.
Don't know if it matters which one you swipe. It's not like you run silence, but you get the swipe damage to face this way.
One's a demon and one's not.
Right, oh yeah, you're right. I thought Crystal Weaver was a demon itself. I guess I'm wrong. I haven't played too much with that card, so it makes sense. Well, okay, you can pretty much get the free Silverware Golem. Chooses not to instead.
Not going to be using the Soulfire this turn. There's no target for the Soulfire, so that makes sense. If you Soulfire the Fandral, you still got to trade into it. So what are you doing? Soulfire in face? It's a value game at this point. So Soulfire in the face isn't very relevant. He wants to just set up a big board, trying to save his resources to be able to trade efficiently with whatever Dr. Hippie develops. The Jade counter is still small, so he can still win the board against Dr. Hippie.
I like it. It's discipline. I would have felt like, oh man, I'm so scared about drawing another Soulfire or Doomguard number 2 or something that would screw me over, but that's not that likely to happen. Mm-hmm. Oh,
you jinxed it. You jinxed it.
Sorry, dude. I'm sorry.
Oh. That hurts. That's going to be tough. Yeah, sometimes you win the RNG on it, though.
Yeah.
He's thinking about maybe Soulfiring first, try and preserve the second Soulfire. He doesn't care about the Fairy Dragon.
Best of both worlds here. Oh, he does. Wow, look at that. Well, I guess you don't have to worry about the Soulfire, double Soulfire if you're able to have things line up perfectly like this.
He's able to protect the Direwolf Alpha this way. Which is important. It's a very strong card on the board. If Dr. Hippie were to have any sort of high stat minion in his hand, you definitely want that Direwolf Alpha sticking around. Unfortunately for Stan Cifka, it's a Wrath sitting in his hand.
Yeah, and Wrath Cycle too, which is really powerful to help fill out the mana curve. Oh, Gadget Sim, not really that useful right now, but could be huge if he picks up a single spell. WoW growth would be massive. Innervate could be huge. But he's fallen pretty far behind on board, and the Jays are not really that dominant yet.
Like, almost at the tipping point, though. Up to 3-3.
But Zoo's just gonna... Zoo's at this point just gonna keep rushing, right?
There's just it's too wide on the board, right? Druid doesn't have enough attacks to trade into the minions. Even if the Druid player is able to accumulate the stats necessary to trade with the opponent's minions, you can't stop all of them.
Yeah, he's too wide.
He's getting zooed. That's the one draw in the deck, the second Ancient Award, that it doesn't matter how wide you are. You gotta go through it.
Yeah, has he used both swipes?
He's definitely used one. I think it's only been one, but I'm not 100% sure.
3, 6, 8. Yeah, this is definitely looking still pretty good for Sivka if he can pick up any extra additional damage. It puts him to 9. He also gets
scary.
Yeah, that's a little bit dicey.
It's the old Feral Rage swipe hero power range.
Well, he does have a Voidwalker in the way. I'm assuming he's going to keep that as a priority.
Yeah, most definitely.
The light protects me.
All right, so the trades don't look exactly that clean unless you want to part ways with the Voidwalker. Yeah, I'd be a little scared to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Darkshire Councilman goes away, and that's super strong.
Do you ever just hold out, just wait for the Darkshire Councilman to grow a little bit more next turn, and then be able to use that as the favorable trade? Just keep your wide presence. You know that the card isn't swipe, or you have a decent guess that it's probably not swipe. But Stan Sivka not going to risk it, just going to take the unfavorable trades, gets to push 2 additional damage, but his boards are actually not that threatening anymore. He's lost almost all of the power on his board.
Yeah,
he's not happy.
Wow.
He's shaking his head. I don't know. I would have maybe liked to see you just hold on to the Councilman there.
Yeah. I would have too. I think he kind of agrees with you. In retrospect, when you shake your head that much, you just kind of like disagree with what you just did.
Yeah, I do not like that play one bit. Yeah. Usually I'm on board with what he's doing, but that seemed not great.
It's the classic Hearthstone Pro post-play head shake.
Yeah.
God, I can't believe how bad that was.
He's still shaking his head. What is going on?
Oh, man. Do you want to remove this 1/3 at all? You're at a pretty comfortable life total relative to your opponent, and you know that he wants a life tap.
I want to wait.
I guess you want to wait because if you know your opponent wants a life tap, then maybe Swipe can help get you through, and Feral Rage could help get that extra damage.
Well, you got like Gadget Feral Rage next turn. Like the 1/3 is not really doing much, right? It's not the most threatening minion in the world, so being able to cycle with Gadget and being able to potentially, just heal with the Gadget cycle is a way that you can play this game. You don't have to try and aggro him down right away.
Right.
Get it out! Get it out!
Zoo's not like an end. Yeah. Oh, that's huge. So start with the Innervate first to get a little bit what's going on here, and that's going to be huge. Now you can just armor up with it, or not even play it. Just play the second Jade card. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage on the board. You're kind of worried about Leroy Soulfire, I guess. All right, no, both Soulfire has been used. I guess it's like Leroy PO. There's a second Doomguard in there, so Doomguard is in the bottom 6. If there's any sort of PO or abusive Sergeant, it could be like that sort of things can happen, and they could get you from 17. So there is some worry about the health here. He's gonna just go to 18.
Yeah, well, he's at 18, so he's actually slightly outside that range now.
Yeah, it needs to be Leroy.
Yeah, Leroy. Or Dark Peddler could find something really powerful. Oh my goodness.
Should have Peddlered first. You can't get Soulfire now.
Alright.
Yeah. If you Peddler first in that scenario, then you can get Soulfire, play Soulfire, then tap into Doomguard.
You're right.
So you limit one of your biggest power cards by not playing the Peddler first. So that's a little slight technical thing. When you get into the top deck mode with Zoo,
it's auto life tap sometimes, Mechanic.
Yeah.
All right. Well, he's got 2 Voidwalkers, 2 really buff Voidwalkers, and he's gonna try to see if he can trade one of these minions off and play the other Doom Guard because it's imperative he gets it down this turn. Oh, the Wrath Guard trade though. Oh my god.
Going down to one. Holy smokes.
That's all he needs, I guess.
Yeah, he's
He needs to trade it to one of these minions because he's dead to a hero power.
yeah, that's wild.
Oh man, and doesn't even have a 2-turn lethal setup. It looks like. Oh man, I think that your that play again from the previous turns, that Darkshire Councilman not being able to keep growing. Mm-hmm. Wow, and you kind of brought up the Wrath Guards and how they could definitely backfire, and they certainly have. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You'd be at 9 health if both those Wrath Guards didn't take so much damage.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, you can argue that he wouldn't win the board nearly as much. But we'll see. 5, 10, 12. 12 presented for Zoo. This Jade Behemoth puts the Druid effectively up to 20. 21, of course, with the hero power. Or with the Feral Rage as well.
Wow, he's Feral Raging for the attack here.
Oh.
I don't know. I really like the Arbor in this scenario because your opponent can't tap. So they only got 1 card a turn, so you don't need to beat much to win this game. But I guess there's no 1 card that kills you, so why not?
Yeah. I mean, he's just trying to increase the amount of chance that he can just hero power win, I think. But that's going to wrap it up. The Zoo drops to the Druid. Mm-hmm. Interesting twist here. And Stancifka's Demon Zoo not working out.
Well, he had the game, I think. I think it just came down to that Darkshire Councilman turn, and he saw it as soon as he did it. There was no reason to trade into that unless you're... I guess he's playing around the potential lethal with leaving the Ancient of War up, some sort of weird Wrath, push Ancient of War, and top decks or Feral Rage kind of line, something like that. But I don't think there's any reason to play around that. I think you got to just preserve the integrity of your board and just grow the Darkshire Councilman, and thing would have went infinite and killed him, as we saw based on how the draws panned out. So I think that's a costly mistake, and now that Zoo could get kind of stuck in there, as it does have the Rogue to go up against, and Zoo versus Rogue has been kind of a dicey matchup.
Yeah, I don't know if Rogue has changed too much in terms of how it fights against the Zoo, but I still know that it has really powerful stuff like Backstab and other ways you can grab board. Questing Adventurer feels like it also can be really powerful if the Zoo can't immediately answer it. It can just keep growing and trading efficiently or even racing.
Yeah, the removal kit from Rogue is just so sick a lot of the time with the backstabs and the preps and the fans. It can get a lot of work done. You can see Backstab just lining up so efficiently against Flame Imp. A lot of Rogue players not running SI7, though, which is a great card against Zoo, and some of them even have been cutting 1 or 2 fans, which, if you don't run any fans, you're going to have trouble against Rogue, that's for sure. I mean, against Zoo. And to Stancifka's benefit, he does have the discard package, which is one of the more favorable Zoo packages for dealing with Rogue. You have the Soul Fires, which are just great against the 4 health minions coming out of Rogue.
All right, well, the good old Flame Imp into Backstab. Doesn't really seem too much going on here. It looked like Dr. Hippie is hesitating just to think about a couple of things going into it. His hand's really awkward. He's got just a couple of 5-drop minions that he doesn't really want to play for a while. So even attached with the dagger, anticipating that he's going to need to re-dagger and get that extra damage in. I like that. A lot of rogues sometimes don't think about their turn 2 dagger plays and then just miss the damage.
Yeah.
What, another Flame Imp? This is the self kill. What is it? The masochist Zoo?
Yeah,
damaging yourself.
Hey, against Rogue. Rogue's got a lot of damage. You got to remember, you're also potentially drawing into another Flame Imp and potentially drawing into those
Wrath Guards.
Yeah, the Wrath Guards, which is going to cause additional.
Your opponent wants to trade on the board and deal damage with like Van Cleave for Requesting Adventure. That Wrath Guard's gonna be really painful.
Mm-hmm. But all for board, man. Health is as long as you got 1, you're okay.
Board is life.
There you go. Especially for Zoo. Zoo benefits so much when they have the board control.
Is it too greedy to like dagger the 2/2 and then re-dagger in anticipate of killing it over 2 turns, accepting the 6 damage?
Like, you may have to use your dagger next turn to kill a councilman, is my fear, a lot of the time. So your second dagger hit then isn't able to hit it, and then it hits you again, and then you got to hit it the turn after with the dagger, because Zoo plays a lot more high-pressure threats than a 2-2 that you may want to dagger.
Yeah, that's completely fair. But then, I guess you're only accepting 2 damage because then you're not killing the peddler anyways. The only thing that it's bad against would be if you draw the second backstab. So you could backstab Eviscerate attack. But I guess you could also just backstab Eviscerate the Darkshire Councilman then.
Yeah, seems fair.
Now we finally get to see more of the idealistic setup here for Stan Cifka, because he's got 3 demons and a Crystal Weaver waiting in the backgrounds, and Rogue is doing what Rogue does second best here, which is draw awkwardly. The first is, of course, kill you by turn 5. The second is die by turn 5 from having no plays.
Yeah, this is not great. If you remove the Flame Imp and the Peddler, you remove the most pressure from the board, which is nice. But your opponent can then coin Doomguard, discard 2 cards, and draw 4. And that's going to be brutal.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Coin Doomguard is really powerful. Wow.
Yeah, he's playing around it. He sees that Stan Cifka's held the coin, and he held these Malkazar's imps until this moment. So in Dr. Hibby's mind, he's like, yeah, he's got coin Doomguard, and he was waiting for this.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't even have to do it now. He could just drop the Crystal Weaver. It gets a lot of stats on the board. It's a 4-mana 5/4 that also adds +2/+2 to the board.
Yeah, that was originally what I was thinking, but then the setup for the Doomguard was also very clever too. And now this is still significant pressure because Rogue's going to be going down to 18 health. You have 11 power on the board with Doomguard. I mean, if you draw Soulfire, you might even be able to lethal him next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Azure Drake needs to pick up something big here, some kind of removal spell. Yikes.
It's going to need a Swashbuckler to sack pack to this game. It's going to need to be one of those kind of rogue games.
Yeah. That would be ideal. No coin. Oh, he would have gotten the Soulfire, the coin Soulfire.
Yeah. A little. I think you're supposed to coin first in that scenario.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. That would have been actually
like worst case, you play Possessed Villager, and it's not that bad. But also you can say the argument that discarding the coin is good for you because you're not discarding a real card. But it depends if you consider Possessed Villager to be a real card or not. And I generally do not. So yeah, a little sloppy with the Zoo, I'd say.
Yeah, missed effective lethal. Is that what we're gonna say? That's not be too harsh. In the end, he's bringing something different to the table, and I like it. I don't know if this is going to be enough, though, because there's not really many good sap targets here. You either sap a 1-mana minion, you sap a minion that buffs the other minions, or you sap Doomguard.
Or you sap yourself.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 2/2. The Zoo getting on the board. And now, what class does he have left, do you think?
Oh, right, because the classes are messed up.
Mage. There we go. I was like, none of those are Warlock. Something weird's going on here.
Surprise.
All right, figured it out. Mage typically does quite well against Rogue.
Yeah, all forms of Mage.
Mm-hmm. You got the freeze, the tempo, the Reno, all of it just keeps Rogue in check a lot of the time. So as long as he's not bringing something too wonky. And it looks like it's Mage from the mulligan here. It could be freeze, tempo, or Reno. So we'll just have to see. But typically speaking, you want to play Mage quite aggressively against a Rogue. You want to set up in situations where you can burn them out at the end before they're able to do the nasty Rogue stuff that they try to do. And the Frost Nova indicates either Freeze or Reno Mage. The second Forgotten Torch is found, he mulliganed it away. So this must be Freeze Mage. Freeze Mage is the highest win rate form of Mage against Rogue. So this works out quite favorably for Stan Cifka.
Yeah, primarily because Freeze Mage is so good at stalling out the Rogue and making sure that their threats can't hit. In the end, most of the times you're just like sapping the Doomsayers, and And if they clear their board one time, you're done. But it is possible. It's just really hard. I think that the terms or the phrases that once was used to me, because I asked Sixo, like, what is Freeze Mage versus Rogue the worst matchup in the meta? This was about like 3-4 months ago. And he said, well, Freeze Mage can't lose and Rogue can't win. So, yeah. It's like two things working against it. Rogue just ideally can't really burst the Freeze Mage out. And then, Freeze Mage doesn't have an opportunity really to lose because it just plays so well against Rogue's board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes you get a runaway Edwin or a runaway questing that can put in a lot of work, but one of the biggest issues is Rogue has no healing. So at any time that Mage is able to get Ice Block up and not get it popped, they can just Alex you, set you to 15, and then kill you the turn after, and there's nothing you can really do to stop it with no healing in the deck. So the limited healing options for Rogue, Earthen Ring Farseer back in like 2014 and, I guess early 2015 was played in Rogue, but it's been a card that's been since cycled out for the longest time. Without any healing, it's really, really tough.
Well, there's always the good old Swashbuckler.
Okay.
Potentially bail you out. Ice blocks. Or something else maybe that I'm not thinking about.
So,
all right, Dr. Hippie really taking his turn to evaluate if maybe he wants to start going on the big questing train, perhaps.
I don't like it because it dies to Fireball, right? Is there any way to make it bigger than a 6/6? That's the
big thing going into turn 4.
Yeah, looks like you can make it as big as a 6/6 and that's it. Oh, man. But, I mean, it's a bad matchup, so you got to take risks.
That's true. That's also a fair argument there. So you definitely don't commit the backstab or anything like that, though. You just want to get it out of Frostbolt ping range at this point, or Spell Power Frostbolt range. So 5/5 is the sufficient size if you're not going to be playing around Fireball. So I like not committing the backstab because that doesn't help play around any of the thresholds.
Unfortunately for him, though, Fireball's waiting in the crosshairs, and then he plays Tomb Pillager, which also gets answered by Torch Ping. So this is already looking pretty bad for Dr. Hippie. But he does have Azure Drake to refill, and he could potentially pick up Big Edwin. That is another backup plan that he could have.
Sure. He's got a decent minion curve that's forcing Stansifka to utilize a lot of his burn controlling the board, which is going to slow down the Freeze Mage's plan of burning out the Rogue, but it's going to be tough. This is not the ideal opening for Rogue. Usually Rogue only wins when at this point there's a 12-12 on the field.
Right. The game's usually actually decided very early on for Rogue.
Ooh, the Swashbuckler is one of those things.
Dream. He's got 2 in a deck, so I'm hoping for even more than that, man.
You just need to play Antonidas.
Oh yeah, that's another way too. Put them on like an indefinite clock that they can't answer.
Yeah, they can't freeze the fireballs. So
that's right. Fire beats ice. Last time I checked.
Every
or
time.
at least gets a stab bonus.
Yeah.
I wonder.
So, I guess
it never really made sense to me, right? Because the ice melts and then turns to water, and then water beats fire, and.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to, if your entire essence is ice, you like blast through that essence, right? You're like a lot weaker without water, if you're a water form, because you're so used to just being ice form.
Sure. Why not? I don't know. Swashbuckler, Antonidas, here we go. Let's have a game. Oh!
Wait, so is there any rogue spells that you can, or do you get mage spells? You get mage spells from Cabal Stone, right?
You get mage, I think.
Okay,
yeah,
right.
Mage spells.
So yeah, you get 3 Swashbuckler stuff now.
Mm-hmm.
That's triple the value.
Bummer.
Oh.
I mean, I guess we got 3 burn.
Would you? Oh yeah, and Mirrodin is so bad against Doomsayer.
Oh yeah. It's like you could get an Emperor sometimes.
Yeah,
maybe
Alex Straza, maybe I don't know.
I mean, I think it's Alex Straza, you're dead. Yeah. Another hand that's not really doing anything for Dr. Hippie.
Wow, that is an awesome hand for questing adventure.
Yeah, but it's
or an Edwin, dude. If he picked up Edwin,
How nuts would this Edwin be?
Yeah. Imagine if he was just a little bit more patient with the questing. Just play Tomb Pillager into Drake.
No. Dude, the questing would be out of control right now.
But would it even accomplish anything? Even if the questing's out of control right now, Dr. Hippie may still would have lost from that position because Stan Cifka has 3 board freezes. So the questing would not be able to deal damage for 3 turns even if Dr. Hippie had saved it and made it happen. So that may have also been a losing proposition because if you don't take the risk on the questing and then you play it later, you're taking the risk on if my opponent draws a bunch of board freezes, this doesn't accomplish anything. And we can see Stan Cifka can freeze it 4 times.
Too soon.
So
Man.
it's a tough matchup.
It's a really hard matchup for sure, and you guys are starting to see why if you didn't believe us before. Freezing Potion just to free up his hand.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Rogue is really weak against decks with a lot of removal, and like half the Freeze Mage deck is removal, and the other half is AoE freeze. So it's brutal.
Yeah, that's why I struggles with Reno Mage too, for the same reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hey, if he picks up Van Cleef off this fan, I think we're cooking.
Oh, that's not bad.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. The Mirror Entity is fine because if your opponent plays Doomsayer now, it's okay. But it's just a liability moving forward. What if he plays like this frickin' 1818 Van Cleef, and then he just plays Doomsayer and activates Mirror Entity and he loses everything, man. Okay, he sees it's not counterspell. Ooh, if he gives Acolyte, he's going to summon one on the other side and maybe potentially overdraw. Sifka just going to pass, though. Wants to guarantee a draw off the Acolyte. It makes a lot more sense that way.
Yeah. Now, if the Edwin comes out, all Stan Cifka has to do is drop Doomsayer and it removes everything. Oh,
it's so
man.
funny.
It's pretty scary.
I guess he can prep.
Mm-hmm. He can either go off this turn, or I guess he could wait until next turn and then try and fish for Edwin with the second gadget. It's also an option.
Oh my goodness. I feel like he's going to hit it, and then he's going to conceal it, and then it's going to be the biggest Van Cleef that just gets trolled by... well, actually, maybe not anymore, now that you have Tomb Pillager. Tomb Pillager conceal.
You've already played so many cards that I think you want to just find it, right?
That's true.
Because it's going to be smaller next turn if you don't just try and look for it this turn, so he's still digging for it.
Oh my god.
And there it is.
This is a 1818 or 2020? Oh
18.
man.
And he's just going to play Doomsayer. Because he's going to go with Doomsayer Blizzard anyway, right? So, like, might as well see if it's Mirror Entity first. And, RIP. Oh, that hurts.
Oh, poor Dr.
Yep.
Sorry, man. This is hilarious to me, dude. Dr. Hippie's actually laughing at this point. Probably in pain. He's probably cringing in pain, but at least he's having a good sense of humor. It's just like, how can you not laugh after going? You spent like this entire 90 seconds going off with this giant Van Cleef, this elaborate, crazy labyrinth to find the odds and play the biggest threat you can. You're only out, and then your opponent just plays a Doomsayer.
Yeah, and Stan Cifka's got 24 points of damage, but he doesn't even need to kill Dr. Hippie at this point. He can exhaust him of all the remaining minions in his deck with these burn spells without dying, and then just take him to fatigue, kill every minion in Dr. Hippie's deck, and win the game that way. So there should be 0% chance for Dr. Hippie to win this game from this point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Dr. Hippie himself is actually quite the troll character. If you ever get to meet him, he loves participating in Twitch chat, loves the whole, emojis and the smiley face metas and stuff. He's really big into that. So if he was watching the game, he'd probably be laughing his butt off too. So I think that's why he's able to take it in stride. But it doesn't look like this one is really meant for him. He's going to try to put on some board pressure, but Cifka is very closely nearing the Alex Straza draw, which means he just has the follow-up burn.
He's got the damage now already. He's got 28 points of burn, so he can just launch instead of 2-turn lethal.
He's seen almost every card from the rogue that would be a mage too, outside of the last one, which is a flame strike. So maybe safe to start tossing the burn to face.
It's pretty safe, but it's safer to play around the mage card, safer to play around the ice block or whatever. So the safest play, I think, is just to double burn both the minions, even though you have the easy 2-turn lethal setup. But you don't know what that mage card is. Maybe it's ice block.
I mean, you could also keep Gadget Stand alive too, right? And then your opponent just keeps fatiguing himself. There's also that possibility. There's just a lot of ways you can win against the rogue. Pretty much anything he does that involves just not being wasteful and dying here.
Sure.
5, 9,
he's dead.
15. 15. Wow, he was actually 1 damage off from popping the block this turn. Not that it really matters, but just one of those things that it's. Turns out Dr. Hippie still put up the fight anyways.
Well, he's only 1 damage off lethal because the freeze mage let him be. He could have froze the board, he could have removed the board, you know. But
all right, so Dr. Hippie going to play out his cards, just kind of showing Stan Cifka what he's got. I guess showing the rest of the world, because if he gets farther into the tournament, he could be exposing too much of his deck. But, I mean, it's pretty much what we've come to expect from a standard Miracle Rogue anyways. Stan Cifka's going to take a well-fought series 3-2 with his unusual Demon Zoo and Freeze Mage combo. I was not expecting this at all for the tournament, but leave it up to Cifka to try to break the meta.
It's a really weird lineup, right? So you look at Zoo and you say, yeah, it's probably pretty favorable against Druid, so why would you bring Freeze Mage into that arena? Because you have Zoo and Rogue already pretty favorable against Druid. Freeze Mage not favorable against Druid, unless he thinks that Freeze Mage is favorable against Jade Druid. Maybe Jade Druid's greedy enough that they've slowed down enough that Freeze Mage has become favored against it. Because I remember back in the first time Jade Druid was coming around, back when Freeze Mage was still popular, there were players on my friends list in top 100 with Freeze Mage saying it beat Jade Druid. So this could be a Freeze Mage that he believes beats Jade Druid, because Jade Druid only runs 1 Feral Rage most of the time now, and no one's really running Ragnaros anymore, so they have only minion pressure to deal with it. So it's a pretty creative and interesting lineup to try and pin, I guess, both Rogue and Druid, kind of soft pin both of those decks, and all 3 of these decks also seem pretty good against Jade Shaman. So,
yeah. I want to see more of it, man. I love good Freeze Mage play, especially because it seems like Stan Cifka is doing a farewell tour for the Hall of Fame. He's saying power overwhelming decks. Well, I guess Zoo is not running power overwhelming.
Yeah, he only had Soulfire.
It's the deck that does benefit the most from power overwhelming, and he's got Ice Lance with Freeze Mage. He's doing a farewell tour of everything that's good and what's love. I like it. Wrapping up before, of course, the rotation for when those cards go into the wild. We're going to take a 5-minute break, but first we'll update you on a couple of bracket matches. Hoy versus Eloise. Eloise took the series 3-2. Very good matchup there. Yoa's Flow defeats Powder 3-1. It's a pretty good match as well. Colento versus Ray C also happened. Ray C took the series 3-0. And then a couple of other updates as well. Trump has defeated AKA Wonder, or Aka Wonder. VLPS will be playing Killin' All Day. Both advanced. Killin' All Day upsets Chalky, able to take Chalky down, the arena master himself. And, of course, Rage has beaten Surrender 3-0. That's also a really interesting one. He's going to be playing Muzzy in the bracket. Some really cool stuff happening. Follow alongside with us at the Smash GG bracket. For now, we're going to take a 5-minute break. When we come back, more action here at the Hearthstone Major. Stay tuned. We'll be back soon.
Hey everybody, I'm happy to announce Geico's sponsorship of Team Solo Mid. They could save you hundreds on car insurance. Russell, that sounds like garbage.
Not even close. Yankee Doodle.
Macaroni!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone Major presented by Geico Gaming. My name is Frodan. I am joined by Firebat, and in case you guys haven't gotten enough of Amnesiac, boy, are you guys in for a treat. We got more young Savage, master of Baby Rage himself, up against Phone Tap, who we haven't seen in quite some time, although he's been lurking in the shadows. He's actually been competing a lot still, entering a lot of tournaments, still grinding the ladder. I believe Photap actually made a run for number one a few months ago. So, Photap's still very much around, even though we haven't seen him since, I think, the Legendary Series a couple of years back. Hard to think so much time has passed on. Firebat, what do you think about this series, man? Who do you think is favored, if any at all?
Well, if we just judge by class distribution, I would say Mage has more favorable matchups than Warlock has, looking at the presentation here. So I'd have to give a slight edge towards Phone Tap based on classes there. But nothing huge. Obviously, they have very similar classes, and the only difference appears to be it's either Reno or Tempo Mage up against the Reno Lock from Amnesiac. And Reno Mage typically does slightly better against Rogue and Warlock than Reno Lock does.
Certainly. Well, very similar lineups outside of that. We'll see what kind of mage specifically Phone Tap brought. I do know that he's been a lover of aggro decks in general, right? So he might even be bringing aggro shaman and aggro rogue. That'd be cool.
And then
I actually would love
mage.
to see, yeah, tempo mage, aggro mage. You're talking about like straight up ice lances with just mana worms and stuff.
Yeah, the full aggro line of aggro shaman, aggro rogue, aggro mage, aggro warrior. We haven't seen that yet. And
that's true.
I was kind of expecting that to be something. That
True
was
degenerate behavior.
That was a lineup at prelims for North America that was like extremely popular, and then kind of fell off after that with the nerf Buccaneer. But maybe it's a good time for that lineup to make a comeback.
Yeah, for the Hearthstone Championship Tour playoffs of America, for people who missed out on it, there was a high percentage of players that focused on bringing an all aggressive lineup with tempo mage, aggro shaman, pirate warrior, and an aggressive rogue. It was the first variant of aggro rogue, very much different from what we see nowadays with Finja and stealth package. But it still was very much about the face. And I wonder if Phone Tap's going to do that, because he's actually a self-declared or self-proclaimed aggro lover. So maybe he's onto something. Or with the Gadget Auctioneer, it looks like it's not going to be the case. That's slightly disappointing for me, but understandable considering that this variant of Miracle Rogue is still pretty good.
Yeah, the Questing Rogue hasn't gone anywhere. It's been a staple deck in the metagame for ever since the latest expansion. It's just been it's drifted away on ladder a little bit lately, but the tournament presence for this deck has just like never left. Even though its position in the metagame on ladder has changed dramatically over the months.
All right, so mid-range Shaman, how I wonder if I think Amnesiac has that devolve in his deck. I've seen so many mid-range stage Shamans by now. I'm starting to blend them all together, and of course we don't get access to deck lists, so we don't reveal information unknowingly that people shouldn't have at a disposal. But if Amnesiac has a devolve, he'll definitely be a little bit more competitive in this matchup. But Amnesiac doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that plays devolve. I think some people like it, a lot of people don't.
Yeah, it's at its best against Rogue for sure, but it has a lot of really weak matchups. So, yeah, I don't think we saw it earlier on when we were watching him, but it's a card that could be in there. The matchup still, even without Devolve, I'd say it's slightly favored for the Jade Shaman, as Jade Lightning's just so powerful, as well as the thing from below swing turns, and even Hex is just such a great card against the threats that Rogue can present. Oftentimes Shaman is like, they're pretty slow, but they're like just fast enough to get enough damage in to make it awkward for the gadgets and turns from Rogue.
So can you talk to me about why Shaku is actually just so regular, making a regular appearance in all Miracle Rogue decks now, or just Rogue decks in general? Because people wrote it off as a terrible card prior to release, and even upon release people were saying that it was bad.
Well, it's pretty crummy off curve, but you kind of highlight here why it's so great on curve. If Phone Tap plays Shaku here, if you were to play any other 3-drop, the response would be coin Jade Lightning from Amnesiac, and Amnesiac would be able to remove his opponent's minion and generate his own tempo. But the stealth from Shaku coming down on curve is just so powerful, because there's plenty of decks in the current Hearthstone metagame that don't try and develop threats early, that want to try and react to their opponent's threats early. And if you play a card with stealth, they cannot react to it. The weapons can't remove it, spells can't remove it. So against decks like Druid that often don't establish threats early, or even Jade Shaman, which doesn't usually develop too many threats early, the stealth is so powerful, as they can't use the removal cards, and it limits the potential playable cards that they have in their hand.
Yeah, and I like the fact that what Shaku does, it just gives Rogue stuff to do. Sometimes Rogue still is victim of not having actual real plays. They just have a bunch of conceals, cold bloods, and preps. And most of the time, Shaku can land on something that you can kind of plan your hand around.
Yeah, it's also just another must-kill minion. It threatens to be a value generator. And if you look at Rogue, you have to kill spell power, you have to kill questing, you have to kill gadget. Well, you don't have enough removal to kill all this crap, so you start falling into the problem where you just run out of ways to deal with things.
That's true. Although Shaku is more manageable than growing questings and big Van Cleaves. In this case, it looks like can be removed in an assortment of ways. I don't think you're necessarily in the biggest rush to remove the Tomb Pillager, because you do give a coin to your opponent to be able to use on their turn. I think you'd rather take out the Shaku here.
I agree with that.
Nice thing about Amnesiac's hands, too, is that everything kind of spaces really nicely based off the overload. So even though he overloads now, he still has 4 mana for Jade Lightning. If he doesn't need Jade Lightning, he can just Jade Spirit. That kind of flexibility is really valuable to a Shaman, as we saw in the previous... Actually, no, the first series that Amnesiac played, his opponent kept getting stuck with overload over and over and over.
Is there a lethal setup here? Questing Cold Blood Conceal is 20, and then the questing is at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like 1 off lethal or something. If he draws any kind of playable spell next turn, could get lethal. He's thinking about it. Those are the plays you got to look out for. Rogue can sometimes just get you out of nowhere, and if you miss that opportunity, the window can close quite quickly. but I don't think it's worth it at this instance. Shaman has too many counterplays. It's just not enough damage.
Too soon.
Yeah, you also have 2 gadget stands in your hand, so it feels like it does feel like a little bit all in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like a little unnecessarily all in. I guess you do get the coin back at least, so you could be able to use it for the gadget stand, but
He's going for it.
going for it, like you said. So you said he's 1 off?
Let's see. I don't know. I was kind of doing some theoretical counting. 15, 16, 17. Yeah, 18. 1 off. Hey, I did it.
Nice. And they say Firebat's washed up. Come at him, haters. Thing from below is the only defensive tool here in their disposal. Not really much going on here for the Shaman. I guess Amnesiac's just at the mercy of what his opponent draws.
The classic verse conceal game. I hope I'm alive.
Oh,
If there was no taunt, that was lethal.
yeah.
You can still get prep into stuff.
Yeah, Gadget Sand could help him get it stuff going here.
Yeah, so I think that's the opening play here is the gadgets and backstab on the 2/2.
But he's still kind of like awkwardly roadblocked by the thing from below, no matter how he cuts it.
Well, the one thing is, though, you present so many threats that Amnesiac has to deal with that you can just win out on board because you know they have to hex this questing, right? So
Right.
It opens up the potential for your gadget to even stick at that point.
Is it worth getting the coin off the Tomb Pillager? Keep your
kinda
questing
thinking-
at higher health.
Yeah, just to keep the questing's health was my concern with it, because right now, that storm looks pretty terrifying. So
Yeah. And then you're like pretty all in at this point. I guess you have a second auctioneer, but
this is better against Hex, worse against Storm. The other way, you guarantee your gadget kind of sticks around if Hex comes out, so you got that safety net going for you, but this way is way more all in, and you're just like, well, if they don't have Storm, I win. And he didn't have Storm.
Well, there's Flame Tongue and Jade Lightning or Flame Tongue Hex. I guess Flame Tongue Hex is slightly better because you avoid giving your opponent the coin, but then you're staring at 5 damage. You're just dead to a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I think you got to do it, though. It's the only way to stay alive, huh?
Yeah, and I think at this point, survival is the most important thing. You do have comeback mechanics with Jinyu Water Speaker. If you, how much mana would you have next turn? 7. So you can't even like Jinyu and taunt though. That's gonna be really bad.
Yeah. And you leave a gadget up. That's terrifying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not to mention, exactly that. Spells can just straight up kill you.
Yeah, so it's very important that you deny the coin here, so the phone tap can't look for even more additional spells. And
yeah, any kind of Cold Blood or Viscerate is lethal right now.
Yep.
Leroy's been shut off. Ooh,
And
there it
that'll
is.
do it.
All right, well, phone tap off to a very good start, getting wins with the Rogue. Rogue definitely flexing its muscles this tournament. I'm very curious to see the win rate of all the decks after it. I was told that that's something that they're trying to track for the event because there's so many players, there's double elimination. They're trying to get a lot of stats out for the event, but there's a lot of matches happening. If you guys are having trouble, again, follow us on the bracket at Smash GG. A lot of storylines happening with who's going through and who's falling to the lower bracket. And even if you go to the lower bracket, there are a list of killers. I mean, Kalentos are in the lower bracket already. Tars is down there. Hoy is down there. It's like Chalky's down there. So you don't want to run into any of those guys.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely true. But you got to beat everybody to win the tournament, so you shouldn't be afraid of your opponents, even though you kind of are.
Yes, sir, indeed.
Mm-hmm. So now the Rogue's able to get a win. You kind of expect the Rogue to get a win in this lineup spread, though. It's got fairly decent matchups all around. It's like worst matchup is a 50-50 in the mirror. So you're probably not too disappointed in Amnesiac's shoes to see Rogue get a win. You got to imagine you're still fairly comfortable with the series.
Like, yeah, I mean, I think the series is really just getting started here. I expect a 3-2. I would be very surprised to see a 3-0 either way. Well, I guess a 3-0 for Phone Tap at this point because it's not possible the other way around. Hey, look, he does have the Devolve, man. I'm a big fan of that card. I think it's definitely not the best card. It's one of the most expendable ones in the list for sure, but I think it's really useful, even in situations where you don't necessarily anticipate it. You know, like even in aggressive matchups, they play a Flame Wreath Faceless. You devolve it down to just a 3/3, and they just play huge mana cost for it. I love that card, man. It's so fun.
Yeah, both players running Devolve, it looks like.
Okay, so he does run it. All right.
Yeah, and Phone Tap runs Lightning Bolt, which is a card a lot of players have been cutting from the Jade Shaman build, so that's kind of interesting to see come out.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if he cut some of his other early game. You know, some of these lists, they feel like they can get away cutting early game because they're so mid-range focused and reactive to what their opponents are doing that maybe they don't even have a lot of those early game drops to help secure the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. I've seen before lists that like cut Tunnel Trug and then run Lightning Bolt in place of it because they don't try and be aggressive. But usually those lists don't run Flame Tongue Totem.
Yeah, or maybe I've seen lists with like one Tunnel Trog too, just for like the one of because they don't mind drawing it, but they hate top decking it later on.
Makes sense.
Well, seems like there's gonna be a lot of toteming this game.
Yeah, not too many options here. That's about it.
It's like the new Control Warrior mirrors: totem pass, totem pass, totem pass. Well, actually, we got some action finally.
Now we have a real decision, right? You can either play the Mana Tide and then, I guess, try and defend it next turn, or decide to try and take board with a minion that can start punching down your opponent's totems. So he opts to go for the card draw, but this doesn't give Amnesiac any way to protect his totem boards and start establishing board control. So he's most likely going to be hexing a minion next turn, I guess.
All right, so if he's removing this, then is Amnesiac pretty far ahead because he gets to develop something again, and his opponent's being reactive to it. He's also forcing his opponent to waste a card on that.
Yeah, Phone Tap not coining Jinyu Water Speaker, so he's not fallen into the trap here. Amnesiac wants Phone Tap to coin Jinyu Water Speaker. He knows that Phone Tap doesn't have a Totem Golem because he would have played Totem Golem on 2, and he's saving the coin. There's potentially would have coined Feral Spirits if he had it. A lot of lists don't even play Feral Spirits, so you can kind of safely play the Mana Tide, expecting the only minion play from your opponent to be Jinyu Water Speaker, and if that comes out, you retaliate with Hex, and then you get to protect it and get an additional card. So Phone Tap plays around the Hex by not playing the Jinyu Water Speaker, just immediately removing the Mana Tide before it gets out of control, and establishing his own totem board to try and maximize value of Flame Tongue in future turns.
How important is it the hero power of your turn compared to just developing tempo with the strongest minion possible?
Depends how much AoE you have in your hand. If you hero power every turn and your opponent's got a totem golem bashing down every hero power and you end up doing nothing the entire game and then you don't have AoE to recover the board, you're going to die. Like, but if you have the Lightning Storm in your hand like Phone Tap does right now, he can give away the board and then he can take it back with a Thing from Below plus Storm combo. But it just depends what your hand is, and certain hands can afford to give away more boards than other hands. Like Amnesiac's hand can't really afford to play super passively on the board. So it was interesting that he decided to drop the Mana Tide there with no AoE. A lot of times, if you don't have any AoE in your hand, you want to be as proactive as possible on the board.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at Photap easily sniping the board without having to use much of his AoE at this point. So he's got Jinyu Water Speaker, he's got Flame Tongue Totem to help control the state of the board a little bit, because, you know, value portals and other things like that are definitely something to be concerned about too in this matchup. Mm-hmm. Hey, you know, I want to ask your opinion on something. It's like a little fact or fiction type thing. A lot of players back when the mid-range shaman was dominating the Karazhan meta actually talked about how mid-range shaman mirrors were some of the most skill-intensive matchups in that meta, if not the most. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
On the last day, I think I went something like 36-1. It went from rank like 3,000 legend to 4.
So all skill matchup.
I think it's a very skill matchup. I think every single one of my games except 2 were a mid-range shaman mirror. So, I have pretty good win rate in the mirror. It's a lot about
pretty good. 36-1.
It's a lot about reading, when to extend, when not to extend, how to set up for AoEs, when you can set up for AoEs, when you can afford to invest in Manatides and when you can't. And a lot of people incorrectly invest tempo into Manatides without AoE in their hand and stuff like that, and it causes board swings to go not in their favor, and they don't save removal for Flame Tongues, and then that generates infinite value across the course of the game. So there's a lot of little technical things that come into play with how you utilize your AoEs and whatnot. And the totems. The totems are super tricky and mechanical. Like Flame Tongue and Manatide are some of the most strongest cards in the Shaman deck, and they're very hard to play with and very hard to play against from both sides 100% optimally.
But if you went 1-36, it's a luck matchup. No skill involved, right?
Well, I mean, there's obviously some amount of fortune. I had a few games where I think my opponents could have played better and won against me. I was able to come back from like 1 HP and stuff like that.
Well, that's always the best feeling.
Yeah, it was on the... Just Saying was doing his...
Watchstone stuff.
Yeah, the Watchstone stuff, so it was pretty cool.
Well, centering back on this game, Phone Tap kind of stuck with not the most ideal hex. You know that your opponent has things from below or Jade Chieftains or other bigger fish to fry, but in this case, I think it's like you said, you don't want to let go of the board if you don't have to, really fight for it, and it's definitely not the kind of board you want to pull an AoE trigger on, even if you have spell damage totem.
Yeah, it was a really interesting turn. I think that was one of the turns where he could have actually decided to let go of the board if he really wanted to. But I think he's trying to set up for a smooth position to play Aya. I think that's his number one priority. So he's going with the tempo hex there to try and coin Aya out next turn. He doesn't want to have to AoE clear anytime soon so that he can try and get these big minions out of his hand and go coin Aya into Jade Chieftain, then AoE after that.
Is it worth baiting out Hex before Aya, or do you think it's still too good to pass up an Aya right here?
I think Aya is insane right here. I think Jade Lightning is stronger on the board, but I think it's more important to be developing, the Jade counter and to get the clunkier card out of your hand when you can save Jade Lightning to combo with AoE to retaliate later on. It's the more flexible card.
Yeah, something that we saw in some previous series was, Shaman being reactive and then being stuck with all the proactive cards in their hand. They couldn't get it out fast enough because they lost the board eventually. And then the reactive cards, when they needed the reactive cards, weren't there anymore. They only played Junior Water Speaker into a full board. They played Aya into a full board. So I like what you're talking about, keeping a good balance of their hand right now. And if they have Hex, they have Hex. But and then they're not hexing your Jade Chieftain, which is also a big threat too.
Yeah. Devolve is a possibility here. It's not that spectacular, but it's not bad. Ugh.
Validated Doomsayer.
He's got no way to deal with that. That's going to be a 7/7.
He could Flame Tongue and then put 5 damage on it for free, so it's a 7/2.
That's a super expensive Flame Tongue. It's a vulnerable Flame Tongue. You're playing a Flame Tongue out into your opponent's board control. So that means you're going to have to probably try and protect with Thing from below. And then if you protect with Thing from below and commit double Flame Tongue, you're basically all in. If your opponent has Storm, you lose.
Wow, double Tongue.
Yeah, but the RNG roll there made him have to go all in. Flame Tongue, you never want to extend both Flame Tongues onto the board. Like, literally ever. It's one of the strongest cards in your entire deck. Your opponent always needs to remove it with either Jade Lightning or Hex or Storm. And so when you allow them to kill a Thing from below and 2 Flame Tongue totems and a Totem Golem all in one Storm, you're losing 4 cards to 1 Spell Power Storm here. That's insane.
Would it be that bad to let the Doomsayer activate its ability? though? Like, because the whole point of him extending this far is because he didn't want Phone Tap to be able to get value off of that.
It's got no AoE safety net, right? So if the 7/7 comes out and then Phone Tap pushes with his own Flame Tongue and secures the board, what does Amnesiac do? He just tempo hexed to try and preserve his board position here. So there's nothing he can do. You see him just nod his head. He knows it's done.
Yeah, this is kind of hard to come back from for sure. I mean,
there you go.
Spirit.
Double Jade Spirit. That's something.
Yeah,
He's overloaded, so this might be the correct combination of cards to ramp the Jades up big enough that you just win. He just needs to draw like another Jade card after this, and then maybe you get there.
Yeah, he doesn't have Portal, so Portal would have been a devastating follow-up, and that would have put the nail in the coffin, but it doesn't look like that's the case.
Yeah, and the Flame Tongue usage earlier from Phone Tap, he doesn't have one now to try and lock down the board, so he's kind of left with awkward trades. And draw first.
Azure Drake does seem kind of appealing.
Yeah, it's decent. A lot of times you want to try and save it. He's got 1 Storm left, 2 Portals left, so try and combo it with something like that. You don't have Spirit Claws anymore, so it's not as impactful to save it. But so if you don't play it,
would be to tempo Jinyu to heal the Totem Golem back up to a 3/4.
yeah, I like that play a lot better.
Yeah.
So Lightning picked up. Not great. Probably just have to Chieftain, but having an additional Jade card is going to be very powerful for future turns, and getting this many minions on the field is making Bloodlust pretty strong. The comeback.
Yeah, no AoE in the form of Phone Tap and kind of roadblocked here. Does have some good value trades, though. Oh, Portal. Does that change anything? If he gets spell damage to him? Oh, he can't. He can't. It's not enough mana.
And Portal does allow the Chieftain to go down. It might just be good enough, right? It's not like an overextension or anything, because if your opponent AoEs, next turn you just brand Jade Chieftain and then it's done. So I like it. I think you just Azure Drake Portal, clean up as much as you can. Leave your opponent with only a 2/1 on the field. And then go as wide as you can. So take the value trade with the 3/6 into the 5/5. And force your opponent to AoE. And then once they AoE, then brand Jade Chieftain, close out the game.
How big are his Jades now? 3/3s? Something like that. So it'd be a 4/4 and a 5/5. Yeah, that'd be way too much.
Looks like a lightning play is what he's going for. Oh, rolling spell power. Now he can clear the entire board and preserve a bunch of health and have reload after AoE. So, yeah, that's even better than the Azure Drake.
Yeah, I guess he didn't need Azure Drake because additional spell power didn't do much. So he went for a totem roll to see if he got lucky with the 1 and 4, and then from there evaluated his plays.
Yeah, if he doesn't hit the 1 and 4, then he just goes Lightning Maelstrom. So yeah, I like that line better than Azure Drake, I think. And he knows Amnesiac doesn't have any Flame Tongue totems, so these 1/1s and this 0/2 are not actually all that threatening, because both Flame Tongues were exhausted earlier on.
Well, Amnesiac's got his own Jade army himself, 4/4 and a 5/5, pretty formidable. And Phone Tap will be fighting from behind. The big difference between the Jade Chieftain and is the fact that Amnesiac has a preemptive board, which means Bloodlust can't help him trade efficiently, which might end up being the case here, assuming that he doesn't Portal in this position. He actually can, I think.
Yeah, you can get the triple spell power Portal even.
Yeah, it's a full clear.
Yeah, full clear the board. That seems to be the play.
You don't get to play Brand Jade Chieftain next turn, though.
Yeah,
small downside. Oh.
I don't think you use the second Portal. I think the claws are better.
Yeah. Summon a 4/4, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't overload you, though, so then next turn you can brand Jade Chieftain if you want. They both got upsides.
Yeah.
But the portal's just too valuable of a card. I think it's better just to hold on to it.
Yeah, and now you can see just one of the downsides of Bloodlust just kind of being awkward here. Oh, Jade Lightning being a pretty good pickup here for Amnesiac. Definitely one of the better ones. Being able to summon his own 6/6 onto the board will be really nice to contest it, and his opponent playing Jade Chieftains means that he gets good trades into it. Yeah. Is he just holding out the inevitable here, Firebat?
He's been holding out the inevitable since the double Flame Tongue turn. It's he devolved, and they got a 7/7 from devolve essentially, and he had to overextend in order to not just lose to the devolved minion, and that was the game back then. And now we're just kind of drawing it out. And he's hanging on to a chance to cheese something out with Bloodlust, but he's just holding on to straws.
Well, it looks like PhoneTap's doing everything he can to try not to throw away his Jade Chieftain value, but if he's going to be playing removal this turn, he's going to be overloaded anyways. Because if he plays Maelstrom Portal and Lightning Bolt, he gets a very efficient clear, but he also is overloaded for 9, or sorry, overloaded for 1, and he's going to only have 9 mana next turn.
Yeah, it's I guess if he's not getting the Jade Chieftain value, he could get outvalued. Yeah, it's gonna be tough though. Amnesiac needs to draw maybe back-to-back Jade Chieftains or something crazy, because his Jade counter is very large, so that could give him a chance.
Or you could get Storm, stall for that. Maybe a spell damage portal.
Okay, he's still taking 9. But it's a start, right?
It is a start.
Well, if you just storm next turn, maybe something can happen. But
yeah, that's kind of a dead draw for PhoneTap. 5, 10, 14. Hold on to the brand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no reason to play it. Your opponent needs to board clear this or they're dead.
Right. Whoa. 2 portals. Wow.
The comeback. His Jade counter is so much higher, so if he gets the perfect mixture of board clear...
Oh my goodness.
And he's got the Bloodlust, which could be lethal next turn even. If PhoneTap doesn't respect the Bloodlust, but he should respect the Bloodlust. There's been one card in his hand forever.
Yeah. And he's ready to use Devolve, right?
Yep.
There you go. Azure Drake from PhoneTap. Man, this is almost a comeback here from Amnesiac. Pretty valiant effort.
Mm-hmm.
Portal for 2. Ooh, a free thing from below.
Yeah. Yeah, the board's getting reloaded again, and Amnesiac is exactly back in the same spot. And that's kind of the issue in Shaman Mirrors, right? If you're able to get the board sweep, generally, if you're out of cards, you can't board sweep and develop. So they always just have held back something and then reload every time you clear the board, and you're indefinitely clearing the board and taking chip damage until you die. So it's all about those opening turns and how you're establishing your presence on the board and using your initial resources in this kind of matchups. Because once you fall behind, you're just done.
Yeah, well, it's just hard to come back without Lightning Storms, and even then it's not guaranteed. Oh, wait, what if Amnesiac hits his Lightning Storm?
Oh, my. Is this the comeback? This would allow him to develop and come back on the board, so this could be it. Not it.
Man, that would have been crazy, dude. Back and forth swings.
He's alive. He's got the storm's going to kill him, but in his perspective, he's alive.
Yeah. Good effort here for sure. I'm glad he stuck it out. I mean, a lot of people feel like it's done. They don't even try, but I mean, there was definitely a possibility of him being able to come out ahead.
Yeah. He needed very specific things to happen, but it is possible, and you always fight for those 1% chances in Hearthstone.
It means a 2-0 lead for PhoneTap, and maybe the fact that we're saying that we expect it to be a 3-2 is going to once again curse the series Firebat, as PhoneTap is up 3-0 with just Mage remaining.
Yeah, and I would say Mage is one of the stronger classes against the this kind of lineup that we've been seeing a few of the players running, the Rogue, Shaman, Warlock lineup, because Reno Mage is good against Reno Lock. Reno Mage is pretty okay against mid-range Jade Shaman if it's more of a burn kind of freezy focused variation. And if it's one of the burn freezy focused variations, it's also good against Rogue. So it's good against all three of the classes remaining from Amnesiac if it's either a freeze mage or one of the more, freeze heavy, burn heavy Reno mages. But it's a tempo mage, which I guess follows the same sort of principle, right? As long as it's a burn heavy, damage heavy mage, it's going to do good against those classes because those classes are very slow decks that have a hard time killing you very quickly. So if you just accumulate a bunch of damage really quickly, usually you beat them.
Certainly. So let's go into game number 3. And we have the Temple Mage up against that Shaman, like we said. Remember, winner of this goes to the winners round 5, guaranteeing themselves top 24. And top 24 means that all you have to do is win one more series and you get HCT points and some money. So it's definitely like on the bubble here. And a loss here means you get to win 2 more times to make up for it. That's just so much harder because you know that loser's bracket, it's got a lot of killers. Terrence also has fallen to the lower bracket. Deathlore has now fallen too. So you just want a Disguised Toast show. All these players that have been notable have been fallen, but it's got to because we have so many players and only so many people can get top 16.
Oh, man. This is super awkward. I guess you just totem pass, try and coin Jade Lightning or coin Bran. Those are like the 2 options. And he's going to go with coin Bran, try and fight aggressively for the board, hoping that there's no Frostbolt or Forgotten Torch or something like that, or Fireball, any way to remove this Bran. Because if this Bran doesn't stick, there's no follow-up to this from Amnesiac after using that coin.
Yeah, well, is there any credit? I mean, if you totem pass, you could coin Jade Lightning, but I guess you probably wouldn't have... Like, if your opponent played a Flamewaker, then you're still leaving Sorcerer's Apprentice on the board.
Sure, but they got 1 3-drop in their whole deck.
Mm-hmm.
I was more of a fan of the totem pass turn. You need to get totems anyway to discount the thing from below. So I think the Brand's just too vulnerable to too many things. I think it's very optimistic to assume that this trade's going to work out favorably for you. But I guess maybe he's looking at his hand and he's like, well, I got 2 Manatide totems that are both terrible against aggro. I guess I need to be optimistic if I'm going to win this. But I don't know. I was more a fan of the other play.
Yeah, it took a Fireball. I guess there's not necessarily the worst scenario. Manatide could also pick up something really, really nice here, but I definitely like the totem for a lot of the reasons that you said. Discounting the thing from below, trying to get you that swing turn. Mm-hmm. Jade Chieftain is not necessarily a good card either. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Barnes into Azure Drake, so not the most devastating card, but still kind of annoying because you know how much threatening that could be as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not the most ideal Jade Lightning target in the world. I think just getting Jade Spirit out might be more powerful. He feels like he's desperate enough, though he wants to launch it. Just takes out a 3/4 with it. Fights back for the board quite aggressively here, hoping that, sometimes Temple Mage doesn't have a lot of resources and they start fizzling out of steam. Azure Drake comes down, though. That's not what Amnesiac wants to see.
Yeah. Especially after that Jade Lightning. Phone Tap kind of wondering how he wants to do the trades here because preserving that Azure Drake is super powerful. Having 2 spell damage, it's kind of like having what Flamewaker does because Flamewaker has 2 damage to all the spells you play, especially because he got cheaper spells. That is probably the primary reason why he used Fireball, by the way. People are thinking, why not just use Frostbolt and you overkill the brand? It's because Frostbolt's cheaper. You can pair together with everything else, with Mana Worm, with Flamewakers, and other cards.
Yeah, and spell damage even. So it's just super flexible to pair with just the development of any creature or card, right? Because Fireball is always going to overkill something, basically, if you're using it for trading until much later on down the line of the game. Whereas if you have like Frostbolt, for example, you can go Mana Worm Frostbolt and take a big tempo swing that way. The AoE dig. Amnesiac is trying to power discount his thing from below while just trying to cycle at the same time for the AoE, trying to set up a turn where he can play AoE and thing from below in the same turn and swing the board back in his favor.
Amnesiac is really hating life right now. You know, the way his deck is built, he doesn't have that many heavy cards, and he's having to draw most of them. Bloodlust and 2 Jade Chieftains with no sign of Lightning Storm. But I mean, based off the way he constructed it, maybe there's only one Lightning Storm in the deck. Yeah, so it could be problematic.
I think there is only one Lightning Storm. I think this is a heavier Jade Shaman build looking to try and target some of the Reno decks, and he's up against an opponent here that does not have any Reno decks. It's playing a much more aggressive lineup, and the tech choices he's chosen are not rewarding him.
All right. Well, Firelands Portal summoned the Nuban something Sentinel.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called either.
It's kind of like really annoying for Amnesiac because if he doesn't, because it's kind of sticky and it buffs if his AOE lands incorrectly, or if he just plays a big minion like Thing from Below, his opponent gets really good trades.
So he has the ability to try and clear. He could go Maelstrom Portal and try and high roll the Lightning Storm. Or he could just continue discounting the Thing from Below and just Totem plus the Jade Spirit and hope he's not dead.
I don't think you can... I think it's disrespecting the Tempo Mage too much to Jade Spirit.
Well, do you ever win if you clear the board? Right, you got to pick a hand to beat. You either beat the burn hand or the minion hand. What do you think he's got, right? And Amnesiac's going to say, Phone Tap's got burned. So he's going to try and clear the board and hope that Phone Tap is unable to have a strong reload. And win the position.
Well, that just keeps him in the game. It doesn't mean he wins at all. Especially with that Flame Waker draw.
Oh, yeah, that's a sick reload. He gets to go Mana Worm, Flame Waker, Arcane Intellect, put out a bunch of pressure, and refill his hand while searching for additional burn. And Amnesiac's already used Jade Lightning. He's already used Storm. He's already used Maelstrom Portal. He's running out of potential answers for this Flame Waker. It doesn't appear to run Lightning Bolt in his deck, so having not very much removal makes this Flame Waker super terrifying.
Yeah, and this is Hex Beam drawn. It's really nice, but he can't develop behind it. This is one of those instances where I start thinking about cards like Twilight Hammer. That card, a lot of mid-range shamans started experimenting with it, and I was like, that card's so bad. Why would you ever play it? And they said, because there's a lot of things in the metagame that you might need to use a weapon, because shaman sometimes is too dependent on Jade Lightning for mid-size removal. It'd be an instance like this where it wouldn't be that bad to have some of that removal for these really annoying minions to have. Amnesiac could have Totem and Hex, but that just gives more time for Phone Tap to power up this Mana Worm. This Mana Worm's already a 3/3. It's ready to ascend even further, Firebet.
Ascend. Yeah.
That's right. So second Mana Worm gives him 4 mana remaining. Do you want to deal with the spell damage totem? I mean, you're pretty close to killing him.
Is there any way to set up lethal while extending a lot of stuff on the board? So if we go Mana Worm, Cult Sorcerer, Missiles, we shoot 4 missiles, so that's 2 face damage. The Mana Worm pushes face for 4, so that's 6. And then you got, you only have 7 out of hand after that. If you squeeze in a ping, maybe. Okay. So yeah, he's just going to squeeze in the ping, squeeze in the Frostbolt, maybe it looks like. I'm not sure what freezing the face accomplishes, but set your opponent down to 10 with 7 in hand. Not really any sort of lethal setups there, but I wasn't seeing any way to set up lethal. I was kind of thinking maybe Acolyte of Pain might be a little bit better so you can continue drawing.
Jade Lightning is not going to be enough here. Amnesiac going to just play Thing from Below, and that should mean that there's game because Flame Strike Frostbolt is plenty. Amnesiac ready to take the headphones off.
He doesn't want to be here anymore.
I know. It's just one of those things where you know that you tried your best, and you don't succeed.
Yeah, he saw that opening hand, and he basically already gave up from the beginning of this game. Saw both mana tides and knew that there wasn't really much of a chance.
He 3-0'd his mid-range shaman too.
Yeah, it seemed to be one of the plans of Phone Tap there. He has double storm in his own mid-range shaman, so that makes him a little bit more favored against the greedier mid-range shamans. He's got Miracle Rogue, which isn't bad against mid-range shaman, and he's got the Tempo Mage with the Flame Strike, which seems very strong against mid-range shaman. Not a lot of Tempo Mages been playing Flame Strike lately.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. But at the same time, congratulations to Phone Tap, being able to keep it up. We knew that he was a good player going in, so definitely a player to watch out for as we progress through the bracket. A couple more updates for you guys. 6-0 was upset by Rainism. Who's going to be playing Stan Sivka. As we mentioned, Muzzy's going to be playing against Rage. Frozen has managed to advance through the bracket. So has Mitsuhide. And Napoleon has also been upset. And then the last player I was looking at was... Where is he? Oh, Eloise versus WTY Bill actually concluded. Eloise has won, so she'll be playing Sidonia tomorrow for the remainder of the bracket. Really interesting to see what's going to happen. If you guys want to follow along with us, you can also go to Smash GG and figure out the bracket, or click on the links that's being posted in the chat or on the forums accordingly. We're going to be back after a few minutes with more from the winners round 4 and 5. Stay tuned, guys. The Hearthstone Major brought to you by Geico will continue right after this break.
Yo, Trump and Odd One here, and we're on the way to the big event. Unfortunately, we're never lucky. This is why you get emergency roadside assistance with Geico.
Change the plan, dudes. Double piggyback. Reach at the sidewalk. Woo!
Greetings, everybody. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Major, brought to you by Geico, featured at PAX East. My name is Frodan, and I am eternally frozen in a pink suit and a black tie next to the ever-lovable Firebet, who has got his swooshy dreadlocks romantically drooping across his forehead. How's it going, Firebet?
I'm doing good. Swooshy dreadlocks. Anyway, we got a match here for you guys. Now it's going to be Dr. Jinka Inky up against Trump. We saw Trump a little bit earlier on in the tournament, able to take down his first opponent was Alex Vertical, I think it was. And that was actually a pretty close game. Both players played pretty well. Trump's rocking the Dragon Priest, mid-range Jade Shaman, Reno Lock Pirate Warrior. And Dr. Jinka Inky we haven't seen him yet, so not really sure what the specific archetypes are, but judging by the statistics, what the field's kind of been running, it's probably mid-range Jade Shaman, Miracle Rogue, and Reno Lock.
All right, well, I'm waiting to be surprised, but I wouldn't be shocked if Dr. Jinkaninki was just bringing some normal stuff as well. He is a player that was talking about how he just practices a ton. It's like that's just what he does. And with the America's Championship under his belt from HCT playoffs, I'm sure there's a lot of people wondering, two questions. One, is he the real deal? Is he just a fluke? Is he a guy that's kind of a one and done? And two, can he perform again? Is he able to keep his composure now that he's in a live setting with actual audience watching him? Because before, the playoffs are kind of conducted in, fireside gathering settings. It's a little bit less hardcore, very much more casual, relaxed setting. Can he actually perform on the big stage here? So I want to see if he's able to level up and ascend. And it's good practice because the championships are coming up in a couple weeks here, Firebet.
Definitely is great practice. Soulfire, Power Overwhelming, Brand, Bronzebeard, Reno Lock, right?
Yeah, well, it looks like to be Reno Lock. We have seen a hand lock today, but I don't assume that it's going to be a Reno Warlock. Dr. Jinkaninki brought a pretty standard lineup to the preliminaries. It was pretty much the lineup that Pavel has pretty much popularized significantly. He wasn't the first to do it, but when him winning, it definitely convinced a lot of other people to bring it, which was double Reno, double Pirate package. Since has shifted over, seems like, but he's got a really good lineup regardless. Trump has the Leroy Jenkins, so he's got the combo. That gives him the edge if Dr. Jinkaniki's not playing the combo himself. But it feels like most Reno Warlocks are running the combo at this tournament.
Yeah, it's seems to have been quite popular. Second Rate Bruiser, though, is a card that often it gets cut when you start adding in the combo. So it's one of the more expendable cards, I'd say, in the Reno Lock deck. So I don't know. It's really hard to make reads on this point yet, though. There's so many different little tech cards that you can place in Reno Lock, and you could very easily have the combo, Androraxis, and it does appear to be the combo with the Faceless. But some players even play Faceless and not the combo, so they play no Leroy, but keep the Faceless in there.
One thing that I'm going to miss about the meta Firebat with Reno rotating out, and I know a lot of people can't wait for Reno Jackson to rotate out because they're sick and tired of getting rich, or their opponents getting rich, of course. But one of the cool things was always those infographics that showed like 12 different deck lists and showed all the small variations between the players, and they kind of compile a core set of cards with each player's different opinions on stuff. Have you seen any of those infographics?
Yeah,
those are really fascinating because so many people disagree on all these little cards. Like, no, I can't believe you put in this one card. It's terrible. And everyone's like, no, of course you do. It's auto-include.
Yeah, Blast Crystal is one of those cards that's oftentimes on the bubble, and we saw both players running Blast Crystal. That's a card that really helps out in the mirror, helps you able to deal with, early Mountain Giants and whatnot. Or late game, it's just crazy powerful for those swing turns because the downside isn't very extreme in the later stages.
Right.
But here, I think the downside's too large to be able to play it a lot of the time. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, the downside of losing the crystal means that next turn you're just playing Refreshment Vendor anyways. And your opponent, well, I guess the follow-up to a coin Twilight Drake means that the threat of Mountain Giant's a lot less.
Yeah, the threat is when the coin Twilight Drake, it could be followed by the Faceless Shambler, which is definitely really scary, which makes you incentivized to blast crystal. So that's got to be on the doctor's mind here. He's fearing that. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Would have been massive. Now Trump's play instead has been marginalized to just life tapping and evaluating if it's worth playing Dirty Rat. It's most likely not. You just got an opportunity to really get ahead of your opponent anyways through tempo by them losing a mana crystal. So it feels like Dirty Rat compromises that. They have a big minion and you pull it out for them and then they get ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like playing the Dirty Rat. I don't think you have enough information to really go off of it, figure out. You don't have any like AoEs that you're setting up for. Like maybe your best play next turn's Hellfire, but could as well just be second-rate Bruiser.
Woo, man, he's playing with fire.
Yeah.
You can pull Kazakus. Or
he pulled out Faceless. That's pretty good.
Yeah. A combo piece has been stripped from Dr. Jinkininki.
So, yeah, I guess that was like, with no information against Reno Lock, it's like, honestly, pretty close to a 50-50, right? They're like half the deck is combo pieces that you feel pretty good about pulling out, and the other half is stat minions that you feel pretty sad about pulling out.
Yeah, if you pull out like Emperor Thorsan, Mountain Giant, some of these other really big stuff, you're losing, right? Straight up on the spot. But then if your opponent puts out, Kazakus, Faceless Manipulator, Leroy Jenkins, that's going to be really painful for them later stage in the game.
I don't know. It worked out for Trump, but I feel like he was in such a dominant position that Dr. Jinky was down a mana crystal from the Blast Crystal. I really felt like he was in a commanding lead and didn't really need to take the risk, but I guess doesn't feel the same. He feels like that he's not actually that far ahead and needed to risk the Dirty Rat. It's interesting, huh?
Yeah, certainly is. Well, Trump picks up Jiraxis. Oh, I do have a side question. If he pulled out Jiraxis, is that a good or a bad thing for Trump?
Bad.
Super neat.
Yeah, Jiraxis is huge. It's at 315.
But if you deal with it, he loses a lot of his late game power. Assuming how
are you going to deal with it? I mean, Trump's plan to deal with big things seemed to have been like Faceless it, and then Dr. Jinkinky only has 5 mana, so he can't Siphon Soul, and then I guess you figure it out from there, and maybe it just trades with itself. So, he had a plan to deal with if a Mountain Giant came out or something like that. It's still just a big risk. The Hellfire Clear. Seems fine.
Hellfire's not very good in this matchup in general. There's too many big mid-sized threats, and late game it's pretty much just used in combination with stuff. So if you use Demon Wrath plus Hellfire to clear, which also doesn't guarantee a lot of stuff because there's a handful of demons in the Reno Warlock.
No, second-rate Bruiser seems to be the most obvious play on the turn. Nothing else seems too appealing.
It's just kind of painful that you can't life tap to make up the deficit in the hand resources right now. But you do get proactive play here. 4/5 is not easily dealt with unless they have Shadow Bolt and Mortal Coil, which happens to be in the hand of Trump.
Yeah. You can even squeeze in a tap after the fact or play the Dark Peddler if you'd like. Kazakus picked up.
What's the advantage of playing the Peddler here versus the first life tapping?
I'm not sure. You get a 2/2 on the field. Maybe it helps you contest something. But I was asking the same. I was about to ask you the same question. I thought that was going to be the choice.
I can see it if under one circumstance, which is you have Bran and Kazakus in your hand, and you don't want to jam up your hand with too many cards because I've been in that situation a couple times where I had Bran Kazakus, but that means I would be at 10 cards.
Yeah, it's really strange how this game's playing out. Both players are so aggressively playing for tempo, and they both appear to have, the combo in their deck. So oftentimes, Reno Lock tries to tap a lot, not really commit too much to the board, because in the mirror, you got a bunch of AoEs, so they extend onto the board. You just AoE it, and then you pull ahead because you have card advantage because you've been tapping the entire time, and then you combo him and kill him. He's really digging to try and kill this Emperor. He's super afraid of it. Chooses to use the Kazakis to try and dig for the potion here to try and kill it. Looking for either... He needs the 3 damage one to be able to remove it.
Yeah, or 2 damage AoE. Oh man, that's not good. Trump kind of got punished here.
Yeah, now he's got a fairly useless Kazakis potion. He's trying to turn it into a tempo play, I guess, and just push initiative towards the face, but this is really ugly. He could have also chose maybe to Leroy at that turn and then Mortal Coil away one of the Whelps. He could get a save Kazakis and then transition away from the combo-oriented game plan and then try and save Kazakis for Bran and go for a value-oriented game plan. Since he pulled away the Faceless from his opponent has no access to the combo either, so trading those resources 1-for-1 isn't that big of a deal. But now he's kind of all in on the aggressive route, as he has very little value in his deck. He used his Kazakis for a 1-mana potion, where his opponent is most likely going to be able to use it for 2 10-mana potions. So his opponent has a lot more value in his deck than he has. So kind of shapes the way you have to play the game now.
Yeah, it's not working out for Trump. I can see what he's thinking, though. His opponent does... he's thinking... Well, if I have the combo and he doesn't, that puts me at an advantage normally in this matchup. So if I play out like Kazakis for tempo, be able to remove the Emperor, have a preemptive board, I can actually maybe push for lethal. Except he didn't get the potion that he wanted, and now his opponent's really got some cheap plays and powerful plays coming up here. Discounting Draxus is also massive, too, getting that ability to Infernal immediately. So Trump's going to clean up the board. Can he push fast enough to make sure that the Emperor discount twice over won't matter? It's kind of hard to say. He's got 2 full hand discounts.
Yeah. It's going to be tricky, that's for sure. And even next turn, if Trump doesn't develop too much, he could even just Jiraxis before the combo is even available.
Man, he is life tapping aggressively for that power overwhelming. Or he has Emperor now too. That's also another important piece of the combos.
Oof, Mountain Giant's pretty sweet. But prior to the Mountain Giant draw, I was saying it's pretty good Jiraxis turn. It's just Jiraxis and the claws and just develop Doomsayer. But now that you got the Mountain Giant, it might change things. Establishing that guy is not too bad.
How much do you really want to save Kazakis as well? That's something you got to think about. No, Bran's not in your hand right now, and
yeah, I think I would have Jiraxis there. It's pretty close, right? Because if you Jiraxis, you then have the follow-up with the Kazakis to try and gain armor afterwards. You got the taunt with the Dirty Rat. You got Siphon Soul. It's super discounted, so you can't get extended. Wow, he's also going for 1-mana Kazakis potion. I guess.
Could he have died if he played Jiraxis?
No.
Right, because he's at 9. His opponent's at 9 mana. Doesn't have enough for power overwhelming.
Yeah, and then he sets
fire.
up the taunt, removes his opponent's entire board, and heals to full health next turn, and potentially gains 7 armor, and then makes a 6/6 every turn for the rest of the game.
Right.
But this way, you get the immediate pressure of the 8/8, which is a lot more tempo on the board immediately. It's just not as good down the line. Because you might not get another opportunity to get the Jiraxis out, because now you have to worry about a lot more burst every turn from here on out, because Leroy Faceless is available. So 12 burst can easily come out of the hand of Trump now, and potentially even more if Trump plays Emperor anytime.
Yeah, well, Trump, he's been setting up for an Emperor, but I mean, that Mountain Giant's making him reevaluate here. Does have Siphon Soul to deal with the Mountain Giant, or maybe he's just willing to take the 8, because he does have a Shadow Flame and Twisting Nether, so maybe he's comfortable with the opponent loading up the board. Wow, Tempo Brand Bronzebeard. I gotta say, man, this is one of the weirdest Reno Lock mirrors I've seen in a while, Firebath.
Yeah, this is strange. I don't know. I mean, it's a fairly tempo matchup at its core, but they are playing this way more. I've never seen double 1-mana Kazakis this late in the game, and neither
sides.
player trying to go for the value line. Like, both players are relentlessly going for tempo with complete disregard for the potential of a value line.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see why they're doing it. But does it mean that it's the best course of action? That's kind of what we're scratching our heads, wondering. Here comes Dirty Rat, which can compromise everything. Oh, pulls out.
He's got the Siphon Soul to answer it, so now he can remove combo from his opponent.
Devastating. So after it's all been said and done, Firebat, both players lost Kazakis, both for 1-mana potions. Both players lost combo potential. They still have Leroy's, so they still can do some burst, but their combo potential has dropped significantly.
Mm-hmm. So it might come down to
they kind of evened out.
Yeah. It might come down to Jiraxis scenarios now that both players are starting to really eliminate one another's resources. Well, you know there's no Faceless. You can assume 10 burst from your opponent. You're running kind of low on cards. You don't really have any win conditions in your deck besides Jiraxis. So I'd say in Trump's position, I would risk Jiraxis as there's very limited ways I think he's going to win the game unless I'm miscalculating some unforeseen threat. Like if he's got a Ragnaros in the deck, then I get it. Yeah, let's tap for the Ragnaros. But if there's no Ragnaros or anything in your deck, what are we tapping to try and find? Like we're just going to hit Fatigue and
probably just a better Jiraxis hand, you know?
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I mean, you need, like, heal, maybe. You try and find Reno, try and find Blast Crystal. Sure. But the longer we keep going on with this just, like, tap and take mediocre development turn, the more opportunities we give our opponent to play something big. And Abyssal Enforcer is going to come out now, and now we're going to start losing that Jiraxis window. And now you're going to have to try and figure out a way to deal with the Abyssal Enforcer first, and then transition to Jiraxis. So it's adding more pieces to the puzzle here.
Yeah, I'm in your boat, man. I think it's pretty tricky for Trump to get a good Jiraxis from this point forward.
Yeah, so he needs to have some other sort of threat in his deck now. Otherwise, without combo potential, he's just looking at 12 burst, and that's it. So a lot of times you don't run a Ragnaros in your combo Reno lock, but maybe he's teched it out greedy for the tournament and he's added that additional threat in there, and that could bail him out of this situation because Rag plops down and kills 6/6. All of a sudden, you're on top again.
Okay, well, Trump picks up Farseer. Doesn't look that particularly helpful right now. I mean, you gotta start thinking about your big board as well, like how you want to set up for the Jiraxis. If he wants to Faceless the 6/6 taunt, for example, to try to get in the way, but it's kind of weak because your opponent might have a good way to swing the board afterwards.
Yeah. Well, he's got the Twisting Doomsayer combo now too, and that's always something that you can kind of get off, and then your opponent very unlikely to have any way to deal with the Doomsayer. And then you have a safe turn to Jiraxis a lot of the time. Maybe he's aware that there's the Soulfire in Dr. Jinkinky's deck, and he's just super afraid of ever playing Jiraxis because of that scenario. Because if Trump does try and make a transition, he's going to get burned by that Soulfire. It's not typically in Reno Lock decks, but it's super powerful in the mirror to allow you to get even more burn damage. And even though the combo's gone, that's still 17 damage on a hand.
So many possibilities.
Well, now that he has his own Leroy's, maybe that's what he's plotting as well. Straight up Jiraxis.
Huh?
Wow. Soulfire to follow up, right? To make sure he removes the threat.
I guess.
just not afraid of his opponent killing him. Loses power overwhelming, so his burst is reduced, but he gets Draxus out first in a 6/6. And Trump, even if he plays Draxus, can't even Infernal Hero power because he knows Emperor has been killed. So this could be Dr. Jinkiniki's window. He's saying, I know that if I get ahead on the Draxus, he only has one turn to kill me, which is the least likely now. And if it pays off, then I'm going to be ahead for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think getting Draxus out is super important. I think both players had 2 opportunities prior to this that was better than this turn, but he still got it out there first, and I think that puts you at an advantage when the burn conditions have been lost from both sides.
So the only way Trump can set up for his Draxus is if he puts a Doomsayer somehow on the board and makes it go off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you can do that through like a taunt play setup or a twisting nether setup. But he tapped already.
Yeah. It looks like he's just going to try and set up a lethal. Is there any way he can get additional damage? The Faceless is gone. He has the power overwhelming, so he's 1 damage off lethal with that. He's getting closer, though. Maybe he can string together. Maybe he also has Soulfire in his deck, and he's just trying to set up for... he's just trying to slow down his opponent so that he can then just tap into Leroy Power Overwhelming Soulfire.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the most likely scenario. Trump could also just be trying to get out those cards that he knows is going to be harder to play later on. Health isn't really much of a thing for him because he wants to play Draxus anyways. It's like Dr. Jinkiniki just going to take it moderately slow, realizing that Trump's play was very unusual, playing a 6/6 into a 6/3. He has to be trying to set up lethal somehow.
Yeah. Oh, he does have the Soulfire. Yeah.
I think Trump was trying to do that.
Well, I mean, his opponent was already at 14, so pulling the trigger with the Abyssal Enforcer doesn't really help him very much. Now, he doesn't have that Abyssal Enforcer to damage him after the Reno, so a little awkward.
Ooh, the Doomsayer doesn't look like it's going to go off, though. Being able to kill off the Shadow Bolt. So you have Twilight Drake, Shadow Bolt, Hero Power.
Mm-hmm.
And that puts 13 power on board, so a lethal setup for Dr. Jinkiniki.
Mm-hmm.
Trump doesn't really have much to do here. He already uses Twisting Another. He could do Power... Oh, he actually doesn't. That's not Power Overwhelming. I thought Power Overwhelming on Leroy and then Shadow Flame it, but that's not. It's not a Power Overwhelming.
No. He's very, very low amount of cards left in his deck, though, so the Power Overwhelming should be right around the corner.
I mean, he also has Reno Jackson in the deck, too.
Mm-hmm.
Could try to tap into it and then just go back up to 30 and just buy a little bit more time.
Yeah, I definitely think you tap in this turn. You need more options. The cards in your hand currently aren't really cutting it. And it's just a question of, is there any card left in his deck that's going to be able to get that 1 point of damage to get his opponent down to 14 so he can Leroy Power Overwhelming Soulfire?
There it is. Reno Jackson.
Yeah, it's a start.
I think if he picks up Power Overwhelming, I mean, how many cards does Dr. Jinkiniki have? Could it realistically go to fatigue damage where he like deals 14 points and just let the last point of fatigue kill him?
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Ragnaros as well.
Yeah.
That's a good way to turn up the heat. No, he's definitely not going to be reaching fatigue. He's got a very fast clock thanks to Ragnaros and the Infernals, so Twisting already have been expended by Trump. It's going to be tough for him to remove this board. He may have Sylvanas remaining, and Sylvanas Shadowflame would be huge. But not picked up here. Only like 4 or 5 cards left for Trump, right? In order to not die, might have to throw away your win condition.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at what other alternatives there are. If there's anything in life tap into,
So many possibilities.
doesn't look like much, unfortunately. He has a Powerbomb remaining in his deck. We have seen Reno. We've seen Kazakis. There's pretty much nothing else. That's like a big swing card that I'm not thinking about, right?
Yeah. Nothing that he can kind of get out this turn. Just gonna go with just the Blast Crystal and the Taunt in the heel.
Does that mean he's dead? I think so. Yeah, Leroy is enough to push past that, and Hellfire as well. So, Dr. Jukaniki takes hard-fought Reno Lock Mirror. Definitely quite the brawl, back and forth. It was a little bit of a punch-out. These guys going from one-mana Kazakus potions, doing crazy stuff back and forth, but Dr. Jukaniki gets the last say. Wow. Not even going to show him the Leroy. Very mannered. All right, so Dr. Jukaniki is up 1-0, and Trump has to now come back here. And I think the Warlock is still pretty scary because he had Priest. In fact, I think Priest is the deck that is probably the most liability here for Trump, because there is Rogue available as well. But we haven't seen the Rogue yet from Dr. Jukaniki, so we're not sure exactly what to expect. However, requesting Miracle Rogue seems to be the more popular archetype for this tournament. I think it's largely because people still are not 100% sold on Aggro Rogue. It's like still kind of untested. And right now, people are just, since there's HCT points on the line, sometimes people are just a little bit too conservative to just dive into there and just say, like, yeah, let's just go ahead and do it. I traveled all the way from Europe. Let's just play a deck that's untested.
Aggro Shaman. This deck has been performing throughout the tournament. It hasn't been the most popular variation of Shaman, but every time we've cast it, I think it's won.
So, yeah, the caster blessing.
Yeah, Aggro Shaman's been doing quite well.
And again, I think a lot has to do with the surprise factor. So many people still just don't really expect Aggro Shaman to be in tournament lineups, so they don't prepare for it, and they're not even expecting it. So when they queue into it, they make the wrong mulligans. They're playing the wrong cards on the turn because they're expecting a certain pace or certain cadence. For Dragon Priest, it doesn't really matter. You're still playing Twilight Whelp turn 1. You're still looking for Wormer Stage in turn 2. You're still going to Hero Power Emote turn 2. Okay. Looks like he's not going to do anything.
He's got a lot of burn, and
wow.
Yeah, that's not what you want in your opening hand, that's for sure. It's going to be slow going for the Aggro Shaman.
Yeah, 16 points of direct damage.
I wonder.
And no minions. Just a Flame Tongue Totem.
Minions.
You usually don't get these hands. Like, you used to get them back in the Crackle days when you ran even more burn. But now that there's no Crackle anymore, you run a little bit less burn. These don't happen that often. There's no Crackle and Rock Biter.
Crackle. Oh, man. Don't remind me, dude. Those were some dark days.
The second Flame Tongue Totem. So both players here are playing with not the best part of their decks for this. They're both just
wow,
handicapped.
You think Trump thinks that Dr. Jukaniki is a mid-range shaman?
Probably. Yeah, he's off to the crazy slow start, and
he's just toteming up.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to play Thing from Below soon.
It's not in the deck.
If at this pace, Dr. Jukaniki could play Frost Giant before he can play anything else in his hand. Trump does have some plays here. Coming up on turn 5, he's got the Blackwing Corruptor. And the fact that it's gone so slow is definitely a double-edged sword. For one thing, when he sees his opponent going so slow, he might take it a little bit easy. But then there's going to be one big defining turn that Aggro Shaman tries to swing with. They're going to try to like go for board. They're going to have a huge thing. And if Trump's going to be ready by then, if he has all his removal and doesn't, use it too freely here, if he's using Shadow Word Death on Totem Golem with Flame Tongue instead of like the Flame Wreath Faceless, that's how you can get in trouble. But for now, I think Trump's in a pretty good spot. I think Aggro Shaman got off way too slow of a start.
I don't know. Lava Burst Flame Tongue Totem here puts out heaps of pressure. You get that guy pumped up to a 3/3. Flame Tongue Totem starts kicking those totems towards the face, and you overload only for 2, so you could still Jade Lightning on the following turn if you wanted. He's going to take it a little bit slower, though. Just going to go with the Jade Lightning.
I mean, there's Dragonfire Potion this turn, too, so maybe he's just like hesitant for that.
Sure.
And despite Historian, a pretty important pickup. Gives dragons so that Jack and Node Operative becomes free to use, and then can put Wormrest Agent and maybe even Shadow Word Pain. He's got 2 of them in his hand. Wants to protect his board a little bit, but I think he still feels like this is a slow Shaman.
Yeah, he'll probably hold on to the Pain. Just it's gonna hold on for the 3/6 Heal Man. It's gonna save to try and Pain Heal Man. That's pretty funny.
Which of these dragons is the best? Alex Straza we know is the best because he heals him to 15 if he needs to.
Yeah, it's I think the best in both circumstances, whether it's mid-range or if it's control, because you're not going to get in through any chip damage. So it's a 9-mana 8/8 Battlecry, deal 15 damage to your opponent, which is pretty sweet.
Hey, Twilight Hammer. Kind of brought that up earlier, but looks like it's in the aggressive version of Shaman, not the mid-range.
Yeah, I saw Chalky playing this in China for that NA versus CN a while back. That was back with Spirit Claws even in the mix. And yeah, it's an interesting card choice. It's fairly strong and helps push your board initiative, right? Like your early mid-game minions, you take board control with them, and then you get a punch face.
Yeah, certainly. And I think the fact that you can choose when the minion comes out and how you stagger the burst, it's kind of like the damage comes in 3 waves. It's a 2 weapon swings, and then there's the follow-up minion for like the 1 final swing, even though it's kind of flimsy. And it's like really annoying for your opponent to deal with. Not to mention weapon removal was so common at one point that if you used the Hammer of Twilight, you still put a 4/2 on the field.
Yeah, and it already dealt 4 damage or dealt with 1 minion already, so it's not that weak to weapon removal.
Well, this kind of warrants Dragonfire Potion because he's extended so far into the board. Have you gotten a clue that it's Aggro Shaman? I think he's starting to get the hint, though. Because, clearly he hasn't really developed much into it. His hand's full of bird.
Yeah, he's been, playing Flame Tongue Totems and whatnot super aggressively. Seems like Aggro Shaman. I think Trump's got a pretty good idea of it. Trump's usually really good at figuring out what archetype his opponents are playing.
Oh, I think he knows now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Argent Horse Rider, Flame Wreath, Faceless.
Maelstrom Portal is pretty sweet. You got Azure Drakes in your deck. You can combo it with Spell Power. It's one of the better cards in the game against Shaman.
Yeah, ironically enough, it always seems to come down to that. A lot of times, a class's best counter is itself. All right. Well, I don't really think Flaming Faceless, even though as great as it is stat for mana cost, it's the ideal card. So I definitely agree with the Maelstrom Portal. Ooh, Aya Blackpaw, though. That's a really nice pickup for Dr. Jinkaninki.
Mm-hmm. His Jade counters at still fairly small, but will help any top decks in the future be a lot more powerful.
Looks like Dr. Jinkaninki is prioritizing use his weapon, playing a little off curve again. Man, what an uncomfortable game for the Aggro Shaman. I can understand if he had 2 weapons in the hand why he'd go for this, but I'm a little confused. Is the Aya too vulnerable to something that I'm not thinking about? 3 damage AoE, maybe the Excavate Evils?
Once upon a time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, Trump has a pretty good opportunity to pick more big dragons or stuff that fits the curve a little bit better. Dragon and Crusher can come down this turn, which I think might be the bigger play here, or the better play, excuse me. Even though the bigger dragon Onyxia does fill up the board, Shaman can actually still portal down the 1/1s, and kind of rendering it down just to an 8/7. I like being able to play the Crusher now, because now you just have to start figuring about how to win the game. It's aggro Shaman, which means that he's just going to always draw damage. And you got to figure out a way that you can race your opponent, and the Crusher is definitely one of those cards to do it.
Yeah, Crusher is big, that's for sure. 6/6 body, able to push through a lot of damage. Seems like Trump's in a great position just to kind of squeeze this game out. Back in the day, aggro Shaman used to have, Doomhammer and Rockbiter, and they could kind of steal wins away. But it's more of an honest deck now. Once they start losing and they've lost the board, they usually don't cheese out wins out of nowhere. But sometimes they get you with the Jades ramping up really quick. But you remember back in the day, you'd secure the board down from the aggro Shaman. He'd be like, all right, I got bored. I'm at 30 life. I'm going to win. And then they just play Doomhammer, and then over 4 turns just kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they do that with Arcanite Reaper.
Yeah.
I'm good. And then they just play upgrade it twice.
Yeah, the Pirate Warrior does that now, not the Shaman, so it's a lot less frustrating to play against. But Dr. Jinkinky going for the board control. I mean, that's what he's got to do, right? He's realizing there's no Doomhammer in my deck. There's no way I'm bursting out this 20 life over Trump's board control. So the only way for me to win is to establish my own board dominance. He goes for it.
Yeah, respect. Definitely not the easy call to make. Sometimes feel like better to fling it to the face and just see what happens. Mm-hmm. But showing some discipline here. Looks like Trump is just going to portal and see what he can find at first. Get an easy trade on the 4/2 as well. Morgan Infiltrator, not bad. Now can just kind of play out the Dragon Synergy cards and let Alex Straza do the rest from the following point, from this point on. Doesn't seem like there's much going on here for Dr. Jinkinky. He's also overloaded, so he can't even play Aya Blackpaw and the Feral Spirits.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. Aya only makes a 3/3/2, which gives terrible trades in the current board. Feral Spirits also just awful trades on the current board. Everything is lining up a little weird, so I guess Azure Drake try and find something that lines up a little bit better stat-wise.
Man, this is quite possibly the longest aggro Shaman game I've seen in a while.
He's got a chance. If he's able to pick up a Maelstrom Portal off that Azure Drake, we could see it. They could outvalue the Priest.
Yeah, well, Trump doesn't really have much to do this turn, but the stuff that he's got is pretty effective. He can remove the Azure Drake, he can remove the Spirit Wolves with the Blackwing Corruptor and the Shadow of Pain. Actually, he doesn't even need to use Pain, he can just remove without it. He's in a really good spot. I think almost any combination of using his spells and minions to remove the Drake and the Wolves is a pretty good play.
Yeah. And make sure he kills the spell power totem.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Well, he can heal his minion, kind of be out of range.
Yeah.
Like, even a Drake spell damage.
The second
wow.
hammer. Look at this value game here. Wow. It's going the distance.
He's got more mana to spend than his opponent. I mean, at what threshold do we start saying that he's not really even that much of an aggro deck? If he started having like Thing from Below, might just be like a fast shaman.
Huh. Yeah, it's aggro shaman.
Okay, yeah, it's aggro shaman. Yeah, we Sir Finley second level. Yeah, we're good to go.
Yeah. It's just got the double hammer Twilight top end with double Drake. That's super heavy. So It's no surprise that the draw was kind of clunky. That's way too many heavy cards for an aggro deck, I'd say, on average.
Yeah, you're bound to hit in some awkward draws. We
Mhm.
haven't even seen the way he shores up his small-time Buccaneer hole, right? Does he have...
Well, the added Hammer of Twilights, right? That's
Yeah,
that's,
I meant, like, do you have Argent Squire or a Worgen Infiltrator or something?
cut a 1-drop, add a 5-drop. If you draw your 1-drop, it's really good.
It's like that Tavern Brawl. Did you ever play it? Where it's like on turn 1, you draw a 1-mana card from your deck. Turn 2, you draw a 2.
Wow. So you just run 1-1-drop? 1, 2,
You can if you want. Assuming you don't have in your opening hand, then you just draw a random card. But
Okay.
that Tavern Brawl like ensures that you curve out. It's pretty sick because then you can build some really fun stuff like that. You can ensure it curves out perfectly. Turns out Paladin's kind of viable if that's the case.
Okay. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Paladin. I'd say like Hunter starts becoming more viable. Hunter's got some pretty sick curves that they can hit, and Priest as well. Priest has some gnarly curves, dude.
All right. Well, we know what's remaining in the deck of Dr. Jinkiniki. Could Azure Drake into one of the portals or into Lava Burst to help control the board because Lava Burst would kill the 5/6. Gets a value trade on the Wormrest Agent. Use the Lightning Bolt for 4 damage on the Blackwing Corruptor.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like that's a better course of action. If it fails, you can use the weapon to remove some stuff as well. Oh, there's the Squire.
All right. So yeah, that's what he's got in place of the small-time Buccaneer. Yeah, Squire's been a quite popular choice. Pretty good card. A lot of 1-health minions in the metagame, especially against Pyro Warriors and whatnot. It's just difficult to remove combos with Flame Dunk. Pretty nice. 14 damage if nothing dies, but obviously stuff's gonna die. How many cards does Dr. Jinkiniki have left in his deck? Is Trump gonna fatigue him? 12 still. Okay, he's got a lot of gas in the tank. But probably not too many cards at this high of a mana cost, right? So like this 5-drop's kind of like his last little bit of gas. Then after this, he's probably got another Argent Squire, another Feral Spirits, a lot of low-costing cards in there that aren't really going to put out too much work.
Well, the value trades here pretty straightforward from Trump, just kind of outlasting his opponent. Both players are really careful just not to do anything really stupid, you know, because they both feel like the game is winnable from their perspectives. I wonder how much that weapon is going to play into a factor from Dr. Jinkiniki, because he only can take so much damage before he's out of health. Wow.
Well, that's kind of a dead draw. At this point, you're pretty sure that one of those cards, you know one's a dragon, and you know the other one's been there since the opening hand. So I would say, yeah, it's probably Shadow or Death. So that's why we're kind of seeing... I mean, I guess get it played anyway, right? No point trying to squeeze out a totem, make him play the Death.
Yeah, it doesn't seem particularly useful for to hero power though either. So I don't blame him for just saying hopefully it's not.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe it's some other card that he hasn't been able to play for a while that it's also been Dragon Synergy based. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe it's Purify.
Maybe Silence.
Yeah, that could be things. I think, yeah, the totem's not doing anything for you, so might as well risk it.
Yeah, Trump really saving on his Alexstrasza value. Picks up the Northshire Cleric, allowing Trump to draw a card. Don't know what he's really looking for, but he's certain he at least wants to Shadow Word Death. I think Dr. Jinkiniki might just die by killing himself through weapon damage by the time the game ends here. I think Trump has done like almost no face damage. I think it's all been Dr. Jinkiniki weapon swings.
Yeah, Trump's been doing just lots of trading. I'm surprised. There's been a few opportunities where maybe he just slams Alex and kills him. But
trade. I mean, Alex is an 8-8. Your opponent ready to use like Lava Burst, Jade Lightnings, Lightning Bolts. How is he going to deal with the 8-8?
Yeah, but maybe he's got a 1 random hex in his deck, so.
Right, the
There we
Osaka
go.
deck.
Trump finally goes face. And it's
Here we go. Sir Finley Murgleton, the hero of the people. Yeah, not really much going on here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a very careful play from Trump. He drags out the game a little bit longer, but, you know, he changed his percent chance to win from 99 to 100. Just keeping it safe.
And why not, right? You don't want to be that one guy that threw a lead.
Yeah, exactly. No.
I mean, I think Dr. Jinkaniki is calculating if there's any possible way for him to just stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there is if he just takes minimal damage and kill off any mini that can get past the taunt.
Yeah. And he'll live. He's got 8, 9, 10 damage on the board too, but Trump's drawing additional cards from the healing totem, and almost anything kills him.
Well, there we go. Holy Nova wraps up the game, and we can finally put this series, put this game to rest. We have a tied series 1-1 going to game number 3. Priest gets a win. So even though the series started off rough for Trump, looks like they're off to a good 1-1 score here. And now we're going to Shaman Rogue versus Shaman Warlock.
Mm-hmm.
We still don't know what kind of rogue Dr. Jikaniki has, though, right?
No clue yet, so maybe we'll find out in the next game. But yeah, aggro shaman typically kind of can struggle against the mid-range shaman, but does better against Reno Lock than mid-range shaman does. So it's some give and take there. Not sure if it's particularly better or worse than mid-range shaman in this lineup. Kind of just flip-flops matchups.
Yeah, apologies there. My mic kind of, I don't know, I just kind of unscrewed itself. The shaman, of course, from Dr. Jinkaniki seems pretty standard as well. I wouldn't expect anything different. While we were watching that game, by the way, a couple of updates on the bracket. Looks like Toast and Show have both won their series, but now will play each other in losers round 4. And then, of course, Chalky, Hoy all won their series as well through the lower. So I don't think any notable players has been eliminated just yet. 6-0 also won his match, and so has Terrence in the lower bracket. As for the upper bracket, looks like George C. was able to advance to winners round 5 as well. Phenomeno is going to be the opponent that he's playing up against, which will, I think, happen tomorrow. And then Innovation, who we saw early in the day, Innovation up against Lead Paint. He's actually in round 5 too. He's going to be playing Yode's Flow. So pretty cool to see some of those players make a name for themselves.
Mm-hmm. Definitely pretty sweet. And off to the races here. We got the Aggro Shaman starting with a more traditional Aggro Shaman start. Instead of, having all burn and flame tongue totems, he's got everybody's ladder favorite, the Tunnel Truck Totem Golem opening, and Trump desperately swinging at things to try and not die. Trying to set up a Maelstrom, it looks like.
Yeah, Maelstrom Portal definitely pretty effective. Lightning Storm also pretty effective as well. Not really that good plays, though. I mean, Dr. Jikaniki, once again, not really having the perfect curve past just the first couple plays here. Nothing really happening. And when your opponent attacks into the Totem Golem, it feels like a pretty obvious setup.
Mm-hmm. But if you try and play around the Maelstrom, now you play into the Lightning Storm.
Right.
So
choose your poison.
Yeah.
I guess at least Lightning Storm forces your opponent to overload for 2, and use their coin, so they're probably stuck with nothing to do the following turn.
Yeah, that's fair. But I still think from Trump's perspective, it's worth it. Like, it's a lot of heal, removes a lot of pressure on the board. If Flame Wreath Faceless comes down on top of this, you're pretty dead. So I think trying to minimize that is optimal. Death is bad.
Yeah, certainly. So Storm clears it. That's going to lead Argent Horse Rider. Oh, wow. Flame Wreath Faceless.
You can't hex it, so that's kind of a bummer. But you didn't have hex anyway, so you're not too sad. Yeah, it's where you just nail the taunt totem, and then get sad when they horse rider.
Yeah, you do your totem dance.
Mm-hmm.
See, man,
the best
you
totem.
didn't pray to the right totem gods.
No, that's the best totem.
Sacrifice the right animals.
Because
that's why before every Hearthstone tournament, Firebat, you gotta sacrifice a goat.
Sure. Well, he drew the good aggro hand this time.
Yeah, I mean, that famous faces was an important draw. Missing the turn 3 was a little bit painful, though, for him. Trump doesn't really have a good answer still. If he plays Sting from below, he knows that he can just get lava bursted down and shoved.
Yeah.
He's in big trouble here.
Even still, I think Thing from Below has got to be the play, otherwise he's going to die. Doesn't have too many options here. He's running on fumes. Like every other play, he just gets killed.
Yeah, I'm going through everything else. Nothing really stands out, especially because his follow-up play on turn 6 is also pretty weak because he's just got Bow-Nosed and Jade Lightning. That's not really that great. And Dr. Jinky Ninky should be able to. Oh wow, I think
that's lethal.
Yeah, lethal straight up.
Yeah, he even had lethal just over the top.
So that wraps it up, and that's a 2-1 lead for Dr. Jinky Ninky. Very fast game in contrast to the previous ones, and looks like Trump's back to the wall, but it's still the winner's round. So.
The beautiful thing about this, mid-range Shade Shaman is favored against Aggro Shaman, as you can see by the demonstration that was just presented. It's it's so ridiculous to me. If Aggro Shaman draws the ideal Aggro Shaman start, it just auto wins versus pretty much everything. So it doesn't matter if you're favored or not, or you prepared for it or anything. And that makes me sad.
I mean, that's kind of like a lot of decks in Hearthstone sometimes, though. People argue that if they have the unstoppable hand, you can't really do much about it.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but like maybe Druid with Innervates, but like not that like very rarely happens because they need specifically the Innervates plus stuff. Whereas like Aggro Shaman just needs any of its busted early game minions into any of its busted late game burn. So it happens way, way more consistently than the crazy Druid nuts or the crazy Rogue nuts, which rely on specific cards.
Yeah, I guess. But then I always hear from aggro players, they complain that Reno had like the perfect answer to everything. And it's like they had the perfect opening that gets answered by the perfect responses and stuff.
Then you're developing your board incorrectly. Learn to smork.
Wow. Firebat saying aggro players are bad.
That's not what I said. Not all of them. I mean, some players of every group are bad, right? Otherwise, who would be good?
So confirmed, aggro players are bad.
Sure.
Speaking of aggro, we have Dr. Jinky Ninky. Looks like to be the water rogue of some kind. It could be aggressive. It can be stealth oriented. I think the fact that he's holding on to a lot of these small things and it kind of hints that he wants to play towards that Van Cleef that he's drawn in the first turn.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that patience, but it does play into Trump's Hex. Yeah. And Hex is a card that you can keep against Rogue, even if you don't know, even if you know it's an aggressive Rogue. Sometimes the Hex pays off because you know that big Van Cleef is a big threat.
Yeah, but it's still not even a big deal. The way he's setting it up, he's invests pretty much nothing. Like he just takes like a casual turn 3 and creates a 6/6, and then it gets answered by Trump's 3-mana play. But you're trading 3 mana for 3 mana. You're not even sad. That's a good exchange for you still. So I still love the Van Cleef here. I think it's great. You do lose the ability of getting that chip damage in a little bit earlier because you held on to one of your 1-drops earlier on. But Yeah, it's definitely a worthwhile play. It's like the no downside Edwin play.
Well, I guess the downside is, you kind of lose a little bit of your steam because the hex still does slow your momentum down. You're not really pushing that much damage because the whole point is that he took his first couple turns to set up for this Van Cleave, as opposed to getting more aggressive onto the board.
Yeah. I mean, it's a slight downside. You played a 1-1 instead of a 2-1 and a 1-1. Like it's as little amount of downside as you can possibly take while creating a 6/6. I think for 3 mana, right? Yeah. So it's pretty sweet. You definitely, if you have the option to do it, you do it every time. It's great, and lots of AOE in the hand for Trump and heal. He's got a great hand to be able to combat this rogue. And one of the interesting things, though, this is Water Rogue, and it's got an Everyfin is Awesome, which gets discounted for the amount of Murlocs you have. So if a Finja does come out and is able to extend a lot of Murlocs on the board, he can create some intense Murloc boards.
Well, it's assuming that he gets the Murlocs, but yeah, that's definitely a pretty funny scenario that could come out here. Dr. Jinkaninki does just kind of refilling the hand, putting the Azure Drake onto the board here. Azure Drake doesn't get dealt with the Jade Lightning. It's going to bully it, and Trump's stuck just having to play another minion in this position. Mm-hmm. Not really much going on.
Yeah, you can get the Thing from Below out, I guess, with a totem, or you can just try and continue ramping your Jade counter. Thing from Below is a little bit vulnerable to something like a Spell Power Eviscerate. Since you are having to leave up the spell power, it can be kind of scary. So maybe you do just opt to go with the Jade Spirit. But the Jade counter is really small, so it's a lot less stats on the table.
Yep. Some of these rogue decks also run Shadow Strike, so it can be vulnerable to that as well. Mm-hmm. Ooh, Shadow Step. Wonder if that helps the situation at all.
Yeah, you could Shadow Step your Drake after taking a value trade if you wanted, but you miss out on a bunch of potential face damage that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably better to just go a little bit wider onto the board. Your opponent already used Portal. You're feeling a little bit more confident.
If you Shadow Step the Murloc, you could play it next turn with the Everyfin is Awesome, which is kind of cute.
7 mana, 4 damage.
Well, I mean, it buffs the entire board by +2/+2.
All right, I'm assuming the board's dead because of the Lightning Stone.
Yeah.
Well, that just leaves a little Squire remaining here, and Dr. Jinkaniki's got nothing else going for him.
There you go. That'll get something happening at least.
Yeah. He's looking for a draw card, potentially. Oh, Fire Bloom Toxin.
Yeah, not really in the business of damage yet. Trying to find, board construction tool first and then transition to damage. So a little too early for the fire. And then, wow, look at all of that healing and taunt. He's got 24 points of healing in his hand.
Yep. Double Thing from Below this turn. He's got Brand and Jin Yu. This feels kind of locked up for the Shaman. Looks like Trump drew all his anti-aggro tools. He's got Hex, AoE, Taunt, and Heals.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Dream. Hey, Finja, though.
If there's one card that can beat this amount of healing taunt, it is Finja. And he can clear the board.
Firethorn Toxin. That makes sure that Finja can kill stuff.
Yeah. Wow. Even with all the heals and taunts, the Rogue's got a chance.
Rogue's got a very good chance. That Everyfin is Awesome
it's gonna
pretty
happen.
dank right now.
The Murloc Dream. It's gonna be able to trade and play it for a super discounted amount. Oh, Branaya.
Yeah, that's a huge board. How big are the Jades now?
They're decent size. I think they're like 3/3s.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting up there. It's a 3/3, a 4/4, and a 5/5, and a 5/3, and a 2/4. Let's not forget that. All right, second Everyfin is Awesome. Is that what's gonna happen?
Second Everyfin.
I mean, you get 2 tries at it. Might as well, right?
Sure.
Wait, is there lethal here actually? Because you get a Shadow Step the Murloc. No, there's not. There's not enough Murlocs. What am I talking about?
The Mist Caller. you play Mistcaller, and then the Murlocs get buffed and they get pulled out.
You could Shadow Step Mistcaller, huh? And get double buff on everything in your
my
deck. But it's a little too slow, huh?
Hold on. So if he summons 2 Murlocs, then everything becomes 3. Oh, it's too expensive for the Mistcaller Everything Dream.
Yeah. You can re-roll the Pirate, though. Try and find something
Yeah, I kind of like that. I think he wants the Everything buff first, though. Hey, why would he, though?
It might be...
Oh.
Just running out of time.
No chargers. Oh, yeah, you're right. Too much time to think. He's got Portal. He can't do much.
He could have played Portal and gotten a 3/3 at worst out of it.
Yeah, he could have gotten the Grimscale Oracle. Buffed all his board.
Yeah. I mean, everything is awesome. Works on just minions, too. So.
What on earth has happened to this board? I'm pretty sure that this board started off with a 2/4, and all of a sudden it's an 11/6, a 7/6.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Finja is the highest win rate card when played on curve in all of Hearthstone. And it does stuff like this. Card's a monster.
Yeah. It wasn't exactly on curve, but still you can see its impact late game.
Mm-hmm. And now just imagine this 5 turns earlier. But Trump's cleaning it up pretty efficiently.
Yeah.
It's going to pull more Murlocs, though, because he's leaving the Finja around, huh? That's going to get 2 Bluegill Warriors.
One Bluegill.
Yeah. But you get a Mistcaller it, so it's a 3/2 Bluegill Warrior. Powered up.
It's the next level of Bluegill. It's the next card in the expansion. It's like a neutral 3-mana 3/2 charger.
Mm-hmm. So.
Oh man, what a combo! He's got 2. He's got the Argent Horse Rider coming out here. Finja kills. Okay, he's just gonna use this to kill. You could use the Horse Rider to clear the 0/2, and then use Finja for better board control. Unless he just wants to go all face, because the one Jinyu has already been used.
Yeah, but he's got no burn in hand. I mean, I guess he's hoping to draw on Leroy at that point. Force your opponent to trade a bunch. It is pretty unlikely to win back the board from this position. But, I don't know, he's got a lot of power. Opponent's only got 1 card. You got Maelstrom to help after the value trades happen. Could happen.
Yeah. I mean, if Trump can't draws dead, he whiffs on this draw. That's actually a pretty good draw. To help him secure more resources.
Well, it's only going to get 1 card before it dies. But it's basically just like heal for 3. Draw a card. It's like a baby shield block.
I guess, but then, alright, I guess he Jin used the 5/1, right? So I guess he takes that removal off the table. Or that trade off the table. So yeah, kills it off then. So yeah, turns out to kind of a mediocre draw then. Trump's still looking for Jade Chieftains, which we know is in his deck. The big daddies. Oh, backstab.
Yeah, now he can clear the 5/5 as well. You can go backstab Maelstrom Portal and then use the Divine Shield to take that down.
And then there's a 3/5 challenging a 3/2. You're just playing like board removal, and it feels like you're going to lose that game. But I guess you don't have a choice because you didn't go aggressive at all, so you don't have a way to burn your opponent down.
Yeah, it's just cross your fingers and hope they don't draw Jade cards, and you got to hope you hit your Azure Drake. Needs it.
Man, Dr. Kaniki really thinking about every single possibility that he might need to sequence this properly. I don't think in any circumstance, though, you portal first. Looks like he's just going to concede at this point. realizing that the mid-range Jade Shaman has outlasted him, and we are going to a game 5.
Yeah, it seems like a weird spot to concede. I don't know. I guess we don't know what the rest of his deck is, and he wants to conceal it, but it seemed like you hit a Drake there or something after you clean up some of that board, and maybe it happens. But he... Anyway, game 5 is going to be between the Rogue and the Warlock. Typically speaking, this is Rogue favored. You're able to get in a lot of damage. You're able to put out such a powerful board that is pretty resilient to the AoE that you can oftentimes just kind of kill them. You don't really need gadgets and auctioneer. I'd say it's worse off in this matchup than traditional questing Miracle Rogue, but I'd say it's still Rogue favored. How do you feel about the matchup?
Yeah, I played this matchup a little bit during the Heroic Tavern Brawl when I was testing it, and I never really feared Warlocks in general. Primarily because, especially if you run early Divine Shield minions, it's even harder for them to remove, and it just that kind of stickiness really wears on them because they're going to be life tapping early on, or they have inefficient removal, and generally like getting in that little chip damage means that your big combo turns, if you want to set up Van Cleef or if you want to go for Leroy Shadow Steps, like it just kind of softens them up a lot. So I definitely like it a lot from the Rogue's perspective. But Trump's got like some pretty good tools. First, he has Reno Jackson, so that's always nice. He's even got Hellfire. Dr. Jiganiki has Finja. So we're gonna see some ideal hands go head to head and see who comes out on top.
It's the All-Star game.
It's the All-Star game. That's right. The A team. Well, no Mistress of Mixtures. Usually the leadoff batter here.
Yeah. So not quite the A team. Maybe the B team. It's the regional championship, not the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The NA squad.
Yeah. North American team. Ooh. Weapon removal. Not the greatest against Rogue, which I always find hilarious.
Right.
Like
only, I guess only Amnesiac's running anything worth removing as a weapon.
Yeah, he's got deadly poisons in there. He's going wild with it, but other than that, it's pretty suboptimal a lot of the time. But sometimes it gets in there and is able to do something. Yeah. Hellfire just taking out that Shaku before it can even get cooking.
Aggressively out. Van Cleef as a 4/4 is still pretty threatening. I like seeing this. A lot of people get baited into thinking Van Cleef has to be 6/6 or bigger.
Yeah. Just contest the board quite nicely. Now Finge is going to be able to come down next turn as well. And you threaten to be able to buff it up with the War Leader and make stuff happen. He's going to have the full anyfin on turn 6.
Man, if you had the everything is awesome now, that'd be game over.
So, is there any point trading?
If you're worried about Shadow Flame, that's about it.
Yeah, I like the amount of damage we're putting through, so I say all face all the time.
Well, you could play Twilight Drake as a 4/6, and then kind of make it hard for Finja to trade into. From your perspective, of course, you wouldn't know if that he has War Leader and Eviscerate, but you trade both these minions into the Van Cleef and then play Twilight Drake.
Yeah, makes sense to me. I don't see anything else. The Faceless seems bad. Shambler seems bad. He's gonna go with the tap though. He's just gonna. Okay, he's gonna just trade off the minions, not let Finja happen, and then try and.
Ooh, interesting.
Try and just Reno Jackson, I guess, or set up a Shadow Flame down the line. As Dr. Jinky Inky, I think you just play the Murlocs and go face still.
Yeah, for sure. If you didn't have Reno, you put him down to 8 health.
Yeah. So your opponent can't Siphon Soul the Finja or anything like that. They have to basically Reno here. And then when they do, you get to activate the Finja anyway. So now Trump's just down at Twilight Drake. tried to be a little cute.
Yeah, he's trying to be cute because he's thinking about tapping into something else and hopefully getting removal. If he had enough mana, he could end up doing a big Shadow Flame clear, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case right now.
Yeah, exactly. And here comes all of the Murlocs. That's so nuts. Finch is disgusting. Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, you could
Shadow Step for that extra damage.
well, yeah, you can get 6 damage with a Bluegill with this card now.
That's the equivalent of Leroy.
Yeah, a 1 mana Leroy. Ugh. And he's got 6 damage in his hand plus the dagger. So if he gets anything that costs 3 or less mana, and his entire board gets cleared, he still has lethal.
Yeah, that is the ideal scenario, and this is exactly what people are talking about with Finja, and how powerful it is. And it's not even that bad to draw Murlocs with Finja because you get to go for the full board pressure.
Oh, yeah, it's great to have the Murlocs with Finja. Finja plus War Leader is insane. So yeah, it's and Rogue class specifically gets to utilize Finja the best with, their eviscerates, backstabs, the shadow steps, all that sort of stuff, as we just saw. Rogue class excels at utilizing Finja, and when it draws Finja on curve, which happens about half the time, it usually wins against most decks. Some decks can shut it down, but Reno Lock's not one of them.
It does seem that Trump got a little too cute there, but we're not sure if it would have made a big difference because it just seemed like Dr. Jinkiniki had a lot of gas in the tank to really put the fire on him. So looks like Dr. Jinkiniki is going to advance. Winners round 5. Scrolling through the bracket to see where he lands. He's going to play Mercury, who has upset BB Gun Gun in the round 4 as well. So a couple of upsets. A lot of the big names going through, though. We'll see what ends up standing up top at the end of the day. We're going to go to a few-minute break here, guys. When we come back, more Hearthstone action. Don't go anywhere. More Hearthstone Major right after this.
I'd like to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors, Geico. Remember, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Rich man.
Russell, I'm filming.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone Major. My name is Frodan. I am joined by Firebet, and we're going to go back to the lower bracket, I believe, where Zalay and Lead Paint are on the verge of elimination. Both of them have managed to run into each other. That's kind of unfortunate, but that's just what happens if you lose. You're going to eventually hit into some really good players, and you're vulnerable to get eliminated pretty early. This is just top 64. We haven't even hit to the point where they're on the bubble yet. They have to win a couple more after this.
Yeah, the competition is definitely fierce out there. So no surprise seeing some of the more known players getting knocked down to losers bracket and even facing elimination this early on in the tournament.
Yeah, just for reference, we're going to be playing this match on losers match on stream, and then we have Disguised Toast versus Show. But other matchups that can happen in the lower bracket are all equally as devastating. Chalky might have to play Amnesiac, even if that's assuming Chalky wins his next match, and that's like a match that I could accept as the finals of the tournament, and that'd be happening in top 48. So that's definitely something to watch out for. As you guys can see, the winners bracket is filling out really nicely. We're pretty much almost done with that for the day. And then we're going to do top 24 all the way through to the grand finals tomorrow. It's going to be quite the marathon, but we appreciate you guys hanging out with us as we figure out who is going to be the PAX East champion for the Hearthstone Major, brought to you by Geico Gaming. Now, we have the bans in. Looks like Zalay has banned the Priest, and Leadpaint has banned the Warrior. Priest being banned. It's happened again, Firebet. So unusual.
Yeah, it makes sense with his lineup, right? Like, Zalay's trying to tech to target Pirate Warrior. He's got the mid-range Jade Shaman. He's got his Dragon Priest and his Reno Mage, all decks that do pretty okay against Pirate Warrior, and he's hoping to just all kill the Pirate Warrior.
Well, it didn't work out last time, but maybe it can work out this time for him. Zalay got knocked down to the lower bracket by Frostbitten, and I think that was earlier today that it happened. We were checking out what was going on, but Frostbitten then lost to Innovation, so it's not even that Frostbitten had made a deep run through the bracket. It looks like Zalay's struggling a little bit. And it could be the fact that he's trying to take a different strategy of targeting Pirate Warrior. Some people have accepted Pirate Warrior's dominance and just said, you know what? Forget it. I'm just going to let Pirate Warrior get banned and then move on with my life. But nope, Zalay wants to kill it.
Yeah, it's a tough deck to target just because it's so hard to deal with some of the weapons that can kind of come out, right? Like, if they can upgrade a Reaper twice, you're usually dead unless you have weapon removal. You can't really out-heal that or anything. It's definitely a tricky deck to try and target, and they have some of the most explosive early game starts, and the things that they can do with the Dread Corsairs coming out for 0 mana. It's just nasty. It's tough.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, we have Reno Mage up against Rogue. We haven't seen Reno Mage, I think, all day yet, so it's kind of cool to see it make an appearance through Zalay. And we kind of mentioned at the Freeze Mage versus Rogue matchup, saying that it's really hard for Rogue to take the win here. But Reno Mage, is it easier than Freeze Mage in terms of the win percentages for Rogue, you think?
Oh yeah, Rogue has a much better chance against Reno Mage, and one of the things that kind of decide the matchup is how burn-oriented is the Reno Mage. And Zalay's targeting Pirate Warrior. So cards that are not great against Pirate Warrior are things like Pyroblast and, extra burn in your deck. So we can already see the tech choices in Zalay's hand there. He's got, Water Elemental. He's got the Twilight Flamecaller. These are cards that are great against Pirate Warrior, great against aggro, but offer very little to nothing against Rogue. So he's not teched for this matchup, which is going to make it, I'd say, closer to 50-50. This is one of the value Reno Mages that the Rogue kind of used to prey on in the earlier metagames back in the first iterations of Reno Mage.
Certainly. Well, Zalay's got the anti-aggro Reno Mage, so it's a little bit different than what we've come to expect. Twilight Flamecaller, of course, being a little unusual. We'll see if cards like that end up paying off. Lead Paint, though, playing the traditional Miracle Rogue, didn't really have much of a good play, but now he's got Shaku and potentially a sap in this position on the water elemental and just start pushing damage to your opponent.
Yeah, even a Quaid Coldblood, I imagine, comes out. You know, the Tomb Pillager's stuck. Your opponent just developed a water elemental into it, which doesn't trade favorably against Tomb Pillager. So I think it's fairly safe to assume they don't have easy ways to kill Tomb Pillager in their hand. So just jamming the Coldblood on it to push initiative seems smart to me.
Can he remove it? Can't really. Oh, he can.
Now he can.
Now he can fireball it, give the coin right back, and Lead Paint's kind of running on fumes, drawn dead a little bit, doesn't have anything besides game-ending damage. But that's where Shaku comes in. He fireballs this, Lead Paint, even if he whiffs, can pick up a mage card, and say he picks up Burn, then all of a sudden he's pretty close to killing his opponent. He's got 10 in the hand, 2 on board.
Yeah. Prep a
Just like a
Pyroblast.
Pyroblast could end the game. Sure, that works.
Gain some spell power. There you go. And I mean, it's a minion.
Yeah.
You wanted a dagger anyway.
It's kind of good, well statted too.
Oh yeah, it's everything you want. Now you got 11 out of hand, 12 with the dagger. If you re-dagger, then you have lethal if the 3/5 sticks. Of course, I could just drop Reno.
Could drop Reno, could ice block to really ensure that he's 100% safe.
Yeah. Get some more value out of the Reno then later on too with the ice block line. But both of these plays, the one downside is they leave Shaku up. That's going to give Lead Paint more fuel.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's going to have to end up going with an ice block line. Gets to squeeze more value out of Reno this way, and at least attribute something to the board. It's got a 2/2, but not really what you want to be doing at this time. And Shaku gets to continue getting Lead Paint additional value.
Well, yeah, 3 mana 4/3, not exactly the most amazing card. Kirin Tormage. But, he's got an opportunity to pop the ice block right now, and Lead Paint looking like he wants to take it.
Mm-hmm.
If he Leroy's, looks like he has to use his Eviscerate as well, and then he only can dagger down a 1/1, which means that the trades on board he can take out Leroy and then play Reno, and that means that Zalay can't deal with Shaku again for another turn. Oh man. Oh, wow.
Well, now you can deal with Shaku.
Yeah, now you can deal with Shaku.
That seems strange.
Well, yeah, considering that he doesn't have 2 damage anyways from the hand. Ooh, boy. Man, I would have really loved an extra card from Shaku.
Yeah, that's definitely an expensive click. Oh, you get a Swashbuckler card. It's kind of like a Shaku card. Aw, dude, imagine if Shaku would have given him a secret, too.
Yeah, dude.
It all was coming together.
Oh, the Shaku. Wait, so how much is that backstab? 5 damage now?
Yeah, that's insane. That card is really, really powerful.
Oh, my goodness.
It's got triple spell power out there.
0 mana, 5 damage.
Not too bad.
They
I'd
kind
play
of
that
shake
card.
the head, though.
Oh, yeah, he's not happy about losing the Shaku. He's doing the classic Hearthstone player post-misplay head shake.
Yeah. Post-misplay head shake. Symptoms include talking to yourself, looking up to the ceiling, hitting your head, scratching, biting your hair.
Mm-hmm.
Zalay can AoE down with the Blood Mage Thalnos and the Volcanic Potion, kind of reducing a lot of the power on board. The thing about Firelance Portal is that you can still kind of leave up a decent amount on the board, and you're also floating mana, and you can't use that ping.
Yeah, but you get a 5 drop.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
We have many
Oh, I guess by saving that, you have better AoE for the following turn.
Yeah, Lead Paint's just going all in here with this conceal, it looks like. And, I mean, it's post-Reno damage, so trying to set up lethal. He didn't see a Flame Strike come out last turn, so he's expecting it not to be there, and Zelay's got kind of a Flame Strike. The build-your-own Flame Strike.
Well, he's got the Blood Mage Thanatos, the Volcanic Potion, and now he's got Ice Barrier to back it up. So he's got ways to add health so he can make sure his opponent can't really push too much damage. He's already seen Leroy as well, so the Leroy Shadow Step range is out of his opponent's possibility. He's seen every card, too, that's been stolen by the Rogue from Mage class. So it pretty much leaves the coin, which he fireballed on the Tomb Pillager, and one card he hasn't seen. And Zelay is trying to narrow it down and just recall everything. He's counting all the mage cards, recalling everything that's happened.
Yep.
Doing his due diligence.
Should pretty much seal the game unless Auctioneer is picked up. There's still potential for Lead Paint to have a miracle.
Ah, nice. Even squeezes in Dirty Rat, kind of effective health anyways.
Yeah, he gets to try and see if there's maybe the Auctioneer waiting in Lead Paint's hand, I guess.
Swashbuckler. Hey, you got a secret.
A little too late.
A little too late.
Does that mean the Shaku card was going to be a secret?
Well, no, the Shaku card would have been the Medivh's Valet, and then...
And the previous Swashbuckler's card would have been Vaporized.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it would have all came together. Yeah. Well, play around Mirror Entity, so you can't play the Antonitis this turn. Could have attacked first to test for Vaporize or Barrier, and then maybe gone with Antonitis Barrier.
True that. Barrier, test for counter spell. Attack, test for Vaporize. Sees as Vaporize. And that should kind of wrap it up here. Don't really expect Lead Paint to really sit too much longer in this game. Eviscerate's not the Gadgetzan Auctioneer. Yeah, I really like how Zelay piloted this, showing a lot of discipline, restraint. I know a lot of people feel like super tempted to always take out Shaku and some of these other cards, but sometimes they just kind of whiff on some minions and you realize that you can just outvalue them like the way you usually do.
Yeah. The cards drawn off Shaku are not whole cards a lot of the time. Draws like 33% of a card, right? Because it's a random class card, and 66% of the class cards are bad.
Well, Lead Paint's still holding up for something. Maybe he's got a Yogg in his deck.
Well, I think he's just saying that Reno Mage can also have a lot of like removal stuff, like Forbidden Flame, more AoE, Blizzard. So I still have maybe another turn to try and have a miracle, but we know that there's a lot of ammo in his Zelay's hand that even if Lead Paint was able to do damage, Zelay could effectively just kill his opponent next turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lead Paint. I mean, he's already used an Eviscerate, Leroy Jenkins, and a Cold Blood, so he doesn't have the damage remaining in his deck to be able to kill Zelay. Even if he gets gadgets in and draws his entire deck. So yeah, there goes the concede now.
All right, so game number 1 goes to Zelay. Remember, this is an elimination match, the first of its kind on our stream. We've been following the winner's bracket of Smash GG. If you guys want to follow along, let us know. And we'll post a link in the chat for you guys. As we did get updates that Orange has won his match and winners and now play Killing All Day. And then Muzzy was able to beat Rage 3-0 and move on to winners round 5. Muzzy finally, hopefully, probably able to live up to his standards that people set him to, because people expect a lot of big things from him for a while. So going to game number 2, we have Shaman versus the Rogue. Lead Paint going to stay on it. See if the Shaku train can be better this time around.
Up against the Aggro Shaman from Zelay. We didn't get to see a Shaman previously. I think when we watched him, it was banned. So Lava Burst in the Shaman. He's got Argent Squire. Off to a great start, being able to threaten, Tunnel Trog, Coin, Feral Spirits. Pretty sweet.
And then drop Argent Squire behind that on the turn 3, and then Jade Lightning on the turn 4. It's a nice smooth curve against Rogue.
Yeah.
And typically speaking, this matchup has gone in favor of aggro shaman. Historically, it's gotten a little worse for the shamans as they lost some of their best tools, but it's still usually in favor of them. And let's see if Lead Paint's greedy here. He's got this backstab SI. So, yeah, he's going to take a little bit of extra damage here. But at the cost of this damage, he gains a little bit of board control. Even if Coin Feral Spirits comes out, which we're going to see happens, he gets to combo his SI, so he's happy with that. He takes 2 extra damage from the Tunnel Trog, or I guess 3 extra damage from the Tunnel Trog, and he gets to backstab SI, remove it, and remove it 2/3.
Nice. Well played. Zolay has 1 mana remaining with the Argent Squire, so he still has something to do, but maybe that gives enough time for Lead Paint to finally come charging back.
The light protects me.
Seems like a great Shaku turn. Your opponent's got 4 mana. That's their Jade Lightning turn, and it sets up pretty good to avoid that. It's not as great against Flame Wreath Faceless as some of the other options, but
yeah, it does feel like you get punished pretty heavily by Flame Wreath Faceless compared to the other options if you want to play Van Cleef for questing, but it also leaves those minions really vulnerable to Jade Lightning, like you said.
Yeah, so you gotta just kind of pick your poison on that one, and hey, picked right.
Well, it does feel like Flame Wreath Faceless is more often the threat than Jade Lightning, because you're not really keeping Jade Lightning. I guess you're not
keeping Flame Wreath Faceless
either. Yeah. I guess you're right. It's just a 50-50 at that point.
Yeah, and if it's a 50-50, I think you want to do the one that puts your board position stronger against the most amount of things, which is the Shaku, because like non-Jade Lightning, non-Flame Wreath Faceless things interact better with the questing or the... That's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Sometimes Shaku hits.
Sometimes he hits, and he hits hard.
Oh, yeah.
Dag. So if you overload now, you can't play Eye of the following turn. This is kind of rough for Zalay. Lead Paint, he played that instantly. He's done that 2 games in a row. He's like he gets a Shaku card. Shaku just gets in there, collects something, and instantly Lead Paint slams it down and passes, giving Zalay minimal time to think about how to respond to it. Not that it really phases him. He's just kind of thinking about it anyways.
Totem Lava Burst. Wants to get rid of that Shaku. He does not like how Shaku's doing in this game.
I mean, he's seen the Shaman card, so he knows no heal. Still can maybe burn his opponent down over the course of 2 Jade Lightnings and a Lightning Bolt. Oh boy. Let's see. You want to build a big Van Cleef?
So your opponent's got 4 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, any other play is kind of vulnerable to like Flame Tongue shenanigans, right? So I think building a big Van Cleef is fine. I think you could do that. You could build the questing. The questing, though, this is vulnerable to the Jade Lightning, so I like this a lot less. This is a 4/4, the other one's a 6/6. Your opponent's got exactly 4 mana.
Yeah.
This seems very, 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 very sketchy.
Yeah, I'm definitely in that camp as well. Zalay has 2 Jade Lightnings, can choose whichever one he wants.
Oh, man.
And get the Jade Train going too. I mean, it's kind of important to get the Jades out, so that way, whenever he plays Aya and Jade Claws, it's some pretty big follow-up threats. Not to mention that this Taunt Totem's kind of annoying too, so...
Wow, this Tomb Pillager top deck really bails Lead Paint out. Now he's got a really solid turn for this turn. If he didn't draw that, his reload was like Cold Blood Edwin or like Gadget Pass. So yeah, that's actually super sick. Keeps him in this game, and he's redeveloped fully back onto the board.
He's got a coin to follow up with the Gadget Stand Auctioneer in his hand, which didn't really have much going on for it. Does Zalay just ignore the, like, maybe the Tomb Pillager? Just Aya, Lightning Bolt? Or even Aya, trade 1/1? I don't know. It's one of those two options doesn't seem too bad.
Seeing what he gets off Maelstrom Portal.
Okay, so he's going for a full clear.
Seems to be so. He's trying to just outvalue Lead Paint. So he's realizing, you know what? I got Aya. I have 2 Jade cards already. My Jades are going to be pretty big. If I can just kill everything, maybe I can get in a situation where I just outvalue Lead Paint. Because he's got huge Jades right now. Not right now, but after he plays all the Jade cards in his hand, 75% of his hand is Jade cards. He will have pretty huge Jades.
Yeah. And he's overloaded just enough to play Aya next turn. So he'll have 6 mana available. But Lead Paint's got the man of the moment. Gadget Sand Auctioneer. Woo!
Well, looks like he's playing some Mario, collecting all the coins.
Yeah. There's the coin. There's the alternative coin.
And he's got the
double conceal. Wow. Well, at least the Van Cleef's been used, so we couldn't go for a ridiculous Van Cleef. Whoa.
It's a lot of damage for sure.
Huh.
He could punch for 12 next turn, conceal just the gadget, and then play Storm Guardian.
Yeah, the sequencing on that is super important.
Man, that's a good card in Rogue, huh?
Yeah. Well, specifically Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, because you cycle so much. You always get the 10-10
draw
taunt.
your deck every game.
And you need a 10-10 taunt, right? Like, Miracle Rogue takes a beating early on. So that 10-10 taunt... Yeah, that's just a good card. I'd play that in Miracle Rogue, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Why not? So...
Thank you, Shaku.
I think you got to still just play the Aya. Everything else is really weak on the board. And it leaves much to be desired. You're probably not dead. It's possible to die, maybe. Nah. It's like 10 damage can come out of the hand of Lead Paint realistically. 1 Eviscerate's already been used, so you have to imagine you're not dead if you play Aya. You're also not setting up lethal, though, but you don't really have any stronger play.
Yeah, I agree. It's just too inefficient to just play Feral Spirits here because you're afraid of taking damage.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Storm Guardian.
Yeah, and this is that moment where you're like, I can beat pretty much everything still. I'm okay. And you've forgotten that the Storm Guardian's been shuffled in your opponent's deck.
Yeah, dude. He's not playing around that at all.
Okay.
This guy's toast.
Storm Guardian. Flame Tongue can be so good here, though. Delay with the poker face, no response. Jade Lightning helps chew through, but and I guess you can Feral Spirits behind it. Yeah, I mean this is still doable for Zalay. I guess not all hope is lost. You can play everything. Does he want to weave in Hero Power?
His aggro deck is outvaluing a 5-mana 10-10 taunt. Man, Shaman's nuts.
So powerful. He's even set himself up to potentially lethal. Okay, that's a good draw. Would you double Gadget Stand here? You pick up double chances for you to get sap on a 5/5.
There's 2 preps left, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think you double Gadget.
Double Gadget Stand all the way. Alternative Fax coin comes into hand again.
Yeah, I think he's gonna get a lethal. Uh-oh.
You think he's gonna get it? No,
Yeah.
the sap.
I think he's gonna get it.
No, he doesn't. I don't think he has enough though. If he saps a 2/3, he needs to find. He needs to find prep. He can't do it without prep.
That's true. He doesn't have the second Eviscerate left, right? He's already used both Eviscerates, both Cold Bloods, so there's no way for lethal without prep. unless he swashbucklers into it. So
Wait,
he's
this can draw a
opting to
spell.
just go for survival.
This can draw a spell. Lead paint. What you got? No, it's too
Spell.
expensive.
But he's not dead, so he could be dead though off the top, right? How much damage is Lava Burst here? Yeah, Lava Burst would kill him. 8 damage on board.
4.
Only needs 4 to add to it.
Oh, no, not like this. Oh, lead paint.
Fights his way through the Storm Guardian. That couldn't even stop the value of the Jades in the Aggro Shaman. The Jade mechanic just makes Aggro Shaman so powerful. He gets to play as a face deck, he gets to play as a value deck, and a tempo deck all at the same time. It's just disgustingly powerful.
Wow. I'm kind of blown away. He got the Storm Guardian, hit a 12-4 Gadget Sand.
Yeah. He played a 5/5
Feral
taunt.
Spirits. Man, that card for a while, when I first saw it, I was like, man, this seems kind of weak because of the, how it trades into 3/3s and stuff. But over time, I've come to respect it, and now fast forward a couple of years later, I'm like, that card is nuts.
Yeah. 2 taunts is really, really strong. It's similar to the Sludge Belcher effect, right? Where you get ahead on board, and then you play Sludge Belcher, and then whatever you're ahead on board with gets to go face for the rest of the game without your opponent ever being able to trade with it. So it just kind of locks them out. Feral Spirits has a very similar effect.
All right, well, this is Northshire Cleric, kind of annoying. Do you want to actually play into the fact that it can heal?
Seems
And
so.
draw a card. All right.
One of the advantages here is if your opponent uses the heal to cash in on the value of the Northshire Cleric, they're not playing a 2-drop. If they're not playing a 2-drop, then maybe you go off with some sort of questing shenanigans in the following turn.
Yeah, maybe just SI as well. It depends on the situation.
Looks like it's just SI.
Embrace the Shadow. That card
This guy's
not going to be useful, but you can't. Oh wow! Wait, is there some good cards you can get from second Swashbuckler? That opens up some possibilities.
There's a few of them for sure. You can get Flash Heal, for example.
Flash Heal, yeah. Dark Shard Alchemist.
Mm-hmm.
Greater Healing Potion for the maximum BM. You can BM yourself. Do 12 to your own face.
Opts to make the 4/4 here.
Yeah, really strong. Shadowward Horror, not really that useful against. Well, I guess it's okay against Bran, but that's about it. Cleric's been killed. So now Zalay kind of have to map out how the next few turns are. This is a really crucial turn here. He's coming up on turn 5 where he's got Holy Nova or Blackwing Corruptor. He's got to make sure to figure out the right lines and all possible outcomes. If he plays a Twilight Guardian, gets sapped, what does he do? Just die?
Hey, top stack Shadow Death.
Okay.
That's the plan. But yeah, he's pretty dead.
So Saps feels really good. Is there any follow-up besides just Dagger? Nothing else really seems to stick out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of the better sap targets in the deck too. Doesn't have impactful battle cry, so you don't have to worry about it coming back and gaining an extra card from your deck or dealing 3 damage to something or drawing a card. So pretty solid. And push the questing, leave it undamaged. Still got backstab SI to try and deal with whatever gets developed next turn. Your opponent's already knocked down to 17. This is looking like a quick runaway for a questing adventure here, unless. Nope.
Yeah, Lead Paint finally been able to get it. I mean, this is the first favorable matchup for his rogue. The Reno Mage is a bad matchup. Aggro Shaman's a terrible matchup, if you guys can recall. But this matchup is definitely rogue favored.
GG.
And that should be all she wrote here.
Mm-hmm.
Asai. Got that conceal. Don't even need the Swashbuckler cards. You can use it for an extra buff. All right, well, unless Zalay is hiding a mythical light bomb somewhere behind the curtain from the wild format. Doesn't seem like he's got anything here.
I don't think there's any reason to kill the 5/4. Could have just sent the damage face.
Defender of Argus.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, you're right. And in case they double taunt, then you don't have lethal.
Hey, check out this Shadow Word Horror.
It gets there.
Yeah, it gets us there. Look at that.
You don't see that every day.
Nah, you don't. I mean, it could have been Shadow Word Pain. It would have been also the same thing, or Silence, or any other priest card. But it's just funny because Shadow Word Horror is just generally so bad as a card. All right, so Lead Paint finally gets to check that off. I mean, that's kind of the weakness of the Rogue. It's that, you know, he started off Rogue and ran to 2 matchups that he was just definitely having a hard time with no matter what he did. But now he's got Shaman vs. Priest and Warrior vs. Priest. Dragon Warrior definitely excels at beating some of those decks compared to the other classes that we come to see, like Reno Warlock, for example. We'll see if Lead Paint can keep it up here. Right now he's got the Jade Shaman off to a pretty good start. He's got Coin Totem Golem. Gonna need something else, though. Ooh, Flame Tongue Totem also in the hand. That card is really strong against Priest. Probably the most important card besides an early curve.
Yeah, because Priest does not have that much removal. Like, they have Blackwing Corruptor and Shedward Pain, and that's about it for spot removal. They can kind of deal with Flame Tongue Totem. So most of the time, they're just developing minions into the Shaman's board. And if you develop a minion into a 4-minion board, and then they drop Flame Tongue Totem, they're going to get very favorable trades on you and be able to swing a lot of tempo.
All right, so the opening hand for Priest looks pretty decent. Needs a little bit extra help. Priest does have a favorable win rate against Shaman according to the data, but of course does change up a little bit based off of tournament techs and also the individual play of of each player. Lead Paint opting not to coin the Totem Golem for fear of Shadow Word Pain, which came into the hand of Zalay. So you can definitely see what these guys are thinking, and would that end up being the payoff there because he saves the coin? Doesn't seem like the follow-up is any stronger. It actually gives Zalay something to do this turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You kind of just hope they don't have that, and when they do, it's a bummer. But
now if you totem, you play directly into the Northshire Cleric. Oh, that's the worst one, because now Northshire Cleric can just bump into the healing totem.
You'd probably kill it anyway, just because you want to play around Flame Tongue and whatnot, but I guess you could try and be cute. But
I mean, if you play Twilight Guardian, how are you playing around? I mean, the Flame Tongue doesn't seem like it can punish you that heavily.
Yeah. I don't know. Seems too fancy. I'm suspicious of it. I don't trust it.
Okay.
I would kill it.
Come on. It's just a healing totem. What's the worst that could happen?
There's some way you get punished. There's got to be. I don't know. Zalay's sitting here thinking about it too. He's is it too fancy or is it just right?
Cleric meet healing totem. Healing totem meet cleric.
I don't know. How do you get punished? You can't Flame Tongue Totem coin Jade Lightning. That can't happen. Double Flame Tongue Totem does nothing. Is there like a Hex coin? Hex coin Flame Tongue's not good. I don't see how you get punished. Maybe you do it.
Yeah.
He's going to go for it. But yeah, that's definitely it looks fishy. It looks like it's too fancy, right? It looks like it's one of those lines that you take and then you get punished by something unexpected.
Right. That Northshire Cleric has her pinky stuck out right now. That was a fancy play. I mean, maybe he's Lead Paint just Jade Lightning's the Cleric now because he just doesn't want to draw a card.
Oh,
or maybe, I don't know. Maybe you can just trade off the... Oh, he doesn't. All right. I mean, it's true. Priest with card draw is just kind of unstoppable sometimes. You remember the old days with Wild Pyromancer and Circle of Healing with Northshire Cleric?
Oh my, yeah. That was a crazy draw.
Yeah. Maz won like 30k just by doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Zalay needed that draw. He's got no dragons now.
Yep.
I wonder.
Well, I guess you could just play Brand. You just use Jade Lightning, so it seems unlikely that your opponent deals with the Brand right afterward. They went to the second Jade Lightning or spell damage Lightning Bolt.
Seems better than doing nothing, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think you could give up 5 mana worth of tempo just to pass. And I kind of like holding on to the Acidic Swamp Ooze.
What is that?
Because you know that, like, because you know one Jade Lightning is gone, but both Jade Claws are in.
Okay.
So it feels like you at least have use for that later.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
It's also kind of weaker in general. It's like 2 health, so if your opponent had like Lightning Storm, he could kill off a few minions.
Mm-hmm.
The ultimate punish would be Lightning Storm, Jade Claws, or something. I don't know. Probably not. All right, Lead Paint picks up Totem Golem number 2. Kind of stuck with a bunch of stuff. Not really anything that helps him win back on the board. And this is exactly what Priest wants, because when you play small stuff into their hand, they get to finally leverage their hero power, which is really, really powerful in positions like this.
Yeah, it's insane. Influencing the board for 2 points of health is pretty crazy. Compare that to, Mage, which only influences the board for 1 point of health. Twice as good.
Double the fun.
Is that the new Priest campaign? Priest, double the fun.
Yeah. Oh, man, I have so much fun whenever you get to play, like, Garrison Commander, Shadowform Priest shenanigans, if you ever tried Killer's lists.
Oh, my. Quadruple the fun.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. I don't know if I can handle that much fun, Rodan.
Yeah, I can tell. Oh, wow. Nice roll on the Brand to be able to eliminate that off the board. Not that Zalay really had anything going for him anyways, but if he picked up the Operative, that would have been a very nice opportunity to get value back. Because one of the big things is, because Zalay is so invested into the board and not really into the hand, this board needs to stick. Otherwise, his entire strategy crumbles.
Yeah, he's really has not very much value, left in his hand. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Lead Paint's hand's got pretty chock full of value. He's got gas for a few turns now, at least. Oh, wow.
Coin Flame Tongue Totem just to kill off a 4/3.
Just wants to try and stop the health totals from getting too high? I don't know. That seems really strange. He's basically sacrificing the Flame Tongue Totem.
Is it because he wants to play... Oh, I think it's because he wants to Totem Golem Hero Power thing from below next turn. No, that would make it 0 mana, so he had enough mana anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I could see it if you didn't want to be mana inefficient and get the thing from below, but Flame Tongue Totem, like we were talking about, one of the most important cards in this matchup.
Yeah, and seems pretty wasted here. Like the 2/3 could have traded with the 3/1 instead of the 4/3. So it still had a good trade.
Mm-hmm. I guess the Ooze is kind of okay now because your opponent just uses Storm, so at least the fact that you can get it to temp onto the board is better. Nice choice there to use it on the Ooze for the buff on the Talon Priest because the portal would have eliminated it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Totem Golem. Free thing from below. Yeah, I think Lead Paint might have miscounted the mana there, but at the same time, the 4/3 being on the board, maybe he's worried about Holy Nova, stuff like that. And look, Holy Nova came into the hand. That could have been pretty bad.
It's still pretty bad. Like, Holy Nova's gonna kill the entire board here.
I must consider.
So Holy Nova, heal. You can bump the 3/7 in, or is it a 3/6? It's a 3/6. He didn't buff that anything special, right?
No.
No power word shield. Okay, so
I
then
don't think so. I think he missed some healing here. He could have traded first and then, or was there a taunt totem?
No. There was he couldn't trade because everything was 5 health or below. So he'd lose the minion if he traded first and then Holy Nova.
You're gonna lose the minion anyway.
No, he just bumps this and then 3-5 into the 3-2. Right?
Yeah, well, is this better? I don't know.
Oh, wow.
This is
Space.
opens you up to Portal in like a lot of different ways. You could have had 2 really high health minions instead of 3 low health minions, right? Like you could have take the trade first, then take the second trade, then Holy Nova to get the extra 2 heal on one of the minions, then heal one of your minions up again. So you lose the 3-4, but then you have a 3-5 and a 3-6.
But he can't because the thing from below stops him from trading. Because
you just sacrifice the 3-4 into the thing from below.
Okay.
Oh no, you're right. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sorry, it's been a long day. I just realized what you're saying. I figured it out. I figured out how taunt works, Rodan. Don't worry.
I thought there was some next level play, man, that I wasn't paying attention to. I'm like, I was ready for my mind to be blown by Firebit.
You must attack the minion with taunt first. The Innkeeper's got me on lock, dude. I'm figuring it out.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, that's me. I smork over the top. I don't know. All my minions have flying.
Oh wow, double ooze in the priest.
Yeah, he's targeting that pirate warrior with the lineup very aggressively, and the pirate warrior is still up for lead paint. So even if lead paint manages to get through this, he's got to. He still has to get through, you know, the target matchup for Zalay.
Oh man, that flame tongue totem. Woof.
Yeah. Now if he rolls a taunt totem maybe too, but even still, the Manatide's really sick because you kind of have to kill the flame tongue totem if you're Zalay, otherwise it gets insane amount of value. So you're forced to ignore the Manatide? That's also scary. Ugh.
Just want to point out that the Jade Lightning on the Cleric has kind of caused this entire debacle for play. Like the fact that he denied the card draw is paramount to his success. And now it looks like he's running away with the game. He's drawing 2 cards per turn. Draws another card with Azure Drake. This is completely one-sided.
Yeah. That's what did it. That was the key thing was the Jade Lightning on the Cleric. Pretty crazy if you think about it. I mean, it makes sense though. Back in the day when you used to have Control Warrior in the metagame, the Control Warrior versus Priest matchup, I remember watching Fibonacci play it, and he would just kill Cleric at all means necessary. You'd shield slam or execute it or whatever, just to stop the Priest from trying to draw their entire deck and overwhelm you strategy. Thing generates too much card draw.
Yeah. Well, this is starting to be bad news. Zalay could have Dragonfire Potion in his deck, but it wouldn't even kill off the Azure Drakes. It wouldn't even kill off the Jinyu Water Speaker.
Yeah. Wow. How the tides have turned. It was pretty close to stabilizing one way or another there for the longest time in the Holy Nova turn. I thought Zalay was going to tilt it in his favor, and then the Flame Tongue Totem and whatnot really allowed Lead Paint to grip hold of the board. Back-to-back Azure Drakes.
All right, so game 4 in the books. Lead Paint 1 game away from making a reverse comeback after that insane game number 2 where he was almost winning an unfavorable matchup with the White Eyes and the Storm Guardian. That would have been crazy. If he was able to take that unfavorable, he would have actually won the series 3-1 by now. Now we have Priest against Pirate Warrior. This is the deck that Zalay seems to be targeting in everybody's lineup. He's leaving up Warrior. So yes, if he drops this, I know a lot of people will be a little upset, especially Zalay fans, but he chose this path for himself. It's a choose your own adventure when it comes to bans and strategies. And he decided to take this willingly head on.
It's a bold strategy.
Zalay. Godspeed. It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Yeah.
All right. Ooze. Swamp Ooze. He's got no dragging for that Worm Rest agent, but he's got Ooze on curve.
Yeah, Lead Paint didn't even mulligan for weapons here. He just kind of kept this mediocre minion heavy hand. We saw him keep the Raider and the Captain. He's looking to just tempo out with Pirates. He wants to go coin Pirate. He even kept the Heroic Strike to try and deal with the 2/4 taunt from Priest. So he's keeping this board control curve. So he's switching up the general Pirate Warrior strategy because he knows it's being targeted. He knows there's ooze. He knows Delay's game plan. And he's setting up a way that just goes in a totally different direction. And that's why Pirate Warrior is so powerful, is it can do things like this. So now, instead of the typical start that Delay's expecting, this ooze is pretty useless.
Yeah, Zelay not heading a dragon for his Wormrest Agent, also a problem that we've seen Dragon Priest run into. It is the biggest factor of why Dragon Priest has inconsistencies. Not only are you kind of trying to draw the right curve, but even if you draw the right curve, you might not have the right synergies.
Yeah, and now the Heroic Strike gets to come down. And this is one of the cases, keeping Heroic Strike off the mulligan. That's not a strategy that you often see, but it lineups perfectly to deal with the Wormrest Agent. Even if Zelay had a dragon, that would have blown it out, and then he sets up for the double buff on the Captain, which then gets favorable value trades into the 3-drop that Zelay plays, which then the Kor'kron comes down on curve. It's looking pretty nasty already.
Yeah, this was a really clever keep from Lead Paint, something that I didn't think about. I've seen some Pirate Warriors play conservatively, like if they know it's a matchup that they're kind of unfavored against, they hard mulligan for like Finley, get life tap, conserve a bunch of resources, but this is really interesting. I've never seen them keep things like unbuffed Bloodsail Raider with Southsea Captain. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, he kept 3 suboptimal cards, and together, magic. It's pretty cool. But it might not be enough still. This ooze is going to be able to take out the Reaper and what have you. But so Zelay's like, is really close to going either way right now. It's one of those really finicky board states. Who knows really who's going to be able to come out on top on this one.
It's on a knife's edge, you know. The first person that can really commandly seize the board. Oh, so Lead Paint has an opportunity to bait out weapon removal right now.
Mm-hmm.
With the N'Zoth First Mate and the Bloodsail Cultist. Yeah, you lose the upgrade potential on the Arcanite Reaper, but the payoff is much bigger if you can bait out the ooze.
I think you got to get the Dread Corsair out, though. You want to protect the Captain. You get a 4/4 that way with Taunt, which just stops the 3/4. So then you can kill the Cleric, maintain your board control, or, punch face with everything.
You can protect the Cleric passively by just leaving up the Cleric itself as a 1/6. Can't kill the 3/3.
Sure, yeah. Use the 3/2 and your weapon to kill the 3/4. That makes sense, too. It depends how much trading you want to do, I guess.
I mean, this is almost too juicy not to ooze if you're Zelay.
Mm-hmm. Because one more upgrade effect on this, and then it's like a terrifying weapon.
Yeah, it becomes 12 damage. But this is right now just 6.
But,
oh, man. And remember, this is Game 5, losers bracket, elimination match. Loser finishes in the top 64.
To ooze or not to ooze? Be honest, would you ooze here?
I ooze just to stick it to the man. I'd emote twice.
Uh-oh. He's oozing.
But I mean, I don't blame him if he just played the Guardian. All right.
Ooh.
Oh. You know what?
That's tough. Now do you? Oh, jeez.
I don't know. I think it's eliminating almost the same amount of damage at this point.
Mm-hmm. I think you still ooze. I think you save the pain for more proactive play. Just ooze and whelp.
Maybe, but I don't. What other things are you going to be Shadow Word painting?
Well, I mean, there's things on the board that you're Shadow Word painting. It's just you want to develop the minions because they're slower, and the ooze has immediate impact now. Has less impact on the following turn, but
Sure.
Now if you're Lead Paint, you just Reaper, Dread Corsair, and go to Pound Town.
You just going to ignore the Priest board?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is enough.
Yeah,
I mean, you could try and fight for board, maybe, but that is a lot of damage for a face deck.
Yeah, this is 14 damage, right? And
Yeah.
you put that at 9.
Yeah.
That's pretty appetizing considering that you have 9 damage just from the weapon and Core Con next turn guaranteed.
And they have no clean trades against your board.
Shadow Word Pain. Oh, and no dragon for the Twilight Guardian. Yeah, I think that's it, right?
It needs to
Doesn't
draw
look
dragon.
like there's any opportunity. If Soleil picked up a dragon, he'd be able to stay alive.
I must consider.
Not just in this game, but in this tournament. But I don't think there is, and this is part of the downsides of Dragon Priest.
Yeah, Dragon Priest has a very predictable play style. You can only play Dragon Priest in one dimension. You can play Pirate Warrior in a lot of dimensions. And when it goes for this board control route with the double captains, and instead of playing for burn, plays for the board, mulligans for the minions, and you're mulliganing for weapon removal, your weapon removal is useless. So if you know someone's targeting Pirate Warrior and you change up the way you play it, suddenly you still got a pretty favorable matchup even when they're targeting you.
Yeah, this was kind of. I mean, despite the fact that Pirate Warrior wins, I think I definitely feel like this was pretty cool to watch from a perspective of seeing someone try to like maneuver around someone who's trying to counter them. But as a person who's also kind of a fan of Soleil, it's kind of tough to see him get eliminated pretty early in the round of 64. But Lead Paint, he's a champion of the previous packs as well, so he's got a lot riding on him. It'd be kind of disappointing for him to win the previous event and then exit in the round 64. That's how stacked the field is. Some of these players, we have 16 spots where everyone wants to get top 16, but we've got over 30 players here who all have a stake to fight for, either popular streamers or well-known players. People trying to push for those HCT points and get money. Mm-hmm. Some people got to lose out early, man. That's just the nature of the competition.
Yeah, and targeted Pirate Warrior is a bold strategy. So I'm not actually too surprised that targeting Pirate Warrior didn't work. It's pretty tough to do. It's one of the stronger decks in all of Hearthstone's history.
Yeah, we haven't seen decks kill that quite that fast. And we'll see if it ends up being a case for any other player as well, because a few other players have adopted this strategy, and it's working out for them. We saw Stan Sivka, for example, leave up Pirate Warrior, right, and thought it was all right.
No, he banned Warrior.
Oh, did he?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he left it up because he has Zoo. All right, I must have misremembered that.
Yeah, he's got Freeze Mage and Zoo, and he still banned Warrior. He seems to respect it a lot.
Here's an alternative fact. He didn't ban Warrior, and he's playing Zoo. Think about that for a second while we go to a break. Because I think the last match is coming up here. I think they're telling us that Toast for Show is almost ready. So follow the bracket alongside with us, Smashed Out at GG, if you guys want to check it out. The link is also in the chat. Firebat and I are going to go to the bathroom real quick, independently, not together. And when we come back, we're going to have more Hearthstone action to close out day number 2 at the Geico Gaming PAX Major. Stay tuned, guys.
Kappa Pride.
I'd like to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors, Geico. Remember 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Rich man.
Russell, I'm filming.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft Major. I am Firebat casting with Frodan, and we are bringing you a very exciting match. It is the losers, round 4, so these players, one of these two, probably favorites to go very deep in this tournament. One of these two is going to have to be going home after this. It's either going to be Show or it's either going to be Toast. Toast bringing a very interesting lineup. We saw earlier on in the tournament him take some games with his Anything Can Happen Paladin and his Malagosi Yogg Druid. And we didn't get to see the Warlock. He was banned. And we saw the Pirate Warrior, though. And we haven't seen Show yet. But I expect Show to be playing more of a typical lineup. He usually plays the standard, lists. He's usually playing, Jade Druid. I'm not sure if it's going to be Water Rogue or Miracle Rogue. And then I'm imagining Reno Lock from him. Who do you think is going to come out on top in this one?
Gotta give it the nod to Show, but I gotta say, as much as I think Show's favorite, I would love Toast to win. I want Toast to be able to get this. I want him to just kind of show up some of the pros who always think a little bit too rigidly about the game. Not that Show's one of them, but I'm just saying that a lot of people would look at Toast lineup and just be like, yeah, you're bad. You're just bad at the game. You're stupid. You don't understand how to play. Like there's a lot of players when I've done stuff like that at tournaments who came up to me and just said that. And when you outperform them, there is just this weird euphoria that overtakes your body. You can't even control it. It's like the Holy Ghost consuming you, dude. It's crazy. You just feel this rush of ecstasy, Firebat. And I would love to live vicariously through Disguised Toast to just kind of shut up the pro haters, because some of them, in my opinion, are a little bit too strict with their thinking, too narrow-minded.
Yeah, I understand that point of view for sure. A lot of players tend to think the standard lineups are the only lineups, and it can be kind of boring when there's a large number of the pro scene thinking that way. It's definitely more entertaining to see the, free thinkers that come up with crazy, innovative stuff play the game. So I'd love to see those players go deep in the tournament for sure.
Yeah, certainly. Now, of course, we all know that Toast is in for quite the rough ride here. You're looking at his Paladin deck, and you're just kind of wondering where it can really fit in, or even Malygos, OTK, Druid. I gotta be honest, Firebat, I don't even know what this deck is supposed to be favored and unfavored against on paper outside of the easy ones. Of course, Malygos, OTK kills really slow control decks, but how does it match up against other Jade Druids or even Reno Warlock and Aggro Rogue or normal Miracle Rogue? It's one of these things where it's a little bit uncharted territory for me.
A lot of times I would say the Jade Druid is going to have a pretty big advantage over the Malygos OTKs and whatnot. I think this is the deck that Show needs to escape with. This is the one that could be causing him some trouble. If he's unable to get a quick win with the Reno Lock, then that can get destroyed by Anything Can Happen Paladin and also the OTK Druid. And maybe Toast's Reno Lock is teched to also be pretty good against Reno Lock, and that might be the target that he's going for with his interesting lineup.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, we'll see. He's got. Oh wait! I knew it. I knew it. Day number 1, Firebet. I was like, because we saw Toast on stream, but his Warlock was banned, and I said, I think he's playing his Medivh the Guardian Warlock deck, or as he likes to call it, Meme Lock.
Yeah.
And you were like, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. And it turns out it is, dude. It's totally that deck. You see it on stream all the time. And the big question becomes, does Show know what's in store? Because I'm pretty sure Show doesn't watch Toast stream. I don't think he's going to know what hit him, man.
Yeah, this is definitely an unpredictable one. It's a very wacky deck it's out there. I think, Toast's first-round opponent's probably kicking himself for banning this one.
Maybe. I mean, if you've also seen Toast, this is the deck that he used to climb to top 100.
Okay, cool.
So it's not completely unplayable.
Sure. There's
Look at that. He's got Doom.
I mean, it synergizes
You're not
great
play around
with
that,
Medivh.
Firebet.
That's probably true.
You would get wrecked by this deck. Only for one game, because then you would know what to do. But for the first game, you just need to win one game in Conquest. That's all you need.
Yeah, it depends. Does Show watch Toast stream? I know Show watches a lot of streams. I see him in Twitch chat all the time, memeing and stuff. So Show might be keen to this. He might be aware.
It's true. Show is quite the memer. But he's also streaming like all the time. So that's the reason why. Because I know a lot of streamers who stream 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day. Sometimes don't watch other streams. But maybe he's hanging out with other chats. Doesn't look like anything too spectacular coming out of Show's hands. Very reactive. He's setting up for a nice Emperor Thorsan by using this Doomsayer. Toast immediately goes. He's going to pull the trigger? No.
No.
Okay, he's not a bad man. He can just Shadow Bolt, take this nice and easy. All right.
Yeah, able to clean up the Doomsayer and maintain his Drake, but unable to develop anything on his turn, so Doomsayer kind of got its job accomplished.
It did. It kind of stalled your opponent for a little bit. I mean, Toast didn't go home empty-handed. He got a life tap in, which is pretty valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Coin Emperor. How does Toast respond? To Siphon Soul, I guess?
He's not even gonna
no, he's going for a Coin Siphon Soul. Huh. There you go.
It does prevent Shambler, prevents Faceless from coming down, those sort of cards. I'd be hard-pressed to see Toast fit these in this deck.
Nah, probably not.
Mm-hmm. So it begs the question if Show's really aware of what's going on. He might be in for the surprise factor.
Flame Strike with Medivh. I've seen some crazy stuff. I played Medivh the Guardian a handful of times. And let me tell you, Firebat, some really ridiculous stuff comes out that you don't really expect. I've had Major Domo popped out from ATH. I've had Doomsayer pop out and I lose my board, which was a highlight clip from Toast Stream yesterday. We've all been there. It's just some ridiculous scenarios. Even if you played Summoning Stone, you've been there too. And I don't know if Show knows what's happening here.
Yeah, this is the most stacked ATS hand I have ever seen. He's got Flame Strike, Twisting, and Doom. Like, holy smokes.
All right, well, looks like he's got the refreshment vendor here. And he's not, setting up anything really powerful preemptively Medivh. Don't forget, Medivh's just a 7/7 himself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just kind of hard. Abyssal Enforcer, pretty good draw. Okay, yeah. Toast is trying everything in his power not to laugh right now. He's trying not to smile. He's like, you saw the corners of his lips just trying to not buckle up because he knows what's coming here. But he's trying not to give away information. He just looks down and away. Play it cool. Be cool.
Covering his mouth.
All right, okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah, see?
Pact.
I told you, dude. He has a sacrificial pact. He's ready. See, even if everything goes well, Show will not know what hit him if he plays Jiraxis. Targeting those Reno locks.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it does seem that his lineup is pretty clear on trying to target Reno lock. He's got this deck, which I think targets Reno Lock, and then he's got the OTK Druid, which clearly targets Reno Lock, and it's alongside the Anyfin Paladin, which does the same thing.
Oh my goodness. Well, okay, first of all, a couple things have to line up here. First, Toast has to just not win the game straight up because his Atish is not being dealt with, and the fact that he has Medivh the Guardian bullying the board. Second, Show has to safely get down Draxus without dying on the backswing of something. And third, Toast has to not be forced to use Sacrificial Pact beforehand. But if all those stars align in one amazing blaze of glory, Firebad, I will lose it. All right, Corruption. That's actually kind of a nice way to deal with the board.
Side effects? No.
But if you're Toast, I mean, I guess you don't mind Flame Striking this.
I guess not. You might want to get... how does the interaction with Twisting and Etiash work? I assume it creates the minion after?
Yeah, pretty sure it does.
So you want to use...
tested this enough. Oh, he's going just straight up for the 8 because he can get Tyrion or Ragnaros. Or Chromagus.
Yeah, which
is pretty nice.
Yeah, and this way he can use Flame Strike later on to build upon this board. Rather than, if you use Flame Strike first, then Twisting afterwards, you have to kill your own 7-drop.
Right. Makes sense. All right, that's convenient for Show. Mountain Giant, he can silence this Chromagus if he doesn't want Toast to get too much value. At this point, though, when you see Medivh the Guardian, all bets are off. You just don't know what's coming next, man. Anything is on the table. He's just gonna leave Chromagus. He's gonna let Toast get twice the value. He's got Mystic Wool as a way to reset the board, or Ichor of Undeath. Both are really powerful. One's removal, one is really powerful tempo.
The funny thing about this is this actually plays pretty good around Doom, right? If you just ignore the Chromagus, your opponent fills up their hand and then Doom overdraws them a bunch.
I mean, Siphon is still really good here, too. 6 mana minions are really powerful. Karen, Sylvanas.
Oh, yeah.
So those are the high end. The low ends, I mean, Boulder Fist Ogre is still really good. There was a 6 mana, 6/7 that dealt 8 damage. The Ancient Harbinger. You know what that card does, Firebit?
At the end of your turn, or no, the beginning of your turn, pull a 10-drop from your deck and put it in your hand.
Right. Is there any 10? I don't think there's any 10 drops.
I have no idea.
If it does, he overdraws, which kind of forces Toast to play a card from his hand. But I don't think he has a 10-mana minion in his hand, unless I'm missing something. I'm going to look up his deck list real quick.
Does he run Yogg-Saron?
Oh.
He's got a lot of spells.
You could be right. Hold on. He has a Deathwing. He has a Deathwing in his deck.
Terrific. That deck's crazy, man.
I'm pretty sure he has a Deathwing.
Alright.
He's gonna transfer all this shit. Okay, well, he doesn't end up drawing it. I think that threat's too annoying. And then, well, Disguised Toast has too many minions to doom at this point, so I guess Flame Strike is in order. Besides, I think the cutoff for like efficiency for the ideal mana cost that you want for a random minion is 8. So it's not like 10 is that much better. You get Deathwing, you get Sea Giant, a few other cards.
I wonder.
Or you get the Faceless, you get the Behemoth that's like a 10/10 for 10.
Ooh, low roll. It's one of the worst ones you can get, huh?
I think that's definitely on the lower end. I think there's a few other really bad ones. 6 is like where it gets really bad because you can get the Big Time Racketeer, which is like a 1/1. You can get the Corrupted Seer Murloc, which is like a 2/3. So you can get some really bad ones there.
So Show has survived Etiesh. He's in it still.
The first wave.
Yeah. How many waves are there?
He survived the jab, but can he survive the uppercut? which is the sacrificial pact to the Jiraxis. Well, actually, it's not really an uppercut. More, it's like a kick below the belt.
And the Deathwing and the what else is in that deck? Is this Kazakis hasn't even been played yet, so there's that to look forward to.
Oh right, Kazakis is good. There's a. Do you really want to know? There's a youthful brewmaster in this deck.
For more Kazakises? Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, this is certainly going to be a fun one. Last Crystal Potion can just kind of take us down. I think Toast is just interested in life tapping a lot. Same thing with Sho, because he's just out resourcing him.
Well, Toast's got to be afraid of the 20 damage combo still. Sho has gotten multiple Emperor discounts, so he could have even more damage than that potentially available to him. So life tapping becomes kind of scary.
Yeah, that's a good point. Trying to be a little bit more mana efficient here. He's foregoing the tap. I guess he doesn't necessarily even want to reach too deep down to his deck. What Toast could be doing is trying to corner himself so that his opponent feels safe to play Jiraxis. And then, sacrifice back. It's the long con.
The long con.
We don't have many setups and baits in Hearthstone or bluffs, but this could be one of those setups. At the same time, though, Sho is giving initiative full on to his opponent. So Toast is going to take it while he has it. I mean, he also might just win the game if Sho doesn't have enough board presence here.
Very true. Sho needs to find, Reno Jackson and start healing himself back up. And there's the Jiraxis.
Oh, boy.
The lose the game play.
Even though most of the time, and 99.999 repeating, of course, percentage of the time, it's the correct play. And it doesn't lose you the game. It will.
Yeah, because you see all this stuff coming out from Toast deck, and you think, surely there's no combo. So I'm safe if I play Jiraxis, right?
He's trying to beat him. He's trying to beat him. Look at this beat. And Sho's gonna take the bait.
Oh, he's picking it up. He's feeling it out.
He sees the carrot. It's dangling.
Oh, and he's dead.
No, Sho. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that Toast with his banana grin. Oh,
baited.
Wow. Not created from Cabal Courier, and it's straight up in Toast deck. And that is how you know Sho is not a disguised Toast sub.
Mm-hmm. And it's kind of unfortunate for Toast that he's revealing this on stream right now. His future Reno Lock opponents are going to be much more difficult to beat. They're not going to play Jiraxis, that's for sure.
That's all. Then that means all he has to do is play around combo, because they can never play Jiraxis.
Mm-hmm. True.
And more importantly, Firebat, he didn't just win that game. He won the hearts of fans around the world. Can you imagine how many subs he's going to get the first time he turns on the stream tonight?
I can't even imagine.
That's how you get the fans, man. That's how you get the fans. A lot of players, they always wonder, I'm always on stream, I'm always playing, I'm always grinding, but no one pays attention to me. Baby rage. Well, guys like Toast, they know how to impress, man. He's definitely a showman. All right, well, now we're going to go to... It's okay, you don't have to comment on that. You can just pass on that one. Toast is going to turn to the Malagos, Alviana, Kuhn, OTK deck. And Sho's got the Rogue, which is actually kind of favored against the deck, I think, because it's so fast and powerful. Can't really stop it. So I'm definitely feeling Sho on this one. And I mean, it's not really to the fault of Sho. He actually played very solidly. I don't think he did anything wrong in that game.
Already Kuhn drawn to the hand to refresh the mana crystals with 2 innervates. You just miss an Aviana, and then he's pretty much got the combo. And he can juice that out super fast.
This guy's toast.
Well, he's got Kuhn on turn 5. Okay, well, yeah, Fandrel's a really good pickup here.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden he's going to be able to draw, get ahead on the board, force Show to react to it.
Yeah, Fandrel's a terrifying minion to have to deal with. If you leave that guy up, so many scary things can happen. And already, even when it was just played, it's able to get such a powerful turn going for Toast, able to draw a card and remove the SI7 and play a 3/5. So sick.
Huh.
I guess, right? Do you think it's ever worth just... I think it's worth it just prep the Cold Blood, right? He's going to just ignore it. He's got no fear. Show's got some balls.
Yeah, well, he can't nourish this turn. Oh, double Living Roots, though.
He can't do this.
Yeah. And set up for the most juicy fan of knives ever. Oh, man. But Show's really far behind now. Toast now has 7 power on the board.
Yeah.
Rogue's just got to deal with Cold Bloods. And Show can't believe it, man. He
rips it.
Yeah. A little bit of sigh of relief for Show boys, because they were just kind of worried that their man was just getting memed on. But he's got the fan of knives, control the board a little bit. Yeah, of course, Toast disappointed, but I mean, he got Fandrel value twice or 3 times over, so I think he's feeling all right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fandrel definitely went the distance. Didn't solo the game, but was pretty strong.
Toast ramping, really passive turn, back onto the Rogue. If Toast picks up Aviana, that still doesn't mean anything because he needs more card draw. He needs to actually assemble the team.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, Show's got some good draws here. That's Azure Drake's very good.
Yeah, just needs to find that gadgets in Auctioneer, and then the hand really starts coming together.
Absolutely.
So both players just kind of waiting on their combos. And typically it falls in favor of the Rogue because the Rogue's combo is a lot less cards than the Druid's combo is. So it usually gets its combo faster, and the one that gets their combo faster usually wins when combo versus combo,
Mm-hmm. Well, Rogue is... I feel like Rogue being combo is still a little bit disingenuous. It's like they're so tempo-oriented these days that it feels kind of improper to label them that way, but I know what you mean. So Toast gets the Azure Drake, really important draw here. Another Azure Drake. Whew. And he is pushing damage. I mean, this is something that might be relevant too. Maybe Toast doesn't need Malagos to end the game. He can just maybe play Coon as a 7/7 and pressure Rogue out.
Yeah, there's nothing going on in Show's hand, really. He's going to have to answer this pretty suboptimally if he wants to be able to clear it.
Oh boy. Double Sap, double Cold Blood, prep coin. This is the this is the hand of nightmares.
Yeah.
The stars are aligning, Firebat.
Yeah. Toast can't even believe it. He doesn't even know what could possibly be in Show's hand. That's 6 cards he's sitting there basically passing with, and the Aviana Coon combo is basically assembled at this point. Just needs any big minion to go alongside these guys, or a Gadgets and Auctioneer to go along with the Feral Rage. So he's going to hold on to that, use it for cycle potentially later on once he gets Gadget down with the Aviana Coon.
Oh boy, that's just unfortunate. Show's draws have been so up and then so down. It's like the worst possible draws right now.
Mm-hmm.
No Gadget Sand Auctioneer. If he got that Gadget Sand, his hand would have been crazy. Even if he got like a Questing Adventure, he could do something big band cleave. It's got nothing though. So Show's only got 9 mana. No available Aviana Coon combo just yet. Oh, Nourish is pretty massive, though. Being able to get Nourish into a huge hand and then go for the combo might be able to just pick up Malagos to end the game next turn.
Yeah, with the Gadget, the double Feral Rage, that That is a lot of damage.
He's actually just got lethal next turn with Feral Rages and Hero Power. Feral Rages Moonfire.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think that's it. Like, Sho just... I don't think Toast won this game. I think Sho just died because he had the actual worst rogue draw that you could have. Minus a second preparation.
Yep. I mean, that's rogue for you. Sometimes you don't get to play the game. Man, I get the whole showmanship thing, but I'd get pretty tilted if my opponent's making this many faces at me while I'm trying to play the game.
Well, I mean, he's not making faces at you. He's making faces at the camera because watching.
Yeah, I get it. Makes sense. Gets the viewers, but I feel for Sho, man. That's all I'm saying. You get this terrible rogue draw. The other guy's smiling, jumping up and down, making faces.
Well, I'll take the other side here, Firebat. I think Hearthstone players could use some showmanship instead of lifeless reactions.
Yeah,
with the same decks all the time, over and over and over.
There's definitely two sides to it for sure. There's the, but you got to feel for Sho a little bit. Come on.
Yeah, of course.
That
was a terrible hand. That was awful. Of course, I feel bad for Sho. He didn't even get to play the game.
Yeah, you're sitting there hurting the whole time, man.
That was the equivalent of getting mana screwed or mana flooded. Like, doesn't matter. Like, he just got nothing to do.
Yeah,
so of course that's terrible. But
there's like a light at the end of the tunnel here, right? He's got to play against Paladin now, so he's got some amount of hope. It's his turn.
Well, you can see that Toast doesn't have a good opening hand, and I mean, Rogue traditionally does punch the Paladin pretty hard, but I've seen some people be able to snipe Rogues because they've got equality. So no matter how big their conceal stuff is, no matter how big their mana worm is, they can conceal it and then pyro equality. So it's not guaranteed win for the Rogue.
Yeah. The conceals usually, as you said, kind of can get answered by the equality combos, but the one thing that Rogue really has going for it is just the amount of tempo it can usually cause, the initiative it can get with preps, and it just cycles through its stack pretty cleanly because the Paladin doesn't really threaten it at all until much later on. Nice Fan of Knives comes out for the cycle here. And no really proactive plays here from Toast, so he's probably just going to have to develop a True Silver and pass. Ooh, Violet Teacher.
Classic Miracle Rogue. Violet Teacher. Why is Violet Teacher not backing anymore? Is it just because of like Maelstrom Portal and stuff, like cards like that?
Maelstrom Portal, and then back in the day, Spirit Claws also was able to ping off the tokens, and then you got the Pirate Warrior with the free weapons, able to ping off the tokens for free. And historically, the Tier 1 decks have always been board control hero powers, like, Druid, Rogue, Mage. So they've all been great against the tokens. But now it's kind of shaken up a little bit. Maybe Violet Teacher is good again. Interesting.
Yeah, I think Toast is fishing hard for mass AoE, and he got the equality, but doesn't have Pyromancer or Consecration. And Sho at this point, just going to continue to load up the pressure very slowly. Kind of interesting that he went for that instead of the Azure Drake, but I guess Azure Drake gets sniped really easily by the weapon, and he's probably reading that Toast hand's a little bit awkward.
Yeah, he's almost set up lethal, right? He's 2 damage off lethal. No, he's got lethal set up. Yeah, he sets up lethal, so that's probably why he goes for it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too then.
Yeah, he had exact lethal with coin, prep, eviscerate, SI, South Sea Deckhand, and the dagger poke, and the minions on board.
Yeah, but that's kind of what Sho wanted. Like not obviously he wanted to kill his opponent, but if his opponent had to use equality, it'd be on a board like that, and without having that much commitment to it. I mean, all he did was play 2 minions really, and his opponent had the equality.
Yeah, that's the power of Red Mana Worm, right? Like Questing Adventure and Edwin Van Cleef, you have to invest something into them for them to become threatening, whereas Red Mana Worm's just threatening standalone. If you don't equality that bad boy, he very easily hits you for 8 to 10 damage.
Yeah, it's true. And then that might be the difference maker between Leroy being in the range versus out.
Mm-hmm. I like Hammer of Wrath here, I think. It just helps remove a lot of the potential rogue minions, so you can avoid having to use equality. The secrets don't seem to do a lot. You get to play one this turn, though, which is the advantage of one. Maybe like it's probably between Hammer of Wrath or Redemption. I can't imagine him picking Competitive Spirit here. It just doesn't seem like it does enough. Sure.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, like you said, coming up on turn 8, really some nice complicated stuff coming up here. But I'm just looking at more at the Rogue's hand right now, and just thinking, this is the hand that you've been looking for the past few games of your show. Just getting gadgets in, coins, preps. Has enough mana to even squeeze in Van Cleef if he's able to somehow push that in. He tests and see no repentance as well. It's something that immediately sticks out to his mind.
He's going to find out that it's Redemption real quick here as he eviscerates the Ivory Knight. No Cold Bloods used. That's the first Eviscerate used, right? So, yeah. It still has 14 damage, or 18 damage available out of hand at any given point.
Well, Rag Lightlord here, pretty fearsome. I mean, Paladins doesn't really have much to do. And actually, one of the really unfortunate things is that Paladin has any fins, but like no Murlocs have even died this game. So those are just dead cards for now. So yeah, Show's got a lot of time. Even if he knows that it's coming up on turn 10, like Paladin can't even really put the pressure right back. Oh, sap.
I mean, it does cost 8 mana to play it again.
It's true. It's like a 8 mana heal for 8, so because you're probably just gonna ignore that Ragnaros if it comes back down. 7, 9, 10, 16, 18 damage next turn from the hand.
Close, but needs the top deck really to shear it up to actually have enough damage to make it there.
Yeah, well, Toast looking for another option. I think he needs to pair something with that equality is what he's looking for. Avenging Wrath kind of does it.
Yeah.
Not to mention that it scares Show for the possibility of entering the Coliseum.
Heals you a lot, too. That's really good. He
Yeah,
healed himself for
it's
6 on that turn.
Trifecta.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, let's count damage here. 4, 6, 7, 17, 19 damage.
Not quite able to get there, and
so Tomb Pillager allows him to go a little bit wider. Cold Blood stacks more damage immediately. Yeah, looks like Show's taking no prisoners now, going all face. Trying to stagger a little bit so that way he doesn't lose too much.
In the equality.
Playing around the equality or the enter the Coliseum.
Makes sense. Ooh, Doomsayer too. That's cute. Get to put that after the clear. That's absolutely perfect for the situation here. Not really too afraid of dying, right? Because that was one of the Cold Bloods used. So now you expect your opponent's max burst to be around 14. So 18 is a comfortable life total, so you don't need to squeeze in the Forbidden Healing. And makes the turn a little bit awkward for Show. Can he afford to just waste the turn here, or do you think he needs to just go in with Gadget?
Well, how many cards remain in his deck? That's actually probably relevant to the Gadget Stand question. Because you don't need the Gadget Stand for the body. You kind of want it just to make sure you have the burst. Or the cards.
Well, right, like if you don't go with the Gadgets in there, and you don't try and find some way to deal with the Doomsayer, you know 100% of the time this Light Lord's coming back down. You've sapped it earlier, you know it's in his hand, and you're even further away from stringing together any sort of lethal now. I think Toast is really on the cusp of just completely exhausting all of the damage from Show's deck.
Thank you. This guy's toast.
Okay, well, Show's gonna attack the bluegill, put a little damage on Ragnaros Lightlord to try to complicate the healing process. Ragnaros can heal itself or heal a minion. And it looks like Toast only gets more card draw, but he's got Choose Over Champion to help remove more of the board here. And I think you're right, Firebats. It's more of it's like as if Paladin shifted to like the Reno Mage strategy It's no longer necessarily just trying to just kill his opponent, but just run them out of resources.
Well, he's doing a little bit of both.
Oh, yeah, actually, he's killing him. Going face. He's putting him down to 8. I didn't realize Rogue was that low either.
Little column A, little column B.
How did Sho get down to so low health? I did not see that coming.
Sho didn't even have a bad hand this game. Paladin didn't have Finja.
Didn't have Finja?
It's just True Silver champion. Just very efficient at removing things. The True Silver's a pretty good card. Flies under the radar a little bit, but nice card.
Yeah, I guess maybe to constructed players, arena players, of course, know the fear of True Silver champion. That card's ridiculous. But this game's not over yet. We'll see what ends up happening. And Sho, because he doesn't have questing adventures, he replaced it with Bio Teacher and the Red Mana Worm. He's going to have this Van Cleef do a lot of work. He's seen 1 Peacekeeper, 2 Equality. So maybe this Van Cleef sticks.
Yeah. This would be pretty sick. How many Murlocs have died?
1 Bluegill, I believe.
Okay. So yeah, Ventos doesn't have lethal with the Anyfen, so this Edwin might just be enough to take him there. It's pretty big.
He could get the 2 Murlocs, though. He can get a Bluegill Warrior and a Murloc War Leader, and then just lethal him, because he's got 4 damage in hand right now. 16 Van Cleef. Oh, if he picks up... oh, no, it's too much mana.
No, he can consecrate, then Solemn Vigil, and then find the Bluegill Warrior.
Oh, right. But then you shut off the ability to Elder Peacekeeper the Edwin if you just don't Solemn Vigil first. How many cards remain in the deck? Maybe you have to play the odds here.
There's 1 Eldor Peacekeeper left because we've already seen 1 Bluegill left.
And then the Bluegill needs to come with the War Leader specifically. He's Solemn Vigiling first, so he's got 3 cards that we can target. Sorry, 4 out of the 12. No, doesn't look like
it.
But he can consecrate, and then is that? I think that's lethal, right? Because he's got the 20 right there, plus the Leroy. Wow, Sho
exactly.
31.
31. Yeah,
31 exactly. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Man,
that was close.
He's alive.
I thought he was out of it, but he's able to just barely clench it in the end. That was way to stick with it, right? Like, I was casting it and I was feeling demoralized. So.
Wait, something we didn't pay attention to was he was on fatigue and he had to take a fatigue damage. If he had 1 more damage attached to him, he actually would not be able to eviscerate for that lethal, or it would be a tie. Oh man, what a crazy game! That was nuts.
That's pretty close.
Wow. Well, that definitely was really exciting. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that Sho took the high road. He actually could have kind of BM'd his opponent there, played like a swashbuckler or something, just to kind of mess with his opponent. But good guy Sho, very classy. And he's going to go to Druid or his Warlock to take down the Paladin. Both matchups, I think, are a little bit under contention. A lot of people think that the Paladin should be able to deal with the Jade Druids, but I actually kind of think Jade Druids, if they play very smart, they should be able to outpace the Paladin by spacing out their threats accordingly.
Yeah, I'd say it's slightly Jade Druid favored, but it's nowhere near like a super favored matchup or anything like that. It's definitely, I'd say, 45-55 range, somewhere like that. Paladins, oftentimes, you meme about Paladin being underrepresented, but it's actually got some pretty well-rounded matchups.
Yeah. I definitely think Paladin's underrated right now, for sure. It's Hunter that's suffering really badly.
Hunter's bad, yeah.
Hunter is pretty trash.
But Paladin's all right. Like, I don't know. I think Paladin's pretty good right now. I think it's definitely improved with the Spirit Claws and Buccaneer changes. Buccaneer was terrible for Paladin to deal with because they literally had no answers in their deck. They just died. So.
All right. Well, you take a look at Toast's hand. It's, again, very reactive. He's holding on to his Murlocs to make sure that if he does play them, he can use them for the nice combos with War Leader, or if he needs to remove his opponent's threats. But Jade Druid has no ramp, so this is kind of a problematic thing. Even though it's been a very passive start for Toast, it's not like Show's really capitalizing too much by ramping here.
Yeah, I don't even think that's that big of a deal, because when you're not hitting your ramp early, that means you'll have it later on to cycle with your gadgets in and whatnot, so you can go infinite like really fast. As long as your opponent doesn't get Finja, then usually you have enough time to go infinite with Jades before they kill you with the anyfin combo, because they have to draw their entire deck, and you have to draw your entire deck, but you draw your entire deck faster.
I like the sound of that. Those point out the Jade Blossom, though, getting the ability to set up for a nice turn 6, getting the ramp that way. Toast has a couple options here on how he wants to do it. He's going to go for the pressure play. Interesting.
All right.
And because it seems like he's trying to really force Show's hand, because Show's set up for a 6 mana play.
Mm-hmm.
But if he does, hopefully, for him, he's trying to complicate combat math a little bit.
Yeah, sets up for a really clean Consecrate, too. Gets a bunch of extra chip damage in, and then he can get the Solemn Vigil out. Played perfectly against the Jade Behemoth that he was expecting Show to play when Show ramped to 6. So yeah, well executed by Toast there, reading into what Show was doing and setting up a way to punish him for it.
Yeah, I do think that Jade Druid with Auctioneer in the hand and getting closer to Wild Growth, though, is looking better and better. Mm-hmm. Toast doesn't have even a way to deal with Fandral directly. Just going to have to ignore it and hope their opponent doesn't have Nourish. Unless he wants to part ways with the Equality, which is absolutely not worth it at this point. Got to show some self-restraint here, I think.
Yeah.
Because remember, in the end, the worst thing that Fandral can do to you from this position is essentially just build the board and draw cards. And you have Equality, which is one of the best cards in the game at dealing with a big board.
Mm-hmm. Now he's got Lay on Hands, too, which will help him out with drawing cards to keep up with how fast Jade Druid usually draws cards. And
right,
maybe he can find his anyfin combo before Show can build the giant Jade board.
Yeah, exactly. If he's able to pair together 2 big Murloc boards, then it won't matter how big the Jades are, because he's got charge. The thing is, though, Toast doesn't have... he actually doesn't even really need Finja anymore. He's played 3 Murlocs, right? Rather maybe just draw the last Murloc and get the anyfins immediately.
Sounds like a plan to me. Ugh.
So we kind of hit like an important, crucial turn here. I think this is like the tipping point for the game. If Toast, he's only going to cycle this Acolyte for 1 draw here.
Yeah, he's got Lay on Hands, so he's got a bunch of cards drawn in hand, I guess. If you draw too many cards, you might run into situations where it's difficult to play Lay on Hands because of the overdraw issues.
Right.
Where shall I strike?
It's a clean swipe. He's going to hold on to it, just get a hero power, though. He's got Azure Drake swipe, hidden burst potential, and such.
Mm-hmm. I guess Toast was okay taking some damage, too, because Lay on Hands was just no value, just healing for 0 and drawing 3 cards.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can Lay on Hands. You're accepting 10 damage, though, so you're working at what you feel like is 18 health at the moment.
Oh, he's just going to clear the board and drop Finja. Yeah. That seems reasonable to me.
Yeah.
Utilize all of the mana, clear your opponent's entire board, and play a super powerful minion. But he's only going to pull out 1 Murloc with Finja, right? So
yeah,
it's not as impactful as Finja can be, but it's still very strong because not only do you get to pull it out from your deck, you're also adding Finja to the Murloc revive pool. So you're drawing a card, adding Finja to the revive pool for your anyfin, which in some matchups can be a downside when you're really trying to OTK, but the board control of it's a really strong aspect as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It does feel like it's going to get increasingly awkward to play Lay on Hands if he draws anything else, though. that's significant. Say he plays, he drew the burn bristle, but if he drew Tyrion, for example, it's like another turn he's not playing long on hands, another turn he's not playing lay on hands.
Well, it looks like it's coming out this turn. With the lay on hands with the Wild Pyromancer to be able to activate the Finja, so his True Silver can still take a trade. He's hoping he doesn't draw the Murloc, I guess.
He doesn't hit it, so that's good news for Toast.
He's got the full Anyfin already next turn.
Oh, he still has a War Leader.
Yeah, one Murloc.
For some reason, I thought he had only one Bluegill left, but he did play 2 charges. That's right. He played Bluegill and Hero Power. Back in Show's land, though, he's finally got that Auctioneer lined up, but it doesn't look like he wants to use that immediately. Probably swiping might be more efficient here. Swiping, Jade Spirit, Hero Power even. How big? So the first Murloc wave is 12 damage spread across 2 6/3s, right?
Yep.
And that's a clear board. Oh, sorry, I forgot to count the Jade Spirit. So that leaves only a 4/3 and a 2/3. Is that enough to justify playing anything right now?
Yep. You're not dead, so you do it. You got to clear the board and put out that's the most pressure you could possibly put out on the board. It's a huge board swing, and it charges up your second anything that can happen to be an even bigger board swing. So you get whatever % chance, depending on how many cards you have left, to just kind of win the game instantly on the next turn. So yeah, whenever you can play anything and not die, usually you go for it.
All right, 11% chance for Toast next turn, but in the meantime, Show is going to draw a good chunk of his deck here. It's Innervate. Oh man, that's going to be like half of the remaining cards at this point.
If both players like getting their combos off, like back to back here.
Yeah, and kind of super crucial for Show to be able to deal with all of these Murlocs too. Oh wow, he's drawing everything. Probably wants to get in one of those Jade shuffles too to be able to get the Jade Idol. Or did he use both Jade Idols yet already? I think he only used one.
Yeah, he's still got one to shuffle, I'm pretty sure.
There we
go.
But
at this point, do you even shuffle?
Looks like he is going for it. And he's got double Nourish, so he's got the Infinite going already.
Sure. Yeah, it makes sense. I was just going to say, like, you have 2 Ancient Wars, your opponent's only got 1 Equality. So if you make the 7/7, force them to Equality this turn, then just start slapping down Ancient Wars, that could also work out in your favor as well.
I think only the 8 mana minions remain in Toast's deck. Oh,
and this Acolyte of Pain.
Well, Acolyte of Pain is actually really good too because he wants to get to the other anything, any kind of card draw source.
Yeah, the other anything's most likely gonna just be GG whenever he's able to find it. So the sooner the better. Card draw, welcome to sight for sure.
This is gonna be a photo finish here, Firebad. I'm still not sure who's gonna exactly come out on top right now. Because even if J. Drew goes for this big board, I mean, Toast could also pick up the second Consecration. So then Quality Consecration clears that, gives him another turn to stall. So nothing's guaranteed right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. It's going to be close. Depends where that anything is hiding. How deep is it in Toast's deck?
Show's deck has 3 Jade Idols and a couple of other things. I think maybe another Innervate in there. Nothing else really substantial. So it's pretty much just on the Jade Infinite plan plus what he's got right here. And then Toast, in the meantime, is just looking for that anything. If he finds anything, is it going to be lethal, most likely? Based off your calculator skills.
Yeah, the anyfin's going to do a lot of damage. It's the second anyfin, man. As long as he's able to generate some board space for it, it should most likely be above 30 damage. And he can't even summon the second Finja, and he currently has a Murloc on board, so it should be above 30 damage, the second anyfin, if he finds it. So
draw first?
I do like drawing with the Acolyte first, yeah. Well, it looks like he's going to be trying to maybe just use Equality, go for the full clear, be a little bit safer, then drop Doomsayer and heal. Or he's even just going to Consecrate and try and push. Can he set up a lethal this way? Maybe that's the logic.
Maybe. Right now he's got 2, 3, 4. So what are these cards remaining in his deck? Toast has like 8 cards, I think, or 9 cards. He's got like Tyrion, Rag, the Anything, of course, and then Show has a Feral Rate, and I don't think that puts him out of range here. So if he swipes, he's not going to be able to set up anything else. He doesn't even have the Jade Idols. Like, what happened to all the Jade Idols he's supposed to shuffle into his deck?
Yeah, most of his deck is Jade Idols right now. He just doesn't have them. So if he could top deck one with this Azure Drake, which, I think it's 3 out of 4 cards are a Jade Idol. So 75% of the time this Azure Drake draws Jade Idol, and then he can just kind of swipe face to stop the damage and make it 10-10, and that's enough pressure.
That's definitely enough pressure. Toast has another stall, though. Toast has the straight up
that's the
healing,
lethal.
and he gets the Anything Can Happen, which is pretty much guaranteed lethal.
Mm-hmm. Just take the trade with the minion so that you can't get like weird 2 Finja, 4 War Leaders, 1 no bluegills sort of thing going on.
He's done it. He's absolutely done it. He's taken the series 3-1 and sends Show packing. Stays alive in the tournament. Toast is the winner against Liquid Show. He's going up to losers round number 5. His reward for beating Toast or beating Show is that he has to go up against WTY Bill, the top 8 finisher from the Winter Championships of America last year. But everybody in this round definitely has some accolades going into it. For example, Kalentover's Naaman is happening just 1 bracket over.
Wow.
And Nijiak versus Chalky is happening right over next to the bracket to that. Oh, so excuse me. Assuming Chalky wins, I click on the projected bracket. It's a bracket of killers at this point for the top 48. And from there, you narrow it down. And all these players are trying to just get to the top 16 for some points.
Yeah, it would be pretty exciting and pretty crazy to see who's able to make it through. I want to see if that crazy Warlock deck is able to stand the distance. Now, the cat's kind of out of the bag. People are aware of what's going on with Toast Medivh Warlock. So how strong is that deck really? Is that a tier 1 deck? Is that going to appear on the next Tempo Storm meta snapshot?
It at least belongs in tier 5 at the very least, which is fun decks to try.
There you go.
We'll work from there. We'll just one step at a time, Firebat.
So every win, it goes up a tier?
Every round he wins from this point on, we're willing to move it up.
All right.
A tier or 2. We'll see. In the meantime, guys, I think we have another round left, the final round of the day. I thought those were the last games, but we have one more surprise for you. We'll let you guys know. We're going to the last heat. So stay tuned, guys. When we come back, more action with the Hearthstone Major with Frodo and Firebat right after this.
Yo, Trump and Odd One here, and we're on the way to the big event. Unfortunately, we're never lucky. This is why you get emergency roadside assistance with Geico.
Change the plan, dudes. Double piggyback. Reach at the sidewalk. Woo!
Welcome, everybody, to what should be the last series of the day. We have a bonus match for you guys because, well, we all know you guys love Toast, and, well, they also told us that we're streaming one more round here because the bracket needs to catch up. So we're just going to keep Toast on there for simplicity reasons. Easier than having another player log in and get all his details and, like, make sure the spectator feature works. So we keep him Toast there right in this spot, and then we'll have WTY Bill coming up on stream. Your reward is that they're playing 6 different classes. Diversity. So there we go.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, among this diversity, though, we do notice there's no Reno lock in the lineup of WTY Bill or Reno decks or control decks at all. So with no control decks for Toast lineup to prey on, we may find it more difficult than against Show. But we did actually see him able to get a couple of wins against Rogue. So even though he's got very creative and unique deck lists and the strategy of targeting slower control decks with his combo decks, apparently they also work pretty well against Rogue. So there's still definitely hope. They seem to be just okay deck lists on standalone principle.
Yeah, and I guess I'm curious on how Dragon Priest kind of holds up to all those decks as well, but we shall see. Toast knows that there's no reason to hold on to Sacrificial Pack. Just pitch it, hope you never draw it. Mm-hmm. This will be one of those tough matchups to start things off. And WTY Bill with an Argent Squire already leaning towards being more aggressive.
Yeah, he's got the Cold Blood too. He's got the ability to Swashbuckler it and Cold Blood it, and that's gonna most likely stick on the field for a while and be quite difficult to remove.
Yeah, unless WTY Bill draws patches next turn, Doomsayer actually gets answered, doesn't it? Oh no, he doesn't have enough.
No, he doesn't have enough.
No, he needs backstab.
So this Coin Doomsayer plays around the 1-drop plus Cold Blood, but doesn't play around the double Cold Blood. I mean, that's pretty crazy. I think you do it, right?
I kind of like it.
That's a 7-1 with 7. Divine Shield.
Your opponent doesn't. It's like no one. How do you even answer for 2 mana? You can't.
This is the Doomsayer that would. That's you got to tap basically. You're not running double coil. If they don't have Peddler, then they're tapping. They're gonna take like 14 damage from this thing before they can answer it. Then they're answering it with like Coil Demon Wrath, so it's like you get a beating from this little Argent Squire. This is the Argent Squire that could.
Yeah. No one runs Owl anymore, and it's 3 mana. You can't even play it.
Yeah, Owl's not even good enough. You need. Yeah, he's got the Demon Wrath though, so he's got one part of the equation, but he's still kind of far off.
Well, I mean,
it looks like the memer's getting memed on.
Well, we'll see what I think Swashbuckler has a chance to even make it more meaty too, which is pretty funny. There's like cards that you can add to just permanently buff your minion, like Blood Fury Potion. Demon. Oh, you can't attach Demon Fuse to a non-demon.
Yeah.
It's just useless.
You literally can never play the card unless he Shadow Steps to Swashbuckler, plays it again, and finds a demon.
Sure. Now, Toast has an option to try and Cabal Courier something, and then either Demon Wrath or Mind Control Tech the following turn.
Stealer's a little slow. He's really looking for like Shadow or Death would have been good, or Silence, or
Yeah, 0 mana Silence would have been really strong. Okay, so hit him for 10, backstab SI the face. But then what if Toast just Mind Control Tech your 7/1?
Well, you pick up the Pirate at the end of the sequence, right? You pick up the Swashbuckler.
Oh, yeah, you play around that. Oh, that would be so next level. Just pick it up and don't play it?
Yep.
He's going to play it, right, I think.
He's probably going to play it.
Yeah. if you do it first, you're kind of going for it.
Siphon Soul.
The real irony of like the whole thing. Oh, okay. He does play around.
Mind Control Tech.
There you go.
Way to go,
WTY Bill is widely considered to be one of the top Chinese streamers, but he streams from America and he lives in America. That's why he qualified for the America's Championship. And a lot of people really praise his technical play. So he's definitely on point there, shutting out any opportunity whatsoever. Looks like Toast is living up to his name. He is done. Scoop him up, boys. I think this Aggro Rogue got that win super fast. But it's kind of like we mentioned, the Aggro Rogue is completely different kind of animal than Miracle Rogue.
Yeah. Turn 4. Holy smokes. Argent Squire.
Yeah.
Intense card sometimes.
Hey, I mean, Small Time Buccaneer would not have carried that game. It would have gotten swept up with Demon Wrath. Argent Squire was the only card for that mission.
There you go. I mean, it's definitely a very, very powerful one-drop, especially against control decks. That's where it really shines, because control decks, use board sweepers and all sorts of removal tools, and the bubble just plays around that, forcing your opponent to utilize 2 removal tools to kill your one-drop is a tough order for them to meet.
Absolutely. So, Bill looks like he's on point, liking what he's got so far. But as we know, decks like that Aggro Rogue are not what Toast is targeting. He's looking at slower decks in general. Dragon Priest is a little bit slower, but is it slow enough? It still comes out to a very quick start, and that kind of early game curve from WTY Bill with Nether Space Historian to fill in the gaps can also be tough for Drew to deal with.
I think we got an all-star match here again. Look at this. The curve from Toast is also insane. He's already even got Artie Malagos in hand, and against Priest, you can just drop Malagos on the field. If you're kind of even on board, they don't generally run in tubes, so it's going to be very difficult for them to beat it. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see that happen a little bit later down the road.
Yeah, certainly. Man, Druid's going to have 6 mana, which makes up of this turn and a little bit of next turns from WTY Bill.
I think you try and Netherspite Historian for a play.
For a play this turn, you want the Twilight Whelp?
Yeah, I think you want a second Twilight Whelp and just start jamming face with it. You have plays for next turn with the coin and the Azure Drake, or even just double 2. Save the coin for something bigger. So just trying to fill out the curve this turn as much as possible.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Even like Fairy Dragon's pretty good too, because Fairy Dragon's hard for Druid to interact with. They pretty much can't remove it.
He's gonna choose just to go with the 2/4. Just take as much consistent stats on the table as he can for this turn.
All right, well, Toast picks up Feral Rage. I think he definitely wants to cycle his Thanos here somehow. Looks like he's holding on to Feral Rage in case he needs to use it next turn for removal. It's kind of the same thing, removing with Feral Rage this turn versus using your hero power. All right, well, it looks like W2I Bill is going to be able... Oh, sorry, looks like an admin is right next to him just recording everything. Just this giant notebook came out of nowhere. Like, what is going on? Hey, look, he would have gotten the Twilight Whelp. Guess you were right.
Yeah, it's a gamble, but you got pretty good odds because there's not too many class dragons. So there's not too many dragons in general. There's very few class dragons. I think it's like 13 dragons or something, and then there's like 2 priest class dragons, so 15 total dragons, and then it's weighted by like 3.9 times. I think is the weight on Netherspite Historian for priest. The weight on the Discover cards is different depending on which card it is and which class it is, but they're roughly all around 4 times.
How did you do that scientifically, or did someone else find out and you kind of heard it from them?
It's like a spreadsheet that somebody made, and they tested it and then recorded it. A bunch of people together all did that scientifically.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow. Whoa, Emperor Thorsan being picked up. So now he can discount the Aviana turn by 1, or even better yet, just like you said, drop Malygos straight up and just start removing the board.
Mm-hmm.
Which happens to work out really nicely here. If W2Y Bill double trades into this, and then he's got Malygos Living Roots. He's got Malygos on the board uncontested. He's got the Aviana. Are you serious?
You can go Aviana.
And
you can go Aviana, Innervate, Gadgetzin, Malygos, Living Roots.
Oh my god.
That should be game.
That's too much to come back from, man.
What to do?
Yeah. I can't imagine anything that W2Y Bill can do. He has 6 mana, by the way. So throw that out there.
Fire Potion.
Yeah, like
which doesn't kill Malygos. It doesn't even harm him at all.
This is the dream from Toast, man.
Okay. He wants to save Innervate for a draw with Gadget Sand because his hand feels kind of loose. Yeah, but it's not like his opponent discovered Mulch or something, unless he has Naturalized in his deck.
Those aren't going to cut it. So now, Toast is going to be able to play Aviana, then play Gadget for 1 mana, then Innervate to draw a card and play Feral Rage. Or he could even just wait a little bit longer and just Nourish.
Yeah, and pick up Swipe straight up. Swipe the minions all down. Moonfire is good. Oh my goodness.
Just protect
it's going to be an explosive turn next. Oh man. And we don't know W2I Bill doesn't have enough to remove here.
I gotta
say, man.
Rage damage.
Gotta say, Dragonfire Potion Golden card art is so nice. It's so cool. I'm gonna craft one right after we're done with this.
Golden card.
It's so cool, dude.
There's expansion coming out. Save your money, man. We're working hard here.
I did okay on the most recent Heroic Tavern Brawl. I could spare some dust.
Yeah, I won a few of those, and I D'd all my you get the 3 golden legendaries. I love D'ing it on stream, all the golden legendaries, because Twitch chat loses it. And they're like, why? Why? And I have a blast with it.
Man. 4 attack minions being the bane of priests since 2013. Back in the betas. Draconet Operative? Chill Maul, maybe? Probably gotta be Deathwing Dragonlord or something, so you get a big dude to just threaten him. How do you win the game?
They have to have nothing. They have to not go Aviana, Gadget, Innervate, draw their entire deck, kill you.
I mean, he doesn't even need the Aviana either, but
It's
pretty sweet.
it is pretty sweet.
You can get Azure Drake for a 1-mana cycle too. You can play both gadgets out and then draw
man.
literally your entire deck.
Wow.
He's gonna find Coon too. That's the crazy part, and that's gonna cost 1 mana too.
This turn is gonna be nuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's playing faster than the Observer can keep up with him. He's got Yogs around. Oh man. All right.
Yogg or no balls, man.
Dude, he played too fast. He drew swipe and he played Raven Idol immediately.
Well, I mean, swipe wasn't lethal, was it?
But it cleared most of everything.
Yeah,
Okay,
but clearing most of everything is lethal.
Now he's trying to draw for Coon.
Yeah, he's gonna hit Coon. He is guaranteed to hit Coon.
Was
so,
he?
Mm-hmm.
I'll always take your word for it. Listen to this. Wombo combo. That was insane, man. This turn is nuts. He could have keep going too, because he's only used up like half of his mana. He's still got 5 more.
Yeah.
He's actually kind of like in danger of fatiguing himself to death. Well, you know the saying is you never go full gadget Saiyan. I guess for one time, for one game, it's definitely the right thing to do. Kuhn was like in the bottom 5 cards of his deck, able to find it. And looks like that's going to wrap up the game here. And we have a tied score 1-1. And that is Toast's favorite deck, I think. I mean, I think he's very partial to his Warlock, but out of all the decks, I tune in to watch Toast stream every now and then. It's like he's always playing this kind of deck. Anything that involves Aviana and Kuhn. And that's the one that he also used the most for Heroic Tavern Brawl. So it's a little bit downhill from here in the sense that that's the deck he's most familiar with. He's like he knows exactly what he needs to accomplish. This Warlock, on the other hand, though, it's definitely more susceptible to getting destroyed.
Yeah, but the Warlock's actually got a lot of great tools against Shaman. It's got extra AoE in there. You got the Doom. Doom's sick against Jade Shaman. I don't know if Jade Shaman can actually withstand Doom and twisting, you know?
Yeah, just along with the usual stuff. Hellfire. Then, I don't think the Shaman runs weapon removal, so ATS can take his time.
Oh, but this Bloodlust, though, that could sneak in something before Toast has the mana for Doom or Twisting or all of that good stuff. Because his deck is pretty heavy. It's definitely got, above average curve, I'd say. So that could be a little sneaky way for WTY Bill to steal this game from Toast.
Yeah, and actually, to be honest, if I'm WTY Bill and I see that Toast is playing extremely fast, I gotta kind of tune in here and use the old man tricks, which is take your time and rope out stuff. Like right now, I think Toast is the one thing that I definitely feel a little concerned for is it feels like he's rushing everything. He's not really taking time to evaluate stuff. He's just kind of instantly playing. And if W2I Bill, I'm paying attention, I sense that he's antsy. So you can just kind of slow it down and kind of tilt him. And that kind of stuff exists. I'm not saying he should. I'm just saying that if I was him, I'd consider doing something like that.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. I don't really slow down to tilt my opponent, I don't think. I usually just try and discern patterns and play accordingly if they give off any sort of signals from it. But yeah, I guess the pattern here currently is he's playing pretty antsy. He seems nervous or something. He's scared about the Warlock deck, I guess.
He realized he's late for his stream tonight.
Okay, is that what it is?
Oh,
Flame Tongue.
Well, I mean, Stealing Flame Tongue is definitely one of the more annoying minions because you can deal with Totem Golem and Tunnel Trog, but everything becomes Totem Golem and Tunnel Trog with Flame Tongue.
Yeah, I think that's the best one to steal, honestly, there, because having the Flame Tongue out on the field for the Shaman player would allow such great trades going forward, and taking that away, although it doesn't develop your board as much, it hinders their board the most. So
that devolve, well, I guess It gives him positive trades on the board now.
Maelstrom Portal could set up a Bloodlust lethal.
Yeah, assuming he doesn't have a removal for this. He did use one Hellfire.
Yeah. Hellfire and Mind Control Tech are gone. You need Demon Wrath or a Shadow Flame play or some sort of taunt, right? So you just kind of keep the 4 minions alive. That's 12 from Bloodlust. Additional 3 with the Lightning Bolt, bring it up to 15. You got 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 damage on board. So not quite enough. Unless you were to Lightning Bolt a minion, go face with the Tunnel Trog, trade with the Totem Golem this turn. So there was a way you could have set up Bloodlust lethal potentially, but WTY Bill doesn't think it's worth it. I don't know. I think setting up the Bloodlust lethal is really good there with the Hellfire already gone. And the Mind Control Tech. And it's not like your hand's doing anything else, so you're not really expending too many resources to kind of go for it, right?
Yeah. Whoa, way too fast. Like I think he got summon minions and deal damage AoE.
Yeah, something like that.
And now he's got these potions, of course, to use. So it looks like it's summon friendly minions and deal 4, I think. The other one might be deal 6 and summon 3, which is really, really strong against Shaman. Assuming that the minions being summoned back are good. Observers try to help us out, lend us a hand, but it's actually not really showing us the full picture here.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, WTY Bill, he's in this awkward spot where he didn't top deck a good minion. He didn't set up lethal with Bloodlust. And the way he took his trades, he didn't even play around Mortal Coil. He still left the Mortal Coilable minion. And he didn't play around any of the AoEs. Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I know what you mean. He's in an awkward spot, primarily because he's trying to space out his threats, but he doesn't actually have ways to really push without giving away completely obvious what his game plan is. Mm-hmm. So if he were to use J-Claws here, he'd have to use the 1/1 to trade. Okay, actually, never mind. He's just going to do that. Go face. Okay, I like it. And he does set up the lethal this way. But we all know that there's a 5-mana AoE potion. And we did get confirmation to admin that it's the same spell. It's 4 damage AoE, summon 2, and then 6 damage AoE, summon 3. So WTY Bill's in big trouble.
Yeah. He's supposed to set up the lethal before they Kazakus the potion.
Brand gets summoned back. Double Peddler.
Oh, man, Coil's sick too. Power Overwhelming's fantastic as well.
WTY Bill is hurting.
And I think this is the most difficult deck in Toast's lineup to really get a win with, but I'm not sure because I'm not well versed in it. You know, it's obviously his pet deck, so it's something I guess he's very comfortable with. But it seemed like it was definitely didn't have odds going in its favor as far as like lineups were concerned. But maybe the Shaman deck just gets farmed by it because of the additional AoE.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Toast has played a lot of Shaman on ladder, so if anything, he might feel really confident specifically in this matchup because Reno Lock, the primary reason why it's favored against mid-range Shaman is the abundance of area of effect cards. So it could be the fact that he feels comfortable in this matchup. But I would agree that I think this matchup, in general, this would be his weakest deck because of how polarized he would be against Pirate Warrior or Aggro Shaman or Aggro Rogue. I think it would just get completely rolled over by it. So I think Toast is just hedging his bets, saying I probably am not going to hit that many aggro decks this tournament, and I'm going to get away playing essentially a really super greedy version of Reno Lock. Because in the end, it still has Reno Jackson, it still has Kazakus, it still has Brand Brown, it still has like some insane cards like Draxus. You don't really need too much else outside of those core cards. A lot of those other things are luxury.
This is going to be a tough one for Bill to win here.
Yeah, this is pretty much unwinnable from here. He's got only reactive cards, no actual way to activate Bloodlust. We've seen this position multiple times over the past few series here where Shaman's just stuck with Bloodlust and no initiative. A primary reason why some players are split on it. You know, some players love playing more proactive and tempo-oriented. Some players love having that win condition that threatens their opponent if they ever get ahead. And now you can see just Toast he's cruising. He sees a Hex. That means Medivh is good to go and really challenge his opponent.
And he's got Medivh into a Kazakis potion, which is just nuts.
Yeah.
Good sequencing there.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't waste ATS charges.
Yeah, it's just he's very familiar with how all these small nuances. It's really easy to mess up stuff like that because you're just rushing and you just kind of get excited to do it. But you can see how familiar he is. Wow!
All right. The Shaman's coming back. That had to be.
Oh, the dream is dead.
Yeah.
Pack it up.
The most favorable
Instant
sequence.
concede, Toast. It's not worth it anymore. Next game.
Yeah, I mean it's still an uphill battle for the Shaman player.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Toast has 10 cards in his hand, right? Like, and one of them's a 10-minute Kazakis potion.
I just wanted to see, friggin' Deathwing or some other really fun cards that we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It is kind of funny that he's gonna have two frogs added to his pool of minions pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
So Ichor of Undeath actually kind of sucks. He's also got 2 Malkazar Zimps, so he's got a lot of chances to whiff with the 10-mana potion.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't half bad. Probably the best individual card he could have drawn.
Yeah.
So, Cabal Trafficker, that card is actually hard to deal with too.
Mm-hmm. And it's just going to keep generating extra resources for Toast.
Well, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he just kind of plays like long-term value here. But he can also start pushing tempo too. Like you can coil, play literally any minion in your deck. In your hand right now, like you can Farseer your own Trafficker, you can play Twilight Drake, play Titanite Evil, and anything that does that sets up lethal would be okay.
Huh? Just punch him in the face.
Yep. Sets up the lethal, and well. Those Genie Water Speaker stalls it. I mean, WTY Bill will hang in there. He's giving himself all the chances in the world.
Yep.
And he's not even phased. I mean, he kind of looks very stoic. Nothing really can rattle him.
He's seen it all at this point, right? Like, what else is... What's left to surprise you?
Nice play here. Visceral Enforcer healing back your Twilight Drake. Your opponent used both of the hexes. Concede comes out from WTY Bill, and Toast is 1 game away from guaranteeing himself top 32. And top 32's got a lot of killers as well. It's every time we go one round deeper, I'm really impressed by a list of players that we have. Mm-hmm. Amnesiac, by the way, has defeated Chalky in the round of 48. So it looks like Chalky finishes top 48, unfortunately, and then he has to play either Kalento or Naaman, and that's for top 32. You lose there. You get 25th place.
Jeez. Yeah. Definitely a stacked bracket. Shaman queuing back up against the Paladin. The Shaman versus Paladin, how do you feel this matchup usually goes?
Shaman versus Paladin. I gotta say that I feel like Shaman's... if Paladins know what they're doing, Shaman's really favored. But if Paladin knows what they're doing, then Shaman's slightly favored.
Okay.
Because if Paladins know what they're doing, they walk into really bad devolves and hexes and stuff. But if Paladin knows what to do, then they conserve their resources, make sure Paladin just like deal with the board, and then ensure that their Murlocs die for the anything combos.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the strategies that the Shaman player can have, right? They can hex both of the war leaders, then all of your anything does is bring back bluegills, and that's not very impressive. or they can devolve your bluegill / war leaders if they're running like a double devolve list, and they can really destroy your anyfin combo, huh?
Yeah, essentially that you're just like you just summon maybe 2 war leaders and it's like cool. Got it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. They can just save devolve for whenever you launch the first anyfin. Devolve the first anyfin, and then your second anyfin's only going to do 12 damage because you're not going to have any murlocs out of the deal. Unless your war leaders devolve into bluegills, and then your bluegills devolve into the other murlocs, right? The 1-mana ones.
Grimscale oracles?
Yeah, and you just build a different anyfin combo out of the devolve.
Wow. That would be an extraordinary amount of randomness that would land on that, but that would be hilarious.
Yeah. It's possible.
Oh, it certainly is. That's what kind of scares me. The fact that it could happen. All right, a bit of an overload turn for WTY build. Toast, pretty easy setup for either the Doomsayer or... Oh, missions and mixtures. Helps him bully the board too. Doesn't have to necessarily go for that. Do you feel like Acolyte's too greedy to just set up?
So the minion you're expecting to face down is an Azure Drake, right? Like Jade Shaman.
Right.
It's 5-drop. So you don't have any other answer for it. So I say it is pretty greedy. Pretty greedy indeed. I would have liked to maybe see the Doomsayer get set up, but Doomsayer is a card down the line that could set up for something bigger, I guess. Setting up for Ivory Knight, though, is pretty clean. Makes it so you have something to go up against the Azure Drake, but then that gets retaliated on by just the Jade Lightning. So, all in all, I think it's a suboptimal turn for now. So I think the Doomsayer would be stronger, but I do think the Doomsayer has more potential to set up for something even bigger later on down the line. So I'm fine with it. I think it's a good line of play.
All right, well, Toast has the Ivory Knight now, or he can try to remove the Azure Drake and draw cards. See what ends up happening. Okay, prioritizing removing. If he sets up Doomsayer, it is a turn before Tyrion, but remember that Shamans have Hex. Are you happy or sad? I guess you're sad in the end, because Tyrion as itself is still really threatening to get hexed, but at least it's not a Murlocker. So, half empty, half full. Wow, yeah. WTY built insta-pass. Not gonna even bother roping it out.
Didn't make a totem either. Tried to play around Solemn Vigil, but also at the cost doesn't discount his thing from belows if he's running them, which may indicate that he's not playing them.
Holy wrath. Well, he's got the opposite ends of the spectrum eliminated. No forbidden healing, no anything can happen. I guess he has a second anything, but definitely a swingy card that could come out here from the Holy Wrath. If he plays a Tyrion, you're going to expect it to get hexed.
Yeah, but you're not... I guess that's okay, because the Murlocs don't get hexed then? I'm not sure.
But it's still 15 damage from a weapon. I guess you know your opponent has ooze as well, so even if you had a weapon, no guarantee that you'll be able to get it off.
Does WTY Bill hex it? He could go for some sort of Storm Flame Tongue clear, something like that, and then not worry about it. Save hex for the Murlocs, try and go for the fatigue strategy. But without the ooze in hand, that does seem pretty damaging. Ashbringer is going to allow Toast to leverage a lot of board control, which wouldn't be great either. So I think you just keep it simple and hex it personally, but definitely worth thinking about. This is going to really dictate what game plan he goes for, huh? He's just going to hex it. Yeah.
I think Hex simplifies your game plan, so I want to kill him before he's able to get time to draw stuff. Oh, he just picks up the use! Oh, man. Actually, if he still Lightning Bolt, he could have done it, right?
Yeah, he could have changed gears there. He could have just traded in the 1/1, Lightning Bolted it, traded in the Tunnel Trog, and then oozed that turn instead of Hex.
Yeah, now he doesn't really... I mean, I guess he could ooze the Choose Over Champion, but it's still not nearly as satisfying or efficient to do the turn.
Oh, he did the head shake. He just noticed it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the look up. Yeah. Everybody does it. They head shake, then they look up. That's how they know.
The mouth. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, I think definitely removing it with Lightning Bolt Ooze is way better than using the Hex there.
It's just a symptom of playing too fast, straight up. It's just one of those things where the more you slow down, you can hesitate and think about all these lines and whatnot. But it's okay. Using a True Silver Champion is still very effective. It's not the end of the world, and I still think he's in the driver's seat, unless Toast can pick up more card draw right now because he's struggling.
Lay on Hands is more card draw. Avenging Wrath also a great card for helping control the board, but he's already got an Equality Pyromancer, so he doesn't need another Equality Activator, so I think the Lay on Hands is more likely to be the choice.
Yeah, I like Lay on Hands a lot better. In some ways, the game does end up, if you're high enough health, the game does become less about what their board is and what card compared to what's in your hand, because you can clear their board no matter how big it gets with Equality. So it doesn't matter how big their Jades end up getting.
Jades are still extremely small. Only 2/2 Jades for WTY Bill. And he doesn't have any cycle or much going on at all. His hand is very one-dimensional right now. He's got a lot of damage, though. So that is one thing going for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to threaten Bloodlust, but it's still not threatening enough to end the game. So Toast can even still take another turn of passivity and not have to clear this. Oh, I guess it's Solemn Vigil feels too good to pass up here. But you don't have a guaranteed way of spending your mana, though. 3, 5, plus 15. 15, 20, 24, 28.
He's going to clear it here. He's afraid of the Bloodlust damage. Bloodlust plus the Spell Power Jade Lightning plus the Spell Power Lightning Bolt with the Overload effect of the Trog was exactly 30.
Okay.
So he had exactly 30 damage with 10 mana. So if he top decked the Bloodlust, he would have had lethal.
All right, that's fair. I didn't count the extra spell damage. That would have been enough to kill him, so...
Oh, but he only had 9 mana. He was overloaded for 1.
Oh, right.
So, yeah, he wasn't setting up any sort of lethal.
Oh, it's just totally not worth it. Would you ever make a case for tossing an Aya in there?
That's a sketchy one, that's for sure. Aya is just so great because later on it protects you against the Equality Clear, right? Because it leaves like an 8/8 behind after the Equality Clear, which is insane.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I think it's too strong of an effect for the later game to throw away like that.
Toast has to be careful. He doesn't have many more ways to, he has to be careful because we already used 1 Equality, which means that the second Murloc War Leader is going to be having trouble to die. You saw 1 Hex, but if you play double War Leader and you Pyro Equality, it actually won't die. And I think Firebat can die your first hand.
Yep.
That doesn't work that way.
I've been on the front page of Reddit making that mistake more than once, honestly. And it doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good. It almost works, but it does not.
Okay, looks like Toast might be giving up on the killing the 1-turn Murloc plan, but maybe the build the board Murloc plan. It's so scary because Bloodlust means that you could die at any second. Your opponent just played 2 minions in hero power, and you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna die," and I'm at full health.
It's a pretty crazy card for sure. Bloodlust throws a wrench in the control deck plans.
Okay, I kind of like this. It's more of like trying to tempt the shaman into just killing the Murloc War Leader. If he has Hex, then he hexes that instead. Maybe plays Ragnar's Lightlord.
And it's trying to set up to be able to get rid of Aya without it being a problem later on. So popping that Death Rattle now is pretty important. Toast prioritizes doing that so he can set up for a good equality clear if WTY Bill extends more Jades onto the field.
How much damage does he have right now? He's got 5 plus 2 Flame Tongue totems, so that's 4 each. That's 13 plus a Jade Lightning is for 5. That's 19 plus a Lightning Bolt. That's 23.
He's close.
Super close. That yeah, that is really, really close. My goodness.
Mm-hmm. This is the second Hex used, so the Light Lord is under no threat of Hex.
Right.
But WTY Bill could set up a board here that if the Light Lord comes down, you still have 30 damage. But then you play into Equality Consecrate, so walks into a whole thing.
Right. This is probably the most defining turns of the game right now because neither player's had a very convincing lead so far. Shaman's just very hesitantly pawing its way closer and closer for the strike, but Toast, he's doing a pretty good job evading it so far. If you play Rag Light Lord, do you spend the weapon charge to kill a 3/3? Does kind of make the Flame Tongue trades a lot worse. Oh, interesting. So he's trying to get Finja out onto the board too, clearing off the possibility of some kind of Bloodlust kill.
Those are some good minions that can get extended onto the board that are super high health total, so it kind of requires the action of Equality without being, you know, the Jade cards that you want to have protected. I dig it, man. Just double Jinyu, Hero Power, set up lethal again.
Yep. I like that a lot as well. I like holding the Flame Tongues as surprise. Oh, but does a double overload hinder you too much? If you at least maybe want to keep 9 mana open so you have Flame Tongues or the Jade Lightning available.
So you want to just Hero Power and play 1 Jinyu? You only get 2 damage off one of the Flame Tongue totems if you lose your totem, though.
Yeah,
so, I don't know. You have like a super weak board then.
You might be right. You might have to double Jinyu then. I mean, this is assuming you even have Bloodlust in your hand right now. Right now, you're just bluffing it. But if he doesn't keep up the kind of pressure, then I mean, what does this tell Toast? I mean, he's not actually filling his board up that much. Bloodlust isn't actually really a threat. 3, 6 plus 9 is 15. Yeah, I guess so. So Finja can pull out what, the bluegill? And is there 1 bluegill or 1 war leader left?
I think both, right?
Oh, interesting.
And I think WTY Bill wants the Finja to pull it out, I guess.
Right.
He didn't heal his minion. He healed his face instead.
Yeah, that's definitely a slight error there. Your life total doesn't matter at all right now.
Yeah, I'm super curious why I guess he just assumes the True Silver is going to kill the 3/1 anyway.
Right.
Seems really strange.
Hexing the War Leader is problematic because in the end, you know, if it's just a bunch of 2/1 bluegills, nothing's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's just going to have a bunch of 2/1s. It is 1 War Leader.
Okay, yeah, so the bluegill's already been spent.
Oh, okay, he's going to try to get the charge damage in. I like it. But the problem is that the second War Leader is about to get hexed or devolved, excuse me.
Yeah, and once this happens, that means Anyfin summons 4 bluegill warriors, which is not the most resilient board in the world.
Unless Murloc Knight comes out of Finja.
Okay, that could happen. Flame Wreath Faceless. That's gonna give him a chance. And now, with no hexes left, WTY Bill's gonna be hard pressed to kill the Flame Wreath Faceless and the Ragnaros Light Lord. So he's in kind of a tricky position. He's just gotta kind of start killing it slowly.
Wow.
Or
this guy's Toast has gotten access to the code. He's going back to Blizzard jail. Oh my goodness. And I mean, he might just win through just sheer minion value at this point. Ragnar's Lightlord can't be dealt with. You just spend all your burn on the 7/7. How you do with an 8/8?
He's got the Flame Tongue totems to trade up with, so.
Oh yeah, you're right.
He can just use a Lightning Storm and one Flame Tongue totem, make a totem. He could even use a bunch of AoE here, actually. He just needs to make sure he saves either one portal or one storm before anything can happen, and it should be good. And this is the last threat, right?
Yeah, Tyrion was used, as well as all the Murlocs. Ivory Knights have been used too, so it's not like you can pull too much out of there. Unless the Ivory Knight, did both get used?
I believe so.
Then usually Ivory Knight can do something kind of silly like Light in the Darkness, pull out some kind of crazy minion because you discover something ridiculous and it's a huge threat.
The Deathwing?
Yeah, the Deathwing, or just like, just a big meaty minion. In this case, though, it doesn't look like there's much going on anymore. Wow, Shaman's Flametongue Totem able to really carry through in the clutch there. Toast may have slightly overextended and gotten cocky because he forgot about the fact that an 8/8 can get traded into. Well, Maelstrom Portal's got quite the job here cleaning up the Murlocs. And I think Toast is almost decked out. So I think this almost becomes the game of inevitability where Shaman can just kind of outlast the Paladin. Doesn't have to actually play any threat. Paladin will be on fatigue.
Yeah. W2I Bill was able to pressure Toast enough that he wasn't able to suicide his own Murlocs. So it got into a situation where they were able to get both War Leaders Hex/devolved, and that was all she wrote.
Tonight, a tale of long lost worlds.
The last minion, the last card in the deck is the Wild Pyromancer. And Toast needs the Barnes to hit like 5 or 6 times here with the Elder Peacekeeper. He'll try to play it out, but we know that there's an answer just in the hand of Shaman. So WTY Bill able to withstand the storm of the Murlocs. That was kind of crazy. The devolve into the Flamey Faces was pretty funny, but in the end, he was under control the entire time.
It was almost enough value. Not quite, though, for Toast to just win with minion presence. That would have been pretty funny. If that was just the straw that broke the camel's back. Just outvalued him from that position.
All right, that's gonna be all she wrote here. Sorry, kind of struggling over the words as we wrap up game 4. We're going to the game number 5, and we'll have one more chance for either of these guys to go in. Remember, this is losers round 5. The person that wins moves on and lives to tell another tale for day 3, but the loser drops out here in the round of 48.
And it's Priest versus Paladin, and if there's a matchup that Paladin does all right in it, a lot of people would say that it's against Dragon Priest. Dragon Priest usually is very reliant on having things on the board and high health minions, and one equality combo usually wipes out most of the pressure that Dragon Priest has been able to accumulate across the game. They're a very gradual deck, like it builds up over time and is pretty slow at reloading once you wipe out their board state.
All right, so let's go ahead and check out the opening hands here. Finja in the opening hand for Toast. That's already a good sign. It's a very good sign. But the Priest has some of that early curve.
The 1-drop and the 2-drop. No 3-drop, but still, like Acidic Swamp Ooze is pretty good to have to get rid of the True Silver that's going to be coming out later. And oftentimes the Netherspite Historian is going to be able to hit the Twilight Whelp here.
Reporting for duty.
All right, not the most amazing 3-mana play compared to Talon Priest, but it's something. Deathwing does deal with a big Murloc wave, but it's not going to be what you really want, because if you play the first if you kill the first Murloc wave, the second one actually is the one that ends you. The first Murloc wave is usually what does, though, because you can't deal with all the board plus threaten your opponent.
Toast needs to not draw any additional Murlocs from this point. And he's holding on to the Murlocs here because he wants to play them after he plays Finja. So turn 6, you play the War Leader plus the Bluegill, and you have the most disgusting Murloc board. Well, I guess turn 5 you do that. Turn 4 you coin out the Finja.
But it's also not... It's not necessarily that clean either, because W2I Bill has Dragonfire Potion, so he's going to be able to kill most of it.
Yeah, but it still slows him down a lot. But yeah. He does have the one answer. So he's going to be able to not die. So it's a good start to solving the problem. Azure Drake's awesome here too as well. It allows you to establish a minion that's not going to die to your own Dragonfire Potion, but is going to die to the Murlocs, I guess.
Yeah, Toast has the ideal combination of Murloc War Leader and Bluegill Warrior, so no matter what happens, that Wormrest Agent's going to die. Not worth healing it at all. Blackwing Corruptor is best used as removal, so Azure Drake seems to be the best course here by a long shot.
I wonder.
Guess he's thinking about the heal, thinking about trying to get it outside of range, force Consecrate or something.
Right.
And he's going to go for it.
Oh, man. It's a pretty heavy punish coming up now. There's a lot of things that Paladin could have that could help guarantee the clear, but I guess he's just saying you got to have it. And he has it. Toast going to pull out the remaining 2 Murlocs in his deck.
Finge is so gross,
They're not
man.
even going to die.
Oh, yeah, they're sticking around and forcing your opponent to spend their entire turn and all of their mana removing it. And then you reload. He didn't have very much reload, though. But still, like, the thing here is Dragon Priest is supposed to be trying to kill you before you get to your combos. And Toast just drew 2 cards and forced the entire turn of the opponents to just be passed, basically. If they have the best possible answer. That's how powerful Finja is, man.
Yep. Dragonfire Potion going to instantly be played here. Not even a turn to hesitate. And that leaves Toast with the ability to start drawing with Solemn Vigil. Doesn't get the value at all his turn, but needs to draw cards here.
Yeah, either that or just set up a bunch of minions to trade on the following turn so that then he can draw cards the turn after at a reduced cost.
Yeah, I guess so. I think the priority becomes getting to anything, because now that you have all the Murlocs dead, the faster you can get to anything, the more likely you are to succeed.
Yeah, you need to get to double anything. But
the Burn Bristle is pretty vulnerable to Bookworm. That's a huge swing.
Yeah. And if your minion's getting removed by the other side and not your own doing, then you're not really discounting your Solemn Vigil that much, so it's still difficult to play.
I guess Shadow or Pain is also likely too, so you can't really avoid it. They've got a lot of ways to destroy minions at this point. Looks like Toast is going to go for a 3-mana Solemn Vigil, try to get for that value. Oh, wow. You know, I just noticed that W2I Bill has the Death and the Ooze, so he's got it solved for Tyrion. And allows him to also develop something else, too, in the process. $15 cards remaining for Toast. Still has a long way to chew through his deck. Priest is just getting started. And with this Ooze, it's probably going to encourage Toast to play Tyrion, because he saw that one Ooze was used.
Yeah. Double Ooze Dragon Priest has been quite popular this tournament. Pretty crazy, though.
Yeah. I see it on Heroic Tavern Brawl a lot. And it's pretty funny, because you just don't ever expect it. And it's actually sometimes just something to play on, too, for Priest. Because then they used the Talon Priest on it, and all of a sudden 3/5 is not too bad for trading.
Sure, yeah. Quite reasonable. And especially in all the matchups against control decks that you're trying to pressure. Like when you're against Reno Lock, it's not too bad just to jam an Ooze on 2 and start punching him in the face with it.
So Toast plays the Tyrion. It's going to get Shadow Word Death oozed most likely, followed by the Cabal Talon Priest. And then is that extension just a little bit too far for the Priest, maybe? I mean, he's gonna use Pyro Quality. Doomsayer.
Yeah, you might just take a draw instead of extending out the minion.
Yeah. It's very smart by Bill, just to pace himself. Going too far with the Talon Priest would definitely be an overextension. Looks like Toast's going to have to clear this. Sets up a Doomsayer to stop his opponent. If WTY Bill picks up Shadow Word Pain, he can start developing on his own board, forcing Toast to be in a defensive position for the rest of the game. So this Doomsayer activating is huge if Toast wants to survive. WTY Bill picks up Holy Nova. That's not going to be it. He tries to just discover with the Operative. He doesn't find anything, though. Oh, man, that's a huge moment, because that's kind of what Priest is predicated on, being able to use anything with Operative and try to kill their opponent right back.
Yeah, not going to be able to do it. He still has another Operative in the deck, so if he finds the second Operative, he can still have the chance of discovering the anything, but not on this one.
All right, well, Toast getting the Ragnaros Lightlord on board. Very nice for him, as Shadow Word Death's already been used in one capacity, so there's only one more left for WTY Bill.
It's looking like Paladin stabilized.
No, if he takes Shadow Word Pain, he's got the really dank Aldor Peacekeeper Shadow Word Pain combo.
That's true. And he has Alexstrasza to just turn the heat right back on out of nowhere.
Right, so the health isn't that big of a concern.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness. Stats on stats on stats.
Oh, the second equality picked up here for Toast. That's huge.
He's not intimidated, though. He picks up Consecration.
Oh, my.
Wow.
That's disgusting.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, he can just take the heal. Mm-hmm. Alexstrasza puts his opponent down to 15, so he can do 9 damage, put him down to 6.
It's just not good enough.
It's not enough.
No, he can clear up most of the board here.
Yeah, I think you got to leverage your board control here and then use Alexstrasza as a one-shot mechanic, because you do know that your opponent has one more equality at least.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time here, you just kind of go with the Blackwing Corruptor, Holy Nova, take the trades. You have a resilient board and just threaten to be able to Alexstrasza your opponent next turn and win.
Yeah, that's I like that a lot, because you have 14 power on, or sorry, oh wow, Alexstrasza just straight up.
Huh.
Okay, he's going for it.
Okay. Now if Equality Consecrate comes out, one of the upsides is Holy Nova is going to be able to kill the Ragnaros Lightlord after the fact, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
So you're able to do that. So you're turning on the heat that way. So this makes a lot of sense to play around the second equality, actually. But the downside comes in when your opponent heals right back up to 14, but you do get to more efficiently and easily remove the Lightlord.
Really good sequencing from Toast here, just making sure that he gets 2 draws from the Acolyte, or at least most likely 2 draws, then Equality, then Consecrate, trying to get deeper into his deck so he can get anything can happen. And also healing back up to 14, like you said.
But his entire board now just dies.
I don't think he cares as long as he draws the anythings. Oh, also something that we didn't point out is that WTY Bill didn't have a dragon prior to that Azure Drake, so he would have just had been stuck playing a Blackwing Corruptor or Vanilla. Another important moment there. Okay, it's starting to come down to the wire here. We're definitely in the last third of our decks. Anything number 1 comes out, and Toast has seen the card that Draconode Operative discovered, right? So he knows that it's not anything. So he definitely feels free to play this.
Yep. It's super powerful. Establishes a huge board presence.
He knows he's safe against Brand Blackwing Corruptor because that's only 9 damage his opponent has. It's looking pretty close to being it here, Firebet.
Yeah.
Hang in there, buddy. We'll make it. I may not be able to carry the analysis, but I can carry you.
I'm just trying to think of how he comes back from this. He's already used Dragonfire Potion. It's very unlikely that he runs 2. We did see a few players running 2, but he's in a pickle. And Toast has very few cards left. He's going to be able to Solemn Vigil at a extremely reduced cost next turn.
Oh, wait. I think he's got lethal right now. He's got the Shoots Over Champion and the Consecration. And Toast is going to advance to day 3, taking out WTY Bill, a top 8 finisher from the America's Winter Championship. Job well done. He's going to the top 32 now. Wow. That's pretty impressive considering how stacked the tournament is.
And it's especially cool because he's playing, his own homebrew, really unique decks. And, they withstood after the information got revealed, right? This is Toast's 3rd game on stream playing his own unique decks. So that means people are now aware of the tech cards. They're aware of things like the crazy sack pack tech. They're aware of, what's going on in these decks. And they're still able to continue winning. So that's really impressive. A lot of times people build their own homebrew decks with a lot of crazy, cool, wacky techs, and they'll work the first game, and then the next series they'll kind of just fall flat on themselves. But they're going the distance.
Absolutely. I'm really proud of him. And you can see that he's also putting a lot of time to improving at the game as well because of how much time he spends creating content and trying to do things differently. So Toast comes out the winner for today. I'm sure that's not the last time we'll see WTY Bill make a pretty good run. But that kind of wraps up day number 2, guys. If you want to check out the entire bracket, I think we have our winners quarterfinals decided. We have Sidonia who beat Eloise and Yo It's Flow who beat Innovation. That's the first match. We have Ray C versus George C, which is pretty cool to see George C go really far. Dr. Jinkininki versus the winner of Orange and Killing All Day. And then Muzzy versus most likely Mitsuhide. A few other people are also still in the bracket. We have Trump versus BB Gun Gun. That's going to be happening. I think it's going on right now, maybe. And then you have Hoy and Frozen. 6-0 versus Surrender. Amnesiac versus Colento. This is a high caliber tournament that we've got. And I'm really looking forward to see tomorrow how it all concludes. We're going to be starting around the same time at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time here on twitch.tv/OneNationOfGamers. We're pretty much done here. Firebat, any last words?
Remember, daylight savings is happening. So a little bit earlier, right? Then, same time number-wise, but it's going to feel earlier because daylight savings is going to happen. So remember to set your clocks and show up on time for the broadcast, everybody.
Yeah, trust your phone, your smartphone. They call it smart for a reason. Wake up to the alarm and hope to see you guys tomorrow to see how far can some of these players go, with some of the really high-end competitive players who are star-studded tournament winners, or will the memers like Disguised Toast go through and become champion? We'll find out tomorrow. Thanks for watching, guys, and we'll see you next time for more Hearthstone action. Peace.